a smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take
What's going on, everyone? My name's Haloran. I'm alongside the Mad Lad, the hardest working man in Rogue Company, Radthar, and this is the second Darkmatter Demolition series. First $1,000 tournament here for season 2 of Rogue Company. Radman, we were talking over at the bomb plant. I like that name. I like that name.
Yeah,
man.
I like that. It was good. I
How
might.
you feeling?
I'm liking it a lot. So we went through all the season 2 changes, pretty much everything we're excited to see going forward into these best of 3 series. It's gonna be a good event. I've got a lot of hope for the new time to kill, as we were talking about, and seeing exactly how it transitions and how these teams have adapted in just the few short days that they've had to play on this. I'm expecting the teams who have put the work in to really benefit here going into this.
I agree, man. It feels like we're going into the Wild West. We can theorize on what we're going to see, but in all honesty, I have no idea what we're going to expect. One of the things you kind of brought me around on this for Fixer. I was just talking about the idea of using him in a sniper capacity, but he is very much a strong midline enforcer now. With the change to his other primary weapons, so being able to get that flat damage out that hard in a meta that's going to have much shorter TTKs. I also like his perk setup a lot as well for that capacity. So I think Fixer could very much have a huge impact outside of the sniper role, and I think that's just going to further speak to the versatility of characters that have been traditionally known to be more one thing. With these higher TTKs, it's much easier for a Fixer to be like, I don't have to snipe. Like, I can just go out there and click heads the old-fashioned way. I'm really excited about it, man.
I'm very excited. I think there's going to be so many interesting things going into this tournament. There's gonna be some wild card. I know. I say it every time that we sit here and we get together and we cast. There's gonna be somebody that does something really unique, and I'm gonna just like pick on it and be like, yes, this is what we needed. And with the meta change and with the meta kind of being a little bit up in the air, honestly, and so many picks being viable, we're gonna see some of that today. I'm very looking forward. We've got some good teams who know what they're doing. The first match that we are gonna be jumping into is Beef Shakers versus Damage 4v4, which should be a very interesting match. I know that there's a lot of hype over Beef Shakers. With some of the players on there, Cannibals, who's that, Joker, and who's their last member? Oh, I've lost it. Last member is.
I'm gonna catch you. I'll catch you when you.
You're gonna get me. You're gonna get me. You got me.
Cannibals, who's that, and Joker.
And then. And Hizzy. Yes, that's who it is. Yes, I've been watching the scrim. They were scrimming yesterday and having a really interesting time adjusting some of the meta things. So should be interesting. And yeah, especially with this Fixer. I said I'll say again. We said on the pre-show, but anyone who was in the pre-show, Fixer is not banned. Fixer is not G8 unless they decide to ban it in the ban phase that comes with the custom game lobbies now. So they have the option to ban it themselves if they choose to. That is very much there with the ban phase that is implemented into the game with the season 2. But if they don't, then Fixer's free game. They're gonna see exactly how that goes.
Yeah, the thing, talking to you over the course of the bomb plan, the thing I'm most looking forward to is the statement and psychology of the ban phase. Because let's say, there's some player that is a super one-trick on one rogue. If you ban that, the statement is, what else you got? Show me what you have to bring to the table outside of this dynamic. But when you make a choice like that, you leave meta choices on the table. Like, let's say Dahlia starts running the show over the course of the tournament. If you don't ban that, then you're saying I'm more concerned about you playing that character than your team having this value. But the other side of that, let's say someone's like, okay, I'm a diehard Fixer one trick. Like, that's all I do. That's people should be terrified of me whenever I play this character. And the opponent is just like, we're more worried about Rogue X. You can take your one trick. That's fine. We can deal with that. Like, the psychology of a statement of something like that, it's just gonna crack me up to see how these players and teams prioritize the bans.
Yeah, and I think that's my favorite thing. And the other thing that we got to be interested to see is how the ban phase changes in the course of the best of three. So maybe they don't target a one trick in game one, and then they run wild, and they're like, you know what? Second map, we're gonna ban that one off you. We don't want that. We don't want that in your hands. So I love the psychology of the ban phase when we get into these. It's gonna be very, very interesting. I said it's actually probably one of, I'd say, of the top three things. It's definitely in the top three things that came with season 2 for me, was watching the ban phase be implemented finally within Rogue Company, because it's such great, dynamic, interesting, and strategic elements that are being added to the game, and I'm super excited for it. I'm super excited for it. I actually wish we could hear their comms. If that would be the best thing. So when we eventually move to LAN, that would be one of the best things to do, is like listen in on their comms and exactly how they get there. And actually, speaking of LAN events, I want to give a shout out to one of the sponsors here of the Darkmatter Demolition tournament, and that is going to be Gamers Heaven, who pull up LAN events. And you know they're trying to support through COVID and after COVID, post COVID, setting up LAN centers so we can actually have these sort of tournaments, eventually move to LAN and have a great time getting in there, meeting the people that we've spent so long getting to know over the internet, because Rogue Company again came out during COVID, came out during this time when no one was really able to come and see each other, and I've made so many friends that I've never met, and one day I hope I can over at LAN and have a great time actually finding meeting them. So a big shout out to Gamers Heaven there for helping to sponsor and support this Darkmatter Demolition tournament.
Absolutely, the passion for esports has been here long before COVID, during COVID, and it will continue after. So we need companies like Gamers Heaven to really facilitate some of those lands and really up the overall level of Rogue Company competition. So a huge shout out to those guys. I'm looking forward to this match that we have coming up, because Damage 4v4, they were able to defeat their opponents in round number 1 in 2-0 fashion. So you know there's momentum there. It's like, all right, guys, you know, we're out here doing things, and then you go into the next round, you go into beef shakers. It's like that is going to be a test, because in terms of just, you know, raw recognition, a team whose reputation precedes them, I feel like beef shakers is probably the strongest team in that regard, where it's just like, if you know competitive Rogue Company and you look at that lineup, you know you are in for a battle. So I'm glad that Damage 4v4 has been afforded the opportunity to get that momentum, to be able to take a decisive 2-0 and say, like, okay, we can be effective. We can fire on all cylinders, because I think they're going to need to do exactly that to be able to take the fight to a team like what they're going to be running into.
Definitely. And just to clarify, the format of this tournament is a best of 3 throughout the entire winners bracket. It's going to be very interesting. We get some good series. But when we move into the losers bracket, we're going into a best of 1 series up until the very, very final match of losers, where it will then go to a best of 3. But yes, as we can see, Beef Shakers versus Damage 44 will be coming up next. And we've got some other matches going underway right now. That should be very, very interesting. Wendy's gang is definitely a team I've got an eye on. But we can see that the bracket is moving along right now. Losers bracket is being put in place here and there already, and it should be very, very interesting to see exactly how the entire tournament comes up, whether there's gonna be any upsets. I'm kind of hoping we get like a little bit of a losers bracket run from some team who get knocked out early, make it pretty high, maybe even make an upset. But as you kind of mentioned, Beef Shakers are definitely, if I was going to say, are looking to be the favorites of the tournament if we had to put it to public opinion. But I definitely think there's contenders up there, especially with how much has changed in the last couple of days. It's really going to reward people who have put the time and effort into learning the different rogues, the different metas, and what's going on. So it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting to see exactly how this is going to play out. And I'm glad we get to spectate first here on this round, Beef Shakers, to sort of set the bar, I would say, of what we're expecting for this tournament. Like this is the favorite. This is the arguably top team. They're going to set the bar. So we're going to see how well Damage 404 can really stack up against this. As you said, they've got the momentum going into it. You know, they're feeling good, come off a good 2-0. So they've just completely wiped out whoever they were against beforehand. And now they're looking to move into the toughest fight they may have.
They're definitely the team to beat, the Beef Shakers. Another team in terms of a potential dark horse. I remember Gorillas in the Mist having a really solid performance the last Darkmatter Demolition. And I think they felt like a really hungry team to me. Yes. So if there was a team that had the potential to really seize, the opportunities afforded by the shift we're seeing in season number 2. I think it's them. If they have taken the time to really understand the cerebral aspect of the game and the strategies that go on outside of just clicking on heads, I think they have the talent and tenacity to really make a run here in this bracket, but it's going to be up to them. One of the things I really like about season 2 overall is that it emphasizes the idea of understanding meta and strategies.
Yep.
But with the shorter TTK, the actual gameplay has become that much more important as well. So I just feel like overall the stakes have become much higher for competitive Rogue Company.
Yeah, 100%. It is. We're so much more in a gunplay focused meta right now, where your gun skill matters so much more. They buff tenacity again, so it's back to where it was. It's a good 40% reduction, meaning you're not getting one shot by grenade, you're not getting one shot by C4. You've got that survivability. The melee damage, melee weapon nerf came through, so most do 75 damage now, or 100 to the head. So you actually have to aim for the head with melee weapons, which is very interesting. Yeah, I know it's a weird one, but it's great.
I looked at those patch notes and I was really glad to see that nerf because the melee throws did kind of seem out of rhythm and step with how they seemingly wanted the fights to go. Like you can just jump around a corner and nuke somebody.
Yeah.
But I swear, like if you hit someone in the head with a thrown melee weapon, I think that should just be a down. Like you had to earn that. That is very specific. So
that is.
I don't know, man. You
is.
hit someone in the face with a bat. That they're, armor's not
they're-
helping you there.
No, 100%. My favorite interaction actually with meta weapons is the new one from Mac, the Claymore, which is the two-handed greatsword. That one is funny, mostly because the animation actually skewers people, so you can see it going in and it coming out the other end. It's great. I very, very much like this. It's very, very funny. Also works with walls. You can actually like skewer through a wall, which makes less sense. But you know what? I appreciate that it's there anyway. So I'm not expecting to see a big melee weapon focus from teams coming out now. You really have to put like 10 grand or something in to really make them effective. 7.5 in some cases. I mean, U2 will always be important, especially early rounds. You'll still see these nades coming out. You'll still see these C4s coming out. But I think when tenacity starts getting popped in, I think we'll see a lot of tenacity rogues being picked up. That matters a little bit less.
I agree with you there. A question I didn't get a chance to ask you, and I think we heard from production Kyle holding things down, said they're getting in the map selections or we're still looking to jump into that. A question about a different rogue. We didn't talk about them during Bomb Plant, but I have a theory that at the very least in pickup play, Scorch will kind of start drifting away. Just because the TTK that Scorch had can more readily be matched by other elements. So I feel like the main reason why you take Scorch just isn't going to be as exclusive to that character.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you think not that she's like tearing up the competitive meta or anything like that as it is, but I think she could fade further away.
I definitely agree. I do not think she's in the best spot. A lot of the reason for it also is just, as you said, like other people can now shred through people as well. Like, that was Scorch's thing. You used to dive Scorch so quickly, whether it be Arbitrator, whether it be SLC. But now that's not so much of an impact. There's, that happens kind of with every gun, and the limitation she does have, whilst being very, very tanky. Like you can't take away from how tanky she is with tenacity, headstrong, and fire immunity because of her passive. But she doesn't have the range to really compete against the AR DMR meta, which is actually kind of more like what we're in right now. So that's kind of where we're sitting right now with Scorch.
Yeah. I've heard that we're jumping in the lobby, so we'll get going here shortly. Sigrid is a rogue I'm hoping to see. We talked about her for a little bit. I think
just a little bit.
Like the skill floor for that rogue is really low, but if you are a Sigrid main and you really know how to get the full value out of that character, I think you can kind of just win around outright for your team just by being able to utilize the character. So some of those more high wire act kind of rogues where it's like, if you know what you're doing, it's going to work out great. But if you just pick them and you're just running around, it's not going to really work out super well. So I hope we see that.
I hope we see Sigrid. I said there's a few wild cards like that I think could have a lot of impact. I'm actually not expecting to see a lot of Dallas. We saw a lot of Dallas last Darkmatter. We saw him absolutely slay out. We saw him do very, very well. Emmett Payne was one that I think we can both remember dealing the pain with that devotion. I'm not expecting.
He was LARPing.
He was
LARPing with the name Emmett Payne.
He was, yeah, he absolutely was. I'm just not feeling there's much Dallas coming out. I don't think his reveal got a nerf, so it's only 3 seconds now. And then if you add cloaked on top of that, it's 1.5 seconds, which is not a very substantial nerf, a very substantial amount of reveal time compared to like Seeker, who can use that bow to reveal for a good amount of time and reveal multiple people. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of Dallas whilst his guns are still amazing. The HRM got a good buff, and the Devotion can now do the classic one head, one body through armor. That was the change that kind of came with that for this patch. You never used to be able to 1 or 2 tap people through armor unless you hit double heady. Now you can one head, one body, which is very, very exciting. I like that. It's a good little change. But yeah, I'm not expecting to see a lot of him, unfortunately. He was probably one of the highest picked rogues, at least from the teams that we watched going into last Darkmatter. Probably less so this one. I'm expecting to see, if you feel my sort of like 2 cents on who I'm expecting to see come out from comps as standards, I'm going to see Dahlia. I'm going to see Seeker, unless it's banned. Likely going to see Kestrel flexed in there every once in a while, if not more consistently. Mac, I think, will make appearances a fair amount of time. But that's kind of the 4. Anvil for retake purposes on defensive side. It's going to be interesting.
Dude, I want the Mac Dahlia combo.
Yeah,
like when you have entirely sold me on the like
it's solid.
Man, that round 1 is going to be nuts if you have that combination. Apparently our teams need a minute to get things set up.
Yep, having lobby issues as per.
We haven't ironed everything out here in Rogue Company. Oh, or actually,
well, wait. Change the plan.
Wily and squirrely as it is, it sounds like we are going to be able to jump into game number 1. Damage 4v4.
Nice.
Taking
and
on
Windward.
Good old Windward. I'm glad we're seeing this one to start out because I feel like this is a map that can feature a lot of different strategies, and I'm curious to see how that center lane is going to get handled.
Yes, this should be very interesting. I'm looking to see what the ban phase is going to bring for them right here. So what we see them hover may not necessarily be their picks up as such, because as you can see, that little crown on top of Famo's name is going to be the one who is banning for their team. So kind of what he selects is going to be our main one we're looking for. And we'll see what they decide to pick. So I know what this looks like from their perspective. I believe that's going to be how it works. I don't know what that looks like from our side. It looks like they've banned the anvil. That's what it is. Yes. And now, so Hizzy is having a look at from their side. He's going to be the chief banner as such, because they're all on comms communicating this together, and they've decided to ban the Lancer. So we can see that there from that graphic. And now we're getting into the picks. And the Insta Seeker lock, of course. You had to know what's happening. Is this going to be an Insta Kestrel lock as well? There you go. You've got the double bounce nades. Whilst they're not as strong currently, those 2 rogues, they do good. They do real good in current meta. It's going to be interesting to see what the other 2 pick from the sides of Damage 4v4, and then we'll see what they pick up as well. Ronin hovered.
Ooh,
that's interesting.
You know, this is a rogue. I think rogue could have a really breakout portion of the meta, because the upgrade to their primary weapon, the ability got buffed as well, to where that's just a straight up one shot now, I believe. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Famu, if I'm saying that correctly, on Ronin. But there's the fixer.
Is the fixer. There's the Chark of all rogues. Chark has kind of suffered because of the time to kill changes. He kind of gets melted really, really quickly, even though he has the additional health. So this is going to be interesting. I like this. I like these team comps. You've gone for something very standard, I think, with the side of Beef Shakers here on the red team. But then you've got this kind of wild card pickup from blue team here with damage 4v4. That's very, very interesting to me. Very, very interesting. Let's see how this goes. They've opted for a Saint healer over Dahlia, which actually isn't bad. Saint, it's just the length of this map, how big it is. The more global revive can be preferential. And we see on the side of Beef Shakers, the Dahlia link has gone to Kestrel for that early money, which makes a lot of sense. I think they'll transition into a Chark link going later on. But here we are, round 1, also round 2 of the Darkmatter Demolition. This is map number 1 between Beef Shakers and Damage 4v4.
one of those new skins. I really like the statements that were made out of the band's anvil. They want to make sure those grenades get in where they need to. Don't want to deal with the wall on the other side. The Lancer band says that they want their opponents to come at them more straight on. They don't feel like getting flanked from High Castle, just somewhere, somewhere in another part of the world. So I think both teams are looking to play a more straight-up iteration of competitive Road Company. I'm gonna get swapped around.
That thing did come out. Really good flash. But nothing's gonna really come of that. The fix-up ability popped already. That's gonna be Canny taking down the first one onto Famo, and that's Hizzy coming in to clear it up as well with Who's That finding a pick himself. It's already a 4v1. They know where he is, and they're gonna go for it, and that's a clean pick. Wow, that was a... That's the kind of execution we're looking for coming out of Beef Shakers already in map 1. That was clean. They had so much control there. I felt like Damage 44 didn't quite know how to push onto that A site. They were like sitting in angles, kind of hovering. They let Chart get their flank for free really, really quickly. And then they just got pinched and cornered. That was just a really, really good execution.
Yeah, in comms, if you're on damage 4v4, you just have to like, yeah, no, that's Beef Shakers.
Yep, that's like that's the kind of situation where you need to say what just happened, figure it out, and adjust quickly. And it looks like they potentially flying. They're still flying down to the A site. Still flying down to the A site.
Still seems to be the priority. I like Saint holding the bomb. They did not get much value off of a flank. Couple of shots there. Hannibal aware of them. It's revealed.
Shot on the burrow knife. You see how they're watching flank this time? That makes a lot more sense. Gotta be a bit careful with that one.
So J-Boy moves up into some pressure. Famo trades a couple of shots. Going down to J. Oh, speak of the devil, real J-Boy really
flank
on the ground.
Double flank proving very, very effective there, but that is going to be Hizzy going full kill, the first actual full kill of the round so far. Famo trades one to Who's That. Actually full trade it. That is a pure 1v1 there as Bracken finds the Kestrel onto Not Joker, and that's traded as well. Everything's being traded right now as it's 2v3. Potentially 2v4 now as the revive comes in.
Barroom brawl we're looking at here. There's a roll to safety. Famo gets down. Not sure if he stays hello. Jump across.
And he's aping this one.
Bracken's
This is
so
British
low.
mid-type level. Nice pick up there with the MXR, but he is one tap now. He has to get out of it right now, but he's running into a Seeker who's not going to be nice with that 25 body damage to Hara, and they will pick that up. That was a bad round for Beef Shakers, considering 3 members of the of damage had pistols. That was a pistol round for damage 44 right there, and there was a lot of advantage for Beef Shakers.
I think that was the exact round that Damage 4v4 needed to establish themselves and feel confident going in to the rest of this game and this overall series. To be able to, stay composed, that was a scrap of a fight. There was a lot going
100%.
on, a lot of downs, a lot of revives. It wasn't just like a straight surgical positioning challenge. Like, to be able to rally back and fight under pressure against a team of this caliber, it makes me really happy to see.
I think the way they targeted what they were going for, they gave up their flank and then they got flanked by 2 people, which is really difficult to deal with, but they played for it. I'm expecting I think the play here is they're looking to use Chark on the defense. By the way, we didn't even mention that. This is Chark on defense. To 8 here with the flashbang, he finds 1, finds 2 to the help of Canny and Who's That, and they clean that up. That is they smashed that one. And then they continue to ape through. Now, again, now we're back in round 1 territory as it's a 4v1, and poor Famo is looking scared here with the K30. K30 may find some picks, is getting good damage onto the enemies, but may not find a full kill before he's picked off there by that M4. That again, that's interesting. So you can see what Beef Shakers are trying to do here. They are trying to completely pinch them every time they go to the A site. They literally are trying to say, okay, you know what, we're going to keep 2 in front of you. We're going to have a Kestrel and a Dahlia there, who are going to just be able to hold that down so well. And we're saying a Seeker, a Chark on your flank with a little bit of help from Fixer. And then we're going to put Fixer in mid to team shot you and cross shot you. And it's working. It's working really, really well for them. I think there needs to be some better flank hold coming out of damage here if they really want a chance at stopping that pressure. Or other option, they just ape the 2 who are sitting down at the back of A site. They know what the setup is. They know it's a Kestrel. They know it's a Dahlia. There's good survivability for them, sure, but they're apeable. They're definitely killable if they commit to a push.
I agree with you. That I think Hizzy's positioning in play is going to be a huge part of when the green light comes out. But who's that fully eliminated from the round? Thanks to Famo, grenade comes out there. Hizzy's the wrecking ball of this team. This is one of the first times I've really seen this. Oh, there's the down.
That was some shots right there.
Oh,
nice pick up from the MXR as well, coming up from Kenny. That 3 tap to the body hurts so much. It's so hard to deal with. Famo's going to go down here. Kenny's not missing these shots. He finds the 4 tap onto Famo, and now it's a 1 person left and 1 person down as the scoreboard goes 3-1 in favor of Beef Shakers.
Yeah, Beef Shakers, great job just putting their foot on the gas pedal there. After losing Fixer at the beginning, it seemed like damage 4v4 was like, all right, guys, we got a 4v3. Let's kind of slow things down, get set, move forward. Oh, wait, we're actually just getting run over by them.
I mean, literally.
Beef Shakers use that opportunity of being at a disadvantage to just surprise their opponent by an overwhelming amount of aggression. And the chalk pick on defense really emphasizes that that's their game plan.
Oh, 100%. This is role reversed. I think right now here Damage 4 are playing a defensive side. They are playing defense and trying to stop the onslaught that's coming through from Beef Shakers. There's definitely someone didn't get the memo of which side they're meant to be on. They mixed up Alpha and Bravo squad potentially here because they are playing it differently. The reveal comes out, the overhill comes out, Silent Shark up, he sees 2, is going to dip off. See how quickly he loses 100 HP there, but the team shot coming in from Joker will secure that kill. Can he take down Bracken on the other side of the map? Then finished up by Who's That, who uses Ronin's own knife against her to get the kill. And with that revive coming out, they're waiting for it. They let the revive happen as a sign of disrespect and finish them off. 4-1.
Wow. A lot of red on the left there.
There's a lot of this is what I love about seeing these teams play is look at the downs between the teams on side red 5-7 3-7. There's nobody who's like necessarily top fragging and just going huge and going big. They're all kind of staying even with each other, and they've got assists. They've got all very similar eliminations, and they're part of the same kills a lot of the time. But what you are noticing, the 2 people who have 7 happen to be the 2 3-tapping DMRs, the Deadeye and the MXR, showing you the power of the current DMR AR meta within the game. But yeah, Hizzy is definitely proving to be a threat on this chart because he's just not caring. He's happy to be a distraction and bait you in for your team to shoot. Someone went zip. If not Joe gets there with that Kestrel in time, or they just shoot in the time, they're going to isolate this one right now. 1 body tap there. They're all trying to move around, but that will be Ronin going down. I would be scared. This could be a Kestrel immediately. Never mind, just beams him down.
Cannibal steps out, trading shots. Bracken trying to do something to get things back their way. A lot of damage, unable to get it down. Gets exploded for their trouble, and Beef Shakers are starting to run away with this one. Oh boy.
I mean, 100%. They are looking really, really good here. 5-1 on defense. Winwood is definitely the position you want to go up with. I think attacking, for me personally, is more favored here because you control the pace of the rotates a little bit more and you can isolate people a little bit more. But I guess the issue is blue team didn't go for that kind of comp. Maybe I'm starting to think the Lancer ban was targeted potentially at one of these players. Potentially Famo. Honestly, the way he's been playing, I would kind of expect a Lancer to maybe adopt that playstyle, flank watching, maybe looking for an opportunity to flank themselves, something like that. But yeah, this is definitely looking like a runaway for Beef Shakers.
Well, now that we're seeing the role Chalk is playing on defense, I think that also brings a lot of context to the Lancer ban, because since he's really going out there flanking and kind of being in the heads of his opponents, I haven't to worry about Lancer's big, but C4, Who's That, blows him up. Down.
It seems like we have one member not here, a disconnect potentially, but we will see. Maybe some lag issues, maybe just some personal issues. Who knows? We will see exactly what comes of that. They're 1 round away from the half, so everything will stick as is. But if they need to reset at the half, I believe they can. He's definitely disconnected here because you can only be blown up in that state. So yes, they're moving into the half. We'll see exactly what comes of this. We will see. We will see.
Yeah, I think Beef Shakers. They are who we thought they were. This is a high caliber team This is a highly competitive team. They are very good at the video game, and I think they showed exactly that. But I really like the idea of them banning Lancer because, like you said, maybe there is just a really strong,
Mhm.
Lancer player over here on
Yeah.
Damage 4v4. But I do think that Lancer ban was just to further enable the value out of the Chalk selection. That was really one
Yeah.
of the first times I've seen Chalk on defense just kind of serve as a wrecking ball and kind of a one-way ticket where it's like, even if I go down and they take me out, I'm doing enough damage to set things up for the rest of my team. And
100%.
when you're going up against on offense, a team that's kind of playing a bit more slowly, you can further get away with doing that. Right? It's like, all right, we're setting the tone. You're gonna have to slow down and wait for us to make the moves with our chop. And you have no anti-flanking capability. I really like that.
Bomb's been detonated.
They're
Don't let
playing
it
is cool.
happen
Yeah, I
again.
was gonna say, I didn't think they play it out. This is a surrender. So what will happen is they'll go into another lobby, set this one back up, and what they're gonna do is basically remake it, but go from the halfway point. So they're gonna go with the same band. They have to play the same bands, and they're gonna just redo it, redo it from the half. So this current scoreboard will still sit at 6-1 to Beef Shakers, but they'll go into this moving through. So essentially, if Beef Shakers win 2 rounds, they're the victors. If it goes 7 rounds in favor of damage, then they'll be the victors in this case as well. So that's how it's going to work going into this half. We'll just get them to reset the lobby, fix whatever issues their player was having, and hopefully get back into this because we want to see the end of this game. We want to see the end of this game. I like some of the picks there. Sigrid was shown, so we might be seeing a Sigrid come out from Famo, which would be interesting. I'm always game for a Sigrid. Always game for a Sigrid. It's a good counter to Chark as well. Like when that man's running at you with 175 HP, putting that out and putting that shield out and saying, you're not going to come at me, and if you try, I'm going to literally beat you down with the shield. That's always a nice counter to a Chark. But I like the Chark pick. They did it really well. It shows you how aggressive they're looking to be in this series by picking Chark on defense, looking to just to bully them, looking to force their way onto the flank and pinch them in. And what I liked specifically about the last round is they actually force stacked. They force stacked up top there onto market, which was really, really interesting. They didn't split up and go to different sites. They literally stayed together, and they actually just bullied them because of it. They didn't expect the team shots to come out from Beef Shakers, and they bullied them on that round because of it.
They definitely did. We saw a number of things over the first half of game number 1. I do feel like Beef Shakers just kind of used their, I don't know, I think of the best way to word it, but when you come in, you're the team favorite. Everyone knows that you're really good at the game. You're kind of afforded a certain level of respect where your opponent might come in a bit more timidly than they would otherwise. They wouldn't really want to try to take the fight to them because they don't want to make any mistakes. Like they don't want to, overplay a hand, be caught out of position and stuff like that because you're going up against a team that's going to super punish you for it.
Exactly.
And I think what we saw Beef Shakers do there was just capitalize on that mindset by taking a Chalk and playing them defensive, like on the defense side, and just steamrolling and being hyper aggressive because your opponents are already kind of geared towards being a bit more passive anyway. So what I would really like to see out of Damage 4v4 is take a composition that's about something. I feel like they just took a very meta-conscious, like well-rounded, no real holes or faults in their play style. Right. It felt safe. And I think they need, more of an X factor. I think they need more playmaking potential to really combat this aggressive, show us why we need to respect you play style that we're getting out of Beef Shakers right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is a lot is you go up against some of the best teams in the game and you just stop playing your game, right? You've gone in there, you've scrimmed, you've practiced, and you've decided, hey, these are our strategies, this is how we want to run it. And then you come up against a good team and you decide to throw it out the window and play safe or play something different, then why are you scrimming so much, refining these strategies if you're not going to use them when it comes down to it? Teams expect the expected, to say it really, really easily. They expect these really safe picks. They expect, you're going to smoke here, everyone smokes here, then you're going to do this, then you're going to do this. And a team like Beef Shakers have said, we're not doing that. We've got an idea. We're going to run this idea. We're going to bully you for it. And because you're playing standard, you're playing safe, we're really going to punish you because we're looking to force you to make decisions. On when you're meant to be the decision makers, you're meant to be the attacking team. You're meant to make the decisions here, and we'll sort of play off you. Seems in this case, Beef Shakers are wanting to have that momentum and give that momentum. As I said, a lot of it is because they know that they're really good players. They know that they're a top team. They know probably they're the favorite going into this. So they're going to look pretty strong going into it. And I think I don't know. I don't quite see what damage is going to do on the other side of this Winwood here, especially with the Anvil ban coming out from them as well. They're not going to be able to play retake, which means they're going to have to fight them. They're going to have to scrap this one out, and they need to be able to outgun that. Also, that double DMR was punishing. Very, very punishing.
Don't stick your neck out there for too long. And
No.
you know, I really like the long con nature of the ban system right now for Rogue Company because you're right, like Anvil was taken off the board, and it'd be hilarious if they banned that, you know, thinking about the side they'd be in the second half of the game. It's like, all right, once we're on offense, we don't want to deal with that. We want to be able to just play our game the way we want to. So I really like that. I don't know. I think it's interesting to see these different dynamics and like potential value prospects out of these different decisions that we're getting here.
No, absolutely. I think the ban phase. I feel like with the ban phase that they chose, that I feel like what Beef Shakers did with the Lancer ban, I believe, was go for something universal, something that made sense both sides, something they don't want to deal with. No one wants to deal with that Lancer flank pressure. It's just obnoxious. So they banned it. But what Damage did was they banned a targeted pick for the defensive side. So, you know, when they go onto defense, they potentially want to run this really good strategy. They can't, especially because if you imagine the game goes all the rounds, you technically get an extra round on the side that you like end on, right? On the second half, you get an extra round there. So if your Anvil retake was working so well, it's you know, we're in trouble. We're in trouble because you've lost what could have been an extra round that you had at Anvil. So we'll see exactly how they decide to pick, what team comp they decide to go for going into this.
I see that we're potentially going for a full replay. Just saw Dragon
replay
say that in chat.
That mean a full rematch of the entire Winwood map. We'll try and get confirmation on that one. Okay, looks like we're redoing the whole of Winwood.
I'm looking at it. Yep.
Just full reset on that one.
Okay.
Potentially there were issues going out throughout the remainder of the rounds that were going in there. I wonder if they'll pick same teams, whether they'll go, or if it's literally a full reset, they can start banning other things. I expect a fixer ban. If they can ban different things, or if we just go into map 2 and map 3, I'm expecting a fixer ban.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I definitely would want them to play the same compositions again if we're doing the replay.
Yeah, I would like that too, but we'll see. We'll see exactly how the full replay works.
Oh, so this, you know, you were talking about expecting the expected. Here's a bit of the unexpected.
Absolutely.
Damage 4v4 are just tipping their hat and walking off into the sunset.
Oh, they're out. They're done.
I'm looking in chat. I think that's what is being confirmed, but they say that they're.
I believe so too.
Quote, rage quitting. Unquote.
Yeah, I've got coming through my DMs as well. Yep, no, that's it. They're done. They're done. Damage 4v4 are not feeling the rest of this tournament. Beef Shakers shook them up really well, it seems, because after one half of a map, they are done. They are done.
I've seen rattled cages before in my time watching competitive games. That is up there on the scale. I mean, if the person at DC'd is just having hard issues and they can't get a sub or replacement or something, then yeah, like I get that, where it's like, all right, that person's.
I've got to be confirmed. So we're not confirmed. We may be doing a full replay. I'll wait for solid information to come through, and then we'll
I think they've FF.
They've FF. They're done. Okay.
I think
we'll just wait for final confirmation from everyone. I mean, they're not running it 3v4. Let's be real. The 4v4 seemed hard enough. I wouldn't want to run that 3v4. So I think that wraps up round 2 potentially. Interesting.
Okay.
Beef Shakers. That is some clout, some flex that you can bring into your next matches. If they were having an issue there. As I said, it very much could have just been an issue on one end, meaning they can't continue.
Right.
Don't know what it might be, but that's got to feel good for Beef Shakers, knowing that they had such a dominant performance there, and they're not feeling it.
They're gonna take that. They're gonna take that and continue on. Let's take a look at the bracket to see what
Let's go for it.
Beef Shakers might have lined up next. So they're going to advance over Damage 4v4, who had the player DC, and they're now bowing out of the tournament. So Renji and Midday. Take a look at the participants here real quick for those.
Yeah, I know Midday actually being quite loyal viewers of my own, people who I know. I'm excited to see how they do. I actually was watching them play some games last night, and they had good moments. They had some weaknesses I hope they worked on. But yeah, I've got now full confirmation, as we see from the bracket as well. Beef Shakers are moving in 2-0, 100% confirmed. That is what we're going in there. So yeah, that's very interesting. That is a very unexpected to see that coming from game one. But Renji versus Midday, the winner of that will go against Beef Shakers going to the next one. If we scroll a little bit further down to the bracket, we'll see how some of these other matches have worked up. Wendy's gang moving over and now going to be fighting SYX going into that after what looks like dominant performances coming from everybody on the board. Six Storm did get DQ'd, so it'll be Gorillas in the Mist versus Toxic Fart going into the next one. Roko names are solid. We were talking about this in pre-show. We've got some good names coming in here. Lost Rogue is going to go against Lag Art Gaming, who I know them as well. They're a good side. They perform pretty well in some other tournaments and things. So I'm expecting some good things coming out of that team potentially if they can move on and go into one of these higher ones. And then over on losers bracket, I think it's mostly DQs. Mostly DQ going into losers bracket because Six Storm is DQ'd as well. So eliminators are moving into match 53. And we're going to see how some of these other matches work out for them as they move into some of these maps.
Interesting to see how it shakes out, but we will be continuing with Beef Shakers.
Yes.
So we are looking to the victors of Renji and Midday. I believe we'll take a short break while that match plays out, and then we'll get into round number 3 before you know it. Don't go anywhere. More action ahead.
See you there.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never.
Welcome back to the Darkmatter Demolition Tournament. We're jumping into round number 3 here. I'm Haloran, that's the Mad Lad Radthar. We have had a start to this tournament.
It's
where
been
Beef
interesting.
Shaker is able to defeat their opponents in damage for reform.
Yeah, sure. That's the one way of calling it. Yeah, they well
advanced
executed them from the
forward.
tournament. Yes,
Yeah.
they did what they had to do,
Yeah,
and we're gonna see if they can do it again.
they're gonna go up against Midday. Now, you said
Yes.
you have some insight on this
Yes.
team,
I do
and
know this team. Yep. They're good players. They're solid. I think they're gonna definitely have to step up to a high level to be able to compete with Beef Shakers. But I think they could pull off something here. There's definitely some wild card picks they could pull off. Given the way I know they play, but I know at the end of the day they're sitting in comms, they're having a good time, and I'm expecting that to be a good way. I'm not going to imagine they're going to get very tilted. I'm not imagining one of them leaving, if I'm going to have to put it one way. But yeah, so I think this should be nice and interesting. I think we're looking at a good series. The map pools, I believe, were Hollows into High Castle, then into Factory if we get to game 3. So it's gonna be interesting. It looks like we're getting into the game as well. So we'll transition onto the scene, see the bands. I'm interested in bands. I'm very interested. It's Hollows as the map that we're gonna be seeing going in there.
Hollows, High Castle, Factory. The out of those 3, High Castle's really sticking out to me as a potentially spooky progression because I feel like if one team is just mechanically stronger than another, High Castle becomes very difficult for
Demolition.
the
Prevent the enemy
second
from
part of
planting the
that.
bomb.
I agree. And Hollows being not the most recent map to come into the game, that was Breach, but being the one before that, and not being in ranked rotation for a long time means a lot of teams haven't had a chance to scrim and be competitive on this map yet. So I'm looking to see what they pick. Of course, Ban Phase comes in first. Got Hizzy with a little crown saying he's going to be the banner of this one. I'm interested in what they pick. I want to know what they pick for Hollows. Personally, I'm banning Seeker. Hollows reveal on Seeker is annoying. Seeker's gun is annoying, but teams probably want that. They probably want to use the annoying and prove they can use it better. So we'll see exactly what they said to ban. I'd be interested if there was a no ban. Oh, I think that's the fix we got. I think that's what we. That's the fix. I don't hate that. Knowing the team of Midday here, Fixer definitely could be picked up by one of them. They're not bad. Akemi, I believe, is a very good sniper, if I'm not mistaken on that one. Crypt also a good sniper, by the way. From my knowledge, I've definitely had some interesting fights with him. And there's the Seeker band. Yes, I like it. I really, really respect that because hey, there you go. Kemi insta-locks the Phantom. There's an insta-lock indeed. Who's that hovering the Lancer, though, as a potential flank counter, get behind that Phantom shooter in the side. We do have, I believe this is going to be Beef Shaker on the attack. There's Mac. Got him. Crypt has been using Mac a lot. Level 6 on Mac, by the way, in the 4 days he's been out. Considering they've been scrimming potentially as well. Like that, he's been grinding Mac. He's been grinding Mac hard. And I may have been wrong in saying... I think we might be seeing a Dallas and then an Anvil locked in as well from Cannibals. That's interesting. So that's a Anvil Vi on attack. Because they ban first. They have the attacking side advantage, I am pretty sure there, which means they're looking to use the Anvil shield to get onto site quick, plant the bomb safely, and then use Vi Poison to sort of hold it off. Dallas to be seen, anyone on the flank. We've got the Dahlia for the revive there coming out there. And then on the side of Midday, we have the Mac. We have the Dahlia. We have the classic Phantom coming out from Akemi. And then we have the Kestrel as well. So just a great, solid pickup there from Bean. So yeah, this should be very interesting. Very interesting exactly how they play it. The Dahlia link comes down initially for Kestrel, for money, which I like. But I'm kind of upset that we don't have the Mac link going off round 1. So I think that link matters the most in early rounds, or at least mid rounds, maybe like round 3 or 4. That's kind of how I see it. Like round 1 and 2, Kestrel, 3 and 4, Mac, 5, 6, 7, Phantom for that Grievous Wounds passive. But we'll see exactly how they play this. I'm expecting B pushes all round from this attacking team. Honestly, with that Anvil shield, it kind of makes the most sense.
Let's see what they go for. I like the idea of having Dahlia and
oh my gosh. Double dink to the head straight away. And that's going to be the full kill. Finding more shots on the longer range as well. They're 25 body damage at the longest range is actually really, really good. The bomb is down with the shield, probably used to get that plant off nice and safely, as we see there. And as I said, Vi is just going to be sitting here like, hey, this is my bomb. I will throw fire at it, I'll throw poison at it, and what are you going to do?
Wild West out here. Defense characters on attack characters on defense. You love to see it. Not going to be able to strafe across there. Flank is kicking down. And Rennett's getting a rock solid start here. There's the fire, forcing out the position. Crypt starts to back up.
He is in big trouble there. Double insanity grenade is
right now.
He has got fire left, fire right, and there's the Mac ult. We see where it's going to land. Is it going to actually get a flash off? I don't think so, but it is. I mean, it's kind of on the wrong side, really, isn't it? He doesn't want to have space. Oh, can he get the flash off right now? It looks like it went off, but didn't actually flash anybody, as Who's That is struggling to get over the corner, and they will go down.
Wow,
After that straight initial pick there onto the Kestrel, they really didn't have the momentum to do much more, unfortunately, which was unfortunate. I haven't seen much Mac from a spectator point of view, so I'm wondering if there are any issues with the spectate on his ult. Potentially, like that does happen. Like sometimes we don't see smoke grenades and things.
I can see that, yeah.
So maybe we won't see when the flash actually goes off, but we'll give it a go. Give it a go.
Well, I feel like the Mac value will really come online once he gets a primary weapon.
Yes.
Like we were talking about the strength and value of the LMG. That's a huge part of the equation of why you bring Mac to any competitive round. So maybe it looked like they only had the pistol here for going into round 2. So maybe
that is
round 3 is when we'll see them more come online. But
Flight
might be in for it.
Oh,
1-2.
that 2-tap was great there from Who's That. Flight is a run now. He's going to get picked off there. Nice evasion to stay alive there. Smoke grenade absolutely missed coming out from Who's There. Bounces it straight off the rim. I need more. Dean is with me. That was a good ult to slow them down. Now, what they could do, I don't know that they have Mac on the flank. I think Mac, we're playing basketball. Who's That? Shooting for the hoop. Does miss. Just like the smoke. I kind of want Crypt there on the Mac to be here and Kestrel to be on the other side, honestly. I think there'll be a better position going in as Bean is a little bit risky there. The shield goes down, the bomb is planted. Now it's a retake play for the blue team. Hizzy on literally 1 HP.
And is bold enough to try to stick their elbow around that corner anyway. They heal back up.
Potential good team shots coming out from Akemi and Chris here. Honestly, they could find some picks. They do find Canny, and without the link there, that is going to be the full kill going down onto it. They have momentum. This is on pistol round. They have momentum. Ooh. Wow! Hizzy takes down Top Flight with a beamer to the head and body. That's a nice pick there. 3v2 now. Not so good looking here for midday. That flash will not jump over in time, but Grip finds some shots. Got a flash now. Does flash, but can they finish him off? Nope. Joker able to just predict that fire a little bit. That was close though. That was the correct use. I think he was just a fraction too late on the detonation of that ability.
Well, one thing you could see there, so we can confirm who's flashed because Vi had like the white flash on their face.
Yes. Yes.
So at the very least, we'll have that information. So glad that we were able to get confirmation there. But I feel like midday, you know, that was a winnable round for them. It didn't feel like they were necessarily out of it or anything. It just seemed like Hizzy's just unnatural on the devotion.
I mean, yeah, Hizzy may be the new Emmett Payne, honestly, of this series. Because Emmett, unfortunately, did not manage to sign up for this tournament. I think he's been grinding scavengers.
Bomb dropped.
We'll see how they do. They're opting for a different play here.
Now.
I want to see how this gun fares against these teams. There, I mean, he's spraying it down. He's just holding it down and just trying to find some damage there. I honestly would have spent a bit more time spraying through that smoke.
The bomb. Stop them.
Just to find something. If you can get down in that situation with a new time to kill, it is nasty.
You got the bullets for it, for sure.
I like the aggressive positioning they've got up here, but Hizzy could get shot on the side very, very easily here, as we see coming out right now. But that is traded down. Not Joker finding Akemi, and Hizzy finding Crypt.
Seems like each round we're seeing Beef Shakers kind of move up and be able to plant without too much resistance.
I think the big issue is
not the retake is the priority here.
There's no incendiary grenade coming out top flight. If that was a headshot, that was a dead shot right there. This little ghost peak coming over the top there, using that ghost to disadvantage. Hizzy does go down. It's 3 versus 3 right now, but the aggression needs to come out about 5 seconds earlier as the bomb does detonate, and that will be another round win for Beef Shakers, taking the series, or taking this map 3-0 already.
Yeah, I think it's just coming off the back of the strength of how much forward momentum Beef Shakers has going into these rounds. Like within the first, 30 seconds or so, the bomb gets planted. It just doesn't seem like they're running into too much resistance. When you're able to plant the bomb this much, it makes sense to take a defensive comp. Like they just seem to be able to move up, set up shop, and then bunker down to where you would think they're on defense. It's kind of crazy.
I think this is part of the issue is if you look at the team comp coming out from midday here on the red team, they've got nothing to deal with it. What are they going to do to stop it? You can't flash an Anvil or a Dardia who's linked to him. You're not going to really be able to nade them out with tenacity changes. Your best shot is Kestrel Wall and just trying to beam them as best they can. I like that Kestrel has now moved over to this side of the map. They need to pay for cannibals, but that snap is going to reveal him.
Can't hang out there for too long.
Over shield is down. This is where B needs to get the ult down immediately. The ult needs to be the priority there. Otherwise, we have this issue going on. And just going to sit and watch this. Good team shots. I would like to see this pick coming out a little bit more onto Hizzy. He's overextending a lot. That is a punishable position that he goes into. This is a rat position coming out from Not Joker, who will trade his life for it, unfortunately. Throwing the incense last second to secure the kill. I respect that fully. That is a 200 IQ play right there to get that one down. Who's that rolls out and will then find Crypt on the side. They're not having any fun here. Kevin Calvin, the sniper, I need a headshot coming out from him right now.
I really like that Crypt kind of moved forward a little bit, had understood that the team was there to cover him. Ultimately, it does not work out. 4 swift rounds going over to Beef Shakers, and Raptor, I think what we're seeing here is the power of the Anvil pick here in this town. He's just able to walk up, put that wall down for free, and there are no shredder rounds, there's no counterplay to it. It's just that wall's there, that bomb's coming down, and not enough damage is being put out to allow Midday to really move forward and try to do anything about it.
Exactly. I mean, the only way they stop it is one, changing their team comp, which they can't do right now, or just aggro them. They have to aggro. They have to essentially do what we saw from Beef Shakers on the Winwood map, and that is play aggro into them. Don't let them have this. Don't let them have this bomb plant down, because they want it every single time. And every time they get it, they've got it. As Akemi finds a nice pick onto who's that. I said Akemi is a good sniper. We should keep an eye on him going into this, because he may be the one with the one-shot pressure to actually be able to stop this bomb plant coming down. As we see Canny coming around the corner, grenade being cooked, grenade being thrown. Didn't get a snipe off in time, and that is so quickly going to be the bomb going down. Grenade eaten by Trophy.
Yeah, I haven't really appreciated how close that corner provides hard cover to allow an Anvil to move up. You're really only out there for maybe a second.
Yeah.
So they're really, that's a really hard angle to cover.
It's one of the quickest shield plants you can go for here, as Top Flight does seem to be wanting to move around this corner onto Canny, but Canny is finding him instead, and Akemi now manages just about to take him out. The revive will come as Bean takes down Joker on the other side of the map. They've actually wiped them. They've wiped them.
Okay.
They did it. They did good. That was good.
All right,
I
Akemi, just do that.
Bomb
Like,
defused. Fight hard.
I mean, exactly. If he gets that initial pick off onto who's that, that's really good. That's a really, really good initial pick to get off onto them. Because that's a lot of their pressure. Like, in a retake, numbers matter so much. And especially their Dardia, who is going to be the one to actually be there and revive them and maybe tilt those numbers in somebody else's favor. When you take out Dardia like that, that's a big thing. The only other better option is taking out Cannibals on that Anvil. You take him out, their game plan is done. There's not much they do if you get a nice pick off onto Cannies at the start of the round.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about how this map should be approached in competitive Rogue Company, but within the context of what rogues are available now, I feel like Midday has to get one down before that Anvil wall comes out.
Yes.
If they're able to do that, then they're going to be able to make a play off of the wall, or like after the wall goes down. But if everyone's alive and healthy on the side of Beef Shakers and that wall comes down and that bomb goes down, it's next to impossible to move in time to get the defuse. But one person gets spotted out. Kimmy.
I like the reveal.
The last round.
There's a sticky sensor there to watch them. It may have just been destroyed, but I like the idea that it's there. Just to get an idea of what's going on. They just really need this pick on Cannibals. If they get that, they look good. And never mind, it's who's that? That is going to go down. Nice little team shot coming in there. Bean. The chance to kill this kill. Oh, that is wow. Joker survived that with the skin is of his teeth. There's no tenacity on Vi anymore. So that's a survival and a half.
Yeah, that's I'm down to 8 lives now. Play it. Climbing up on the wall.
Nice pick on the
board
Cannibals before they even got it down. That's huge. I mean, no Dali revive. Looks like No Joker's going to be down for a bad time. It can. Oh, never mind. The Katana.
Been wiped out. Run it again.
I mean, They were starting to go off.
That was
My pick is starting to look real grimy, but what we're seeing here is momentum for midday. They're starting to figure things out. Get it down before that wall comes out. The value off of the grenade from Phantom, the sticky sensor, just things to slow down the game plan for Beef Shakers is really helping midday out here. I like what we're seeing.
100%, and this is actually where I would love to see an early Mac ult, for example, but unfortunately the Mac ult just isn't going to do enough to them. It's not going to stop Anvil because he's immune to the flash grenade from it, so it's kind of, you kind of have that disadvantage as well, being a hard counter to Mac in that sense.
Yeah, the pace of the round is just going way too fast for this light bomb to really be the effective playmaker it could be in other instances. See how Beam
I like this
posts up on the
angle.
corner here.
I need an early pick coming out here. He hears them, shouldn't fly off this thing too early.
Oh,
I like that, and the full kill. That was good, that was good. Almost a little bit too patient. That's an ultimate ability right there, but he gets flamed off, so he will have to back out of that one. As long as they don't trade a pick like they just did with Bean going down, they're looking good.
Yeah, I would have shot pretty much the moment they jumped up, but nice.
Good team shot, will like to get revived.
Cannibal sitting Phantom down for the rest of the round. Looking at a 3v3 situation. Grenade
I
bounces
need more
off
of
the
that
wall, not
grenade.
like they wanted to. Bomb gets planted.
Shaky aim coming out from Spectator, but it's okay. I'm sure that is laser focused on their head.
A lot of coffee.
Oh, God.
But the bomb is down. Cannibals is set up. How will
And
our
it's 3v3.
respond?
Smoke comes down. I like the smoke. The smoke is actually really good. They're not respecting that side there. Akemi needs to get up and find a no-scope, but they do get the full kill thirsted onto the Dart. I mean, no revive and no round win for them as it goes 5-2 as we switch into the second half. We switch up the sides, attack and defense. And we'll see how this goes. I think that's actually a fairly respectable performance coming out from midday. That was a good adaptation. They messed it up a little bit towards the end there on that last round, but they did well with what they had. And I think 2 rounds going from the defense into such a, honestly, a comp that they really had no business winning against. I'm gonna be honest. That comp was very, very hard to deal with. And you see Canny hovering the anvil again. The only thing that you deal with in that comp is having an anvil yourself for the retake. So it seems like midday can't even like switch it up and go anvil themselves, because then you've got the double anvil retake, which is not going to be good for them. We'll see what they pick up here. Lancer coming out for who's that? That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, this is gonna be the first time today. Ooh.
I like it.
Hey, girl.
Who needs a big shield placed when you can be a moving unit of a shield as Sigrid? I've seen Sigrid play on this map very, very effectively, and I'm expecting to see the same thing happen here as Akemi goes to the Phantom again. Again, he is a very good Phantom. We saw some great shots coming out from him. He just needs that pick pressure. That's what he needs.
I'm a little concerned for Akemi just by virtue of Lancer being on the opposite side.
Yes.
Some of these deep flanks are not the best time ever for the snipers or hard positioning type rogues in the game. But the quick rogue crawl.
I'm also hoping they'd be a bit careful of just the tower positions that Lance can get to so early. Like that.
We're out here balling.
They're doing it. They're feeling confident. Now, I hope that Crypt here doesn't fall to the same mistake that Who's That did to Bean by jumping down there too early and not respecting that angle. The snap does go off. We heard it just run out there as we see another basketball hoop being thrown.
Shields up!
Pistol.
The shield comes down, the C4 comes in, but that is blocked fully by the shield. There's going to be Cannibals on the run here, and Cannibals going down. Nice play. They pinted that at the same time
Enemies
perfectly.
planted the bomb.
Looks like
Stop
Hizzy's
them.
the one flanking. Who's that? Running through the smoke, looking aggressive, but will find Crypt. We need a Kemi to turn around right now. 37 HP. Needs to beat him. Does not beat him. Kemi does just about find that. That was not looking too good for them. These revives need to be stuck immediately as Bean drops also.
We got Hizzy out here clicking on people. Incendiary over the wall. Checking. Man, the Lancer effect there. Hizzy on the corner. Finds Sigurd. Oh, couple
That
of
was
clean
good
headshots.
shot.
Wakes him up.
She has shield as well. This is possible. This is very, very possible as he pulls something off here. He wants to go and beat him down, but he needs to move quick. Oh, okay. That was close. I like the idea. I like the idea, but Vi literally said, "I'm gonna stand here. I'm not moving. I'm standing here." I would have liked to see some shots fired from Crypt there to try and like bully the Vi a little bit. before the Dallas ran behind her.
What a galaxy brain play. Vi just comes around a corner and stands there and waits for the teammate to come.
That was 300 IQ.
Yeah, why didn't like?
Maybe he had to
I
reload.
don't
He had
know
to
why
spot some shots, but I thought he got the reload
like,
off.
Froze. They
I think he
started
expected
chatting.
to be pushed. I think he turned around very quickly and was like thinking the Vine might still run into him, and then he could just beat down with the lunge distance, which would have been really good. It would have been probably would have been four or three. Sorry, so three.
Just turned into a
three
water
shield
cooler
bashes.
conversation where it was like, "Oh hey, how's it going, guys?" Like, oh,
It was definitely wasn't as effective as I think he hoped it would be. The Lancer shotgun coming out here as he rushes around the corner. He's gonna get some picks here. He's getting some massive picks here. Finds one, does find two. Can he find three? He might find three here.
Comes out a hair late. Hello.
Goodbye, Hizzy.
Blows him up finally, but the damage is effectively done. Only 2 members left on the side of midday. Crypt
Two
trying to
apiece
answer
right now.
back though.
They got good answer. Considering that was such a dominant play right there, that's a good answer back. He's being exposed here. 31 HP. This is not a lot. He tried to do something with the shotgun, does not pull it off. 1 HP is not really a good amount to try and survive this as the scoreboard goes 7-2.
Match point. Let's close this contract
That
out.
got wild.
That Lancer play with the shotgun was intense. That was intense. I called it. He ran around that corner and he found 2. I'm surprised he didn't find 3, honestly. If he had gone for the Seagrid before the Phantom, I think he finds all 3 there.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot about some of the pitfalls and gotchas of Hollows. Because Lancer being able to move up on that position, that was impactful, to say the very least.
Yes, definitely.
Potentially a game point here.
We'll see how it's set up again. It's turned a bit more a scrap than a sort of
Bomb dropped.
retake or anything like that. It is just a pure scrap fight. So we'll see exactly how it goes. Kemi on that sniper definitely needs to find a pick here.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that is a body shot coming in there.
Trophy working out.
That's a really good reveal. That sticky sensor in that location is actually a really good reveal, but it seems like Seagul's gonna back off. Cribs, I need to be some. Okay. Potential spectator bug. He may not have seen that.
He hung out there long enough.
He definitely struggled.
Cannibal.
There's a 1v3. I need the big clutch plays coming out from the Kemi Stanton right here. I need the headshots, but it's not going to be. It's going to be 8-2 as the final Hollows map count for this first map in the best of 3. But looks like we're going to be moving to map 2, which will be High Castle. Wait for them to get into lobby, and we'll see how this goes.
I think what we saw there was potential for midday.
Yes.
It felt to me, honestly, like they kind of lost in draft. The Anvil pick, there just wasn't enough counterplay to Anvil to where the win condition was so narrowly focused for them. It was like if that wall comes down and they haven't gotten enough of a lead, it would be very difficult for them to take the round back. And the 2 rounds that they were able to win and get the upper hand in, they were able to get Who's That or someone was out of position. If they weren't entirely killed, someone was downed. So that's one less angle that's covered, and that allowed them to move forward and actually play the game. But whenever everything else was just
I very much agree with you in that they lost in draft, at least the first half. I think their second half draft was a lot better. They could have probably figured out some of the kinks of it, like they did. They could have adapted. They seem to be pretty good at adapting, which I like. But yeah, they definitely suffered in the draft on their defense because that Anvil shield just gets placed down so easily, and they didn't have anything to stop it. They didn't have a fire to push them off it. They didn't have anything to shred it down. Or honestly, actually, you know what? I'll disagree with that statement. They could have probably used Mac. Mac could have beamed that shield down very quickly if they had manipulated it in that way. There definitely could have been some element. I thought you would need the fire. You would need the fire to hit the shield to force him off, and then you blast it down, and then their entire approach is done. So I think there could have been some adaptation there. Definitely, that's probably what I would have, in hindsight, thought maybe that's how we adapt to this Anvil play when we have a Mac. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
It's cool to see this now in the earlier portion of the tournament because it gives us insight to what these players are going to need to watch out for. Because it just seemed like the possibility of Anvil having so much of an impact just wasn't really considered or necessarily a priority. For midday. But now they know. Like they'll know that for the rest of the tournament. If they either need to just ban the rogue outright and not worry about the strategy, and going to a map like High Castle, I would be pretty incentivized to just say, let's just not deal with the Anvil right now. But if they are going to choose to not ban Anvil, then they need to make sure they have some kind of countermeasure or a response, or at the very least a game plan. Because like you said, they did have potential tools to deal with Anvil, but they just never found themselves in a position to actually go for those tools or use them.
I agree. I think the counter to Anvil is Glitch, right? That's the counter, or another Anvil. That's because Anvil can buy Shredder rounds, which melts through another Anvil's. With you had an LMG and Shredder rounds, and that shield is going down in a second, like milliseconds. You're not doing anything against it. So I'm interested to see exactly what they do. This is it's High Castle. This is a Glitch map. Glitch is very viable. Glitch has a lot of pressure on this map through mid, and with that hack ability to stop the retake. So I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't ban Anvil but got the Glitch. But it depends who picks first. If I'm Beef Shakers, who I think will start defense potentially, just given the way that works, they may not, but potentially. I would wait to see what the attackers ban. If they don't ban Anvil, I would ban Glitch. That's what I would do. And then you have Anvil open. You have no real counter pressure to it, and you can do the exact same thing you've just done. I love the psychology of ban phase. That's it. Just like thinking, what did my opponents ban, and therefore what may they pick because of the ban this. This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, we'll see exactly what they do. We're about to jump into the map. We'll have a look. Is that what they're going to? This is High Castle. Cinematic views going over it all. Wizard Tower on the right there, as you see. Don't get the reference. One day you will. But yeah, we'll see exactly what these guys decide to ban as we look into High Castle for map 2 of round 3 of the Darkmatter Demolition tournament, powered by Facebook. Very interested. Very, very excited to see how this map plays out. A more traditional map than Hollows, which is still fairly fresh for people.
My eyes are definitely going to be on midday here, not only for what rogues they select, but for how they play. Just the defensive pressure that this map brings to the table. When you're in a position like midday where you're going up against a very high caliber team, you have to execute. And they show that they can, but they're just under a lot of pressure to consistently do that. And just
agree.
For my own curiosity, I want to see Glitch.
You may not now. With the ban having just come in, we may not be seeing it, unfortunately.
Probably not.
I mean, the Glitch is still not bad. The Trench Mat combo is still definitely worth hacking. So we could still see that from the attacking side here. I would love to see it. But I'm not sure. With Anvil banned, that's kind of the main reason you would want to use Glitch. And it's even banned. That's how much they don't want to see this here on this map. They want us to have no fun here. They want Anvil ban, they want no retake, they want no mid pressure, although Talon can still do that. Akemi locking in the Phantom, as per usual, being on the Kestrel, such a power pick, Flight picking up the Vi or Seeker, hovering both, tempted.
Now, who's that picking up Talon is very interesting to me. After that one round we saw where his Talon almost carried the round by themselves, Talon's just one of those characters that can do well out in the flank and shut down counter-flanking options and opportunities. In the hands of someone like Who's That, I think we're going to see a lot of Talon play here. Vi coming back to the table. Dahlia and Trench, mainstay combination here for High Castle. The same pick. How are you feeling about that?
I was about to say, I don't love it. I think Dahlia is the better revive character. I think she has a better revive, first of all, better utility for a map like this with a smoke grenade and a standard grenade for a more range downing option. And the revive is just so much better. Currently, there's a lot of counterplay to Saint Revive in that you can just shoot the drone and it's gone forever or whatever it be. I don't like it on the attack. Defense, I would kind of get it. I don't mind a C4 on defense when they're sitting here and they're rushing you and you want to throw that C4 to cover your back a little bit. But yeah, I would have preferred a Dahlia for the attack at least.
For reasons I'm not able to fully articulate, I do feel like the overall shortening of TTK is a nerf to Saint. Like, I don't know, I just don't think you get as much time for the drone to have a part to play. So I do want to see how this works out. Hizzy getting back to business already. Getting down for the moment.
my gosh.
And
This is... Yeah, there's a fist fight going on over here. Wow. That was, you know what that reminded me of? Drew, I don't think we cast them together. There was a moment where MS threw a insanity grenade that killed like 3 people, and just the zone control was so much, and that reminded me of that moment clear as day right there. That was a util dump by Vi that just ruined their day. When Bean jumped up there trying to escape being shot in the side, he jumped into fire and he was not having a great time.
It reminded me of fish peacefully swimming around in a barrel and getting shot.
I mean, it was
that turned into a shooting gallery.
I think the problem.
Don't move in there like that.
Looking at what they've got here, I don't see the value of a mid rush. You don't have grenades as such. You have 2 bounce nades, which are okay, but they're not like super impactful. It's going to be really hard to actually push through mid here, as we see the claymore, the trip mine coming out, double trench wire. This is going to be really bad. Anyone who jumps up onto this side is having a bad time, as the HRM beams down 1, is looking to find a second, and it's not looking good for midday right now, with 2 members alive, 3 with the Saint revive, and they're just getting pinched. They are stuck in these positions. The shots are coming down, and they are getting executed here and now. This is a...
Should they let them get the revive to get more cash?
They did. They absolutely did. They are... This is them being out-utiled, and honestly... Them being the comp. I don't rate the comp. I think Akemi is a great phantom, and I think he gets amazing shots when he gets this sniper in his hand. He might be able to find some picks. I'm not sure that strategically it's going to help them with everything they need to get through defense on High Castle. There's a lot going on in defense High Castle that you have to push through. A Vi, a Trench, a Talendar, an MXR just beaming you down. And I'm not sure that the Phantom pick, along with the Saint pick, it has enough kill pressure there.
It does, but like, I think we're just seeing...
This Ghost pick is obnoxious coming out of Hizzy right now.
I just think we're seeing a lack of breach capability on the side of mid.
Having some issues potentially.
Bean's having some issues with their health bar.
100%. And that's the thing. We like that one. Flyout find not Joker, and then Crypt finding Cannibals. It's just left to who is sitting AFK at the back of the spawn. Hopefully we're not going to have a DC on our hand. Hopefully we can figure out exactly how this is going to work.
It's a nice suit.
This is a rotate out. Bean could see him if he looks to his left. He's cautious. Bean. Bean. Please.
Do you know how good you are as a player when you're AFK and they're still like looking around all spooked?
They're in a 4v1. They're spooks. They don't want the talent to be coming out.
We're not letting this go.
Well, we'll see exactly how this comes to fruition now, Ben. With this, if we get any information through our castle text, we'll let you know about the state of it. But yeah, we'll see exactly how this one turns up. Hopefully, who's that is just away dealing with a barking dog or something.
Signing autographs.
Exactly.
Something like that.
I mean, it's the Vi who should be signing autographs this one. Yeah, he's back. There you go. He's falling out the plane.
Right,
one round loss because of that. They might be able to deal with that. No issues. So happy days. Probably just had a personal thing to deal with real quick. Talendar coming up onto the wall. Will reveal anybody coming through mid as they see all 4 members running through. Good dodge of the grenade there. C4 is about to ruin their day. That is 2 picks from C4. That's going to fly. 2 coming in from B. Now they're coming down from mid. They are going to be executed left, right, center, backwards, forwards, and all around. As that is going to be the perfect execution from Beefshakers in that moment.
They tried that round 1. It didn't look too hot. They went for it again, and it looked even colder. Like
I think they swam to Antarctica for that one. Not gonna lie to you, that was cold as anything. That was just stopped in their tracks, and that's the part of the C4. That's why I talked about Saint being okay for a defensive side here, because you have the C4 capability. You can do the same thing that Talon just did, but yeah, C4 before tenacity. And in fact, I'm looking at that comp. There is zero tenacity coming out from the side
Yeah,
of
they
Midday
don't
here.
have a comp for what they just tried to do.
Yeah, there's no flashbang. There's a couple bounce nades, but there's a reveal, I guess. But it's just not it. Nice headshot coming from Akemi right there. That's why he plays the Phantom. I just hope that, again, these revives so easy. I just hope that the Phantom pick is wasted. Who's that finds 2 more. Once again with the C4. Flight does find cannibals, and this is not looking good for Midday.
This man is a menace to C4 right now.
Oh my god, that was dirty. Absolutely disgusting. Flight not even happy enough to sit there as that sword. Wow. Wow. That's
Someone calm this guy down. What
he
is
he you know, I know exactly what he did in that one round. He went and slaughtered Lion Jekyll. That's exactly what he did. He went in and he gassed himself up. He made his drink and he's feeding it right now and now.
Whose dad is out here playing here catch the game? 2 downs minimum on C4s. Like the way he threw that katana, he knew it was hitting. Like he'd already just started pushing up to the left. He's like, yeah, that's a down.
That was
mechanical.
rude. And as we talk about in pre-show about the use of lethals and melee weapons being less effective, who's that is listening and saying, nope, no, I can still make him work, don't worry. This is a fantastic play right here, by the way. I love this play, to force a pinch off in your mid push and find a pick. Then Focus couldn't get the pick, that bow hit. Stealing through the smoke, isn't able to find anybody as Akemi is outgunned down the side. Crypt goes down to a grenade from Not Joker. Not Joker finds another one on top flight, and it is looking like a unfortunate 4v2 here for Midday. He is he's struggling to is they're having a moment together in there. It is down to Akemi now to win this 1v4. Hey, Phantom's gonna do it. Unfortunately not today.
There's a roll, there's a collapse, and it is business as usual.
Beef Shakers
Beef
definitely
Shaker.
definitely feeling confident going into this. 1-5, looking for one more round. They only lost one round, arguably because Who's That was not here to play. Although I actually will say the execution that they did pull off on that round was pretty good, nonetheless. So they probably still would have won it. But yeah, this is not looking so good for Midday, as we are on map 2 of the best of 3. They already lost the first one, so they're gonna have to really pull this off. Needing a 5-2 here. Do not want to be taking this 6-1. Needs a 5-2.
Back against the wall firmly now here in game number 2. Midday, not trying to see the sunset just yet.
I mean, that sword is. If that sword hits somebody,
no.
I might retire.
Oh no.
They both threw one. They landed close. You could hear where they landed. They were not far away from them either. Not enough to like hit them or cause too much fear, but they went for the cheeky kills.
I would have to get up. Like I'd be like, all right, I'll be right.
I would have to
comes
retire.
out.
So would they. Crypt, nice C4. It does get the full kill as well.
You know who's that? Was like, oh, so that's what it feels like. Who's used to be on the other end of that? Izzy comes around
is Crypt
on the
slaying.
business end of a few more bullets. Crypt is waking up, man.
This is ace potential on him. There's the full kill. He's got 3 right now. Can he find the 4th? Will they let him find the 4th?
Leaving just by. You said they needed these rounds, and seemingly they're up to the challenge. Vi is gonna have to play some type of game.
Didn't feel like shooting it. Thought, you know what? I can tank this one. I'm good. Alright, I'm good.
Ambitious.
Sig sensor revealing the position right. It's actually right there next to him. You see it. He's sitting on the Sig sensor right there. Like he's
Galaxy brain play.
he is definitely, but he's sitting down. He's got the chair emote running through. Crypt, this is your ace in this moment. The fight is going down. Crypt, they're not even pushing it. That was, you know, that was not what we wanted. I mean, top flight. We knew where he was. We knew where he was.
Midday, don't get clipped. Do not get clipped.
This
Do
is.
not end up.
I
on
mean,
social
Bean is right behind him as the Kenny crowd finds the kill. No ace for Crypt, but 3 kills in spectacular fashion. We'll take this to 5-2 in round count going into the switch.
Stand your ground.
Remember, we have Glitch and Anvil ban, so it's a scrap fight. There's no retake here. It's a scrap fight.
I really want to see a more aggressive, scrappy lineup here for Midday. I think the composition they went with before was just too high concept, where it's like, oh, we'll just get headshots and we'll kind of use Seeker to get some range. And
Yeah,
no, like you just have to go in there and get your hands dirty.
which is exactly what Crypt did at the end. That's what got him his 3-piece. He just went in there with a gun that shouldn't really be doing that and beam them, which is great. And that's what we want to see from them. Both wanting to choose Dahlia, but the Kestrel coming from Bean. This is a better comp. I like the Dahlia, although honestly, you could have gone Saint here and it would have been fine on this side of the map. But interesting to say the least. We have Mac, though.
I'm liking the Mac in particular. I think they just need someone to help spearhead some offense. They need to just go in and click mouse 1 or hit right trigger. Controller.
We're control the gamers here. Control the gamers.
Because the slower pace, positioning. Oh, I got a headshot. Like the few headshots we even saw, Dahlia was like, all right, well, okay.
I'll just revive these. Exactly. That's the problem with Phantom on attack on this map. Defense, it gives you a bit more pressure, but like just this map in general, that you don't really get the we meet in the middle and press our triggers and hope. That doesn't really happen in this map. It's a little bit slower. You're waiting for the enemy team to push more than anything, with a grenade coming out, finding 40 damage there in the mid. They've got the flashbang. They're just waiting for information. I think if Speed Checkers try and push here, they're in trouble. Not gonna lie to you. Unless there's a really free pick here on Bean, which they do, but it's traded. There's 2 people ready and waiting for them.
That's the loop. Let's shut him down. Executioner coming out, getting a few bullets. Chalk, well timed.
And then he died to press her Q ability right now. She's linked to the Kestrel, and they did not revive the Kestrel. There's no EMP for them to have really done that. Top flight, if I was Bean, I wouldn't be happy.
Crypt might have had the biggest brain play of this game so far, using a Ronin dagger to blow Chalk up as he was healing himself.
I like that. That was a play. He's going to get in big trouble here. Yes, see him. Nice play there from Crypt. That was a really, really good one. Just using that third-person angle to their advantage.
Lightning around the corner.
Wow.
Cannibals.
Yeah, he's in the shooting range right now as he sees the last one, and they punch him down. Cannibals.
I love when they come around throwing bows, man.
That was insane. They held that point. I actually thought they were going to lose that round. Honestly, I thought that was going to go in the side of midday. Even though the bomb was down, I felt like they had the pressure. They got a great pick onto the Ronin on who's that there over on the side and ran through that cut and didn't walk out again.
I'm right there with you, man. I thought that round was pretty well in hand for midday. Can never count out a team like Deep Shakers, though.
100% not, especially on pistol rounds. They know these weapons. They've been using the Executioner for the longest time. Kanny knows how that's going. It's who's that finds the pre-nade. There's a few pre-nades you can make on this map. They found one of them. It will get revived nice and free. But that gives them pressure. Pressure to move on for a B rush. And they are rushing with passion as Chark and Hizzy just move through so freely. And now they're looking for more.
Chark running through looking like Miley Cyrus on the wrecking ball. Who's that? Gets down on after me. Roll around the corner, get the revive. Bean gets it down. 2v2 for the moment, but these revives are going to change all of that. Crypt comes around the corner.
He's got the weapon, the conviction. He's going to wreck some days right now. Going to need the Knight coming out from Bean as well, by the way. That body shot damage on 25 is pretty good.
Blown up.
Teammate, Izzy does find Crypt there on the side. The conviction not able to meet his mark on that one. Can Bean find the kill onto Hizzy though? We'll see. Good damage. The team shots coming through, but it looks like
Run it again.
looks like this is not going to be the one as it goes. Not in favor of midday right there.
Another round goes.
Tighten up.
And right now we're looking at not only game but match point here. Deep Shaker's looking to close things out 8-2. Have the tools, the wherewithal, and the means. Who's that is becoming my favorite player of this tournament so far?
You think? You enjoying the plays he's making?
So far, yeah.
The Talon play was great. The Talon play, he really did dominate there on the defense of this map.
Don't let this guy get C4. That's
no. Yes,
that's
ban. We need to ban Fixer. We need to ban Anvil. We need to ban Talon. And we need to ban Saint. We banned those and there's C4 in the game. We're happy. Fortunately, we only get 2 bans. They are memeing on them at this point, just being patient. But Crypt, with that conviction, does find a pick on not Joker right there. Will be full kill. He finds another one. Look at that gun beam. That is just some solid shots coming out. Crypt on mouse and keyboard. I do know that much, and has got the shots to accompany it. As it is 3v2. Izzy looking for something, but that doesn't matter. The 4 tap to the body. Who's that? You just said looking to become one of your favorite players. If he clutches up this 1v3.
Oh yeah.
I can't deny it. I will not deny it.
If there was one player that could potentially do this, I think it could be who's that. Crypt hanging out in the corner, laser beam in hand.
He's got bumps, so he has that pressure. That means that he's beam on the side. Even you're not coming out on that one.
Regroup and try again.
Didn't check, is what I would say. I think he just flew out there. Like normally we'd see a team run out there, maybe bait a shot and roll back. He rolled out. He was not fit. He was like, you know what? I got this. Crypt putting in really good work there on the side of midday. 9 downs is very, very respectable going into this match, given how down they are.
They holding the gate. Can they keep this momentum going? Just do that 5 more times.
5 more. That's it. Just
one at a time. Just each round at a time. Let's see how they play. Who's that? Bomb in hand.
I'm surprised we haven't seen some more of these pre-nades coming out. You can nade these walls off really easily. I guess they're waiting for them for a little bit. But then the trophies get placed down, it's kind of a waste. As Hizzy does find a Chemical Cloud there, Phantom is out of the picture for now. And who's that literally running with them with the bomb out? Oh, the knife does find the pick there onto them. And this is not looking too good for the rest of middays. It's just Crypt left alive. Light bomb comes down. Could we make a big light bomb play here? We'll find out as that it hit Flash, did hit somebody. Cannibal's going down now.
Hold the corner, steps out, gets a couple of shots, but oh no. It was who's that with the candlestick in the study.
And that'll be the match. That'll be game point, round point, match point, map point, and all the points go in there into round 3 of this, and that will be Beef Shakers coming out victorious from midday as midday drop into the losers bracket now of the map with a chance to come back, remake a name for themselves, get the feeling. I feel like they lost in draft a lot. I'm going to be honest. That's where I feel like their biggest flaw was in the draft pick. Not necessarily the bans. I think the bans were okay, but the way that they prioritized certain rogues that I feel like were more comfort picks over strategic counterplay options was their downfall.
I definitely would agree. I think they lost in draft not only in terms of them having an overall weaker composition to their opponents, but just the way they wanted to play the game ran counter to their composition. Like I think it was round 4 where they just hard YOLO'd up mid with Seeker, Phantom, Saint. Like that's that's not the composition to successfully do something like that, especially against a team like Beef Shakers. And if you want to play that way, I agree. I think that's what they needed to do. I think they needed to just kind of turn things more into a scrap and see who comes out on top. If you're going to play that way, take a comp that actually excels at that. Yeah. And maybe it was just they went with strategy A and felt it wasn't working and then tried to go into strategy B. And maybe that's why they kind of had that contradiction, so to speak. But I do think they need to really sit down and think about what they want to do in draft and have a plan.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that is the case. The lack of flash grenade, like the only utility they had to really force them off of that midpoint when they were attacking was the bounce nade. But we saw from Who's That how easily he just went, okay, I'll walk 2 steps back and I'm okay. and then they all rushed and then there's a C4 on the ground. Like you need a flashbang, you need I don't know, Demerol even, like something to throw at them, something to really mess with them as they go into that. But yeah, that was an unfortunate one. I think if we quickly just throw to the bracket, we can maybe have a look at who the next matchup is going to be and how people have gone into that. But it's going to be Wendy's Gang versus Beef Shakers are going to be the next matchup for these teams. Should be very interesting. We're going to grab that along. Wendy's Gang, other players that I know. I'm looking forward to see how they get on. And we've got Gorillas in the Mist versus Lager Gaming. I don't know what. I feel like the LAGR Gaming stands for something, or it's like Lager Gaming or something. Like there's something in that name I haven't quite got. That should be an interesting match they're going from them as well. These are kind of the 4 teams here in what I believe is the semifinals. that I would have expected to be here. But when I looked at the rosters, the lineups, these are the ones who I thought would be here. But we'll see how losers bracket also moves through. As Sweats were able to beat Bootstraps going in there. Eliminators are now versing 6. And we'll see exactly where midday gonna slot in here and how the losers bracket is gonna shape up. The semifinals now: Beef Shakers versus Midday, Lager Gaming versus Gorillas in the Mist. Should be some interesting matches, and we'll see who exactly is going to come out into the finals as well. That should be very interesting. We're kind of getting down to the teams who are feeling solid here, who are more traditional tournament players who we see in big tournaments and things. And this will be good. I believe the next one we're spectating, if I just get it in my ear, is going to be Beef Shakers again versus Wendy's. Cool. So we'll be spectating this again. Wendy's Gaming. I know these players. I play these players a fair amount of times. This is going to be a really good matchup. This is the team, when I looked at it, who I thought, if someone's going to pull off something a little bit wacky, a little bit interesting, it's going to be Wendy's as a team.
With a name like Wendy's Gang, you're telling me that they would do something kind of off the wall?
For about the last 3 weeks, all I've seen pop up from Turner, one of their players, is him asking content creators what they think of Wendy's. Is it? So there's definitely a meme to Wendy's here for them. They definitely love their Wendy's.
Okay. I was glad to see Gorillas in the Mist still winner side. We were talking about that team at the beginning. I think that team has
dark horse.
a lot of potential to make a serious run here in the bracket. Beef Shakers showing consistency and showing that they are the team to beat. Going into the next round, we're looking at Lockdown, Favelas, and then Skyfell. A game number 3 potentially, and I like that a lot. One of the things I felt that was really tragic about the last set that we saw is that High Castle was game 2. I feel like that is such a hard map to force game number 3 from, especially against a team like Beef Shakers. You just have to super execute and be really on point. Whereas I feel like Lockdown, Favelas can be pretty unforgiving as well. Yeah, but not 100%. To the extent of High Castle, in my opinion.
No, High Castle is all about how you use your utility. It matters so much more than if you can find the right angles, because there's so many good pieces of cover to try and breach into that you have to use utility really well. You have to outthink, outsmart, outposition your enemies, and it's just it just didn't work out for Midday in that moment. And again, I think it comes down to comp. I would like to see some more strategic orientated comps, I think, rather than comfort picks coming out from people. And I think that's kind of what we're going to see from this matchup here. Actually, is some things that are going to try and shift up. Maybe a Sigrid, probably some Anvil. Seeker, I think, if it isn't banned, is going to be an almost definite. Although I hope that it does get banned. Honestly, I would like to see it removed. Right now, the Sahara is just too strong. And yeah, we've seen Kestrel played pretty much every game as well so far in the series too. And Kestrel's definitely still got that power. She actually has, in terms of time to kill, her body shot damage compared to other ARs is not it. It's actually one of the worst. But you move that to headshot, she beams faster than almost anybody in time to kill. So it really rewards a good player in terms of the Riptide there. And we'll see exactly if we'll see more Kestrels, how they'll go. We'll get into a nice caliber of player now. And we'll see how they go.
Lockdown. Now, the first Darkmatter Demolition Red, some of the most insane games we had were on Lockdown. And I'm really excited to see this map. With what we've been seeing out of Beef Shakers, not only just in terms of their overall level of play, but just the rogues that they were selecting. The moment I saw them take Chalk on defense at the beginning and just steamroll, I think a team that plays the game like that are going to do some really off the wall and or exciting things on a map like Lockdown.
Yeah, and what I'm interested to see is there's definitely a separation in terms of tournament players and these people going into the comp scene compared to ranked players and the way they play. And I'm not saying that they can compete with each other, they absolutely can, but in terms of play style and rogue choice, there's a difference. And what we're going to see from Wendy's here is a team that is slightly more orientated around the ranked scene that I've seen them. I don't believe I've seen these 4 people together play in any tournaments, but I know they have individually on other teams and things. So, but I know they do dominate rank. They do really, really well in their rank things because they have some skill picks. They have some good team coordination. So I'm expecting some nice things. I'm definitely expecting Mac. I know one of the players is likely to pick up Mac for sure. I'm expecting probably some Anvil, maybe some Sigrid. Honestly, there's a lot they could really start to roll in here. I don't see Beef Shakers as being a Sigrid kind of team. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see it. I know Cannibals does like Sigrid and he is player occasionally, but I don't see them picking her as a strategic choice. But I could see Wendy's picking it as a strategic choice and maybe even going pretty well, especially on something like Lockdown. Pushing through that red corridor with a Sigrid shield is really obnoxious because the current counterplay is, well, on defense, you put Anvil there, you shield off your right, you hold a C4 in your hand, and Sigrid don't care. Oh, she'll move through that. She'll happily do it. And so I could see some aggression coming out there from them that could be pretty good with a Sigrid play. Again, don't know if they'll do it, but we'll see.
The next match is going to be Wendy's gang taking on the seemingly unstoppable Beef Shakers. We're going to take a teensy short break, let the teams get everything lined up in the lobby. Don't go anywhere. More action ahead.
Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die. Looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly. If we scream no, this is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us roll till no one knows. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die. Looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly. If we scream no, this is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us roll till no one knows. We'll never grow.
Welcome back to the Darkmatter Demolition Tournament. $1,000 on the line here, jumping into season number 2. I'm Halorn, the Mad Blad Radthar. And man, we're ready to get into this next game. Wendy's gang, they came through the drive-through. they're ready. Beef Shakers versus Wendy's gang. What a time to be alive.
I like it. It's the battle of the food. I like it. Oh dear. No, but as I said, we should see some very exciting things coming out of this game. This is one of the ones I was most, when I saw all teams, one of the ones I was most excited to see. And we still joining match again. This is going to be Lockdown is the map we're going on to, which is going to bring a lot of interesting points of views, a lot of different angles, a lot of just interesting things to go about. So I'm expecting a lot out of Lockdown, a lot of strategy, a lot of good bans. I actually really want to see the Anvil ban. That's what I want to see coming up from one of these teams, is just get rid of Anvil because it's too common. It's just what everyone does. They run Anvil. So let's mix it up. Let's see which teams have adapted and which ones want to mix it up. As Hizzy, once again, gets the ban.
I agree with you. The counterplay is so demanding for Anvil as a character. It's just once Anvil drops on the map, it all becomes about the timing and use of the wall. Hizzy, he's shown the value of the chalk on either side of the ball here, so to speak, but
he is maybe banning though, so I'd like him to not ban chalk if he wants to play chalk. That's the Seeker band, I think.
Yeah.
There's the Seeker band there. Yep, Seeker's taking it. I like that. I really, really like that.
Okay.
So we're going to see exactly what Chapo here decides he's going to ban with his team. I'm trying to think, what, Kestrel maybe? Honestly, wouldn't be an awful ban. Like, get rid of like both kind of those two power play options. But it's the Seagrid. Okay, interesting. That's I'm sad. I want to see him. Not the Fixer, as who's that is going to hover that one.
You were talking about the value of Sigrid in the red hallway. I guess Wendy's seems to agree.
See, but I would have thought they would have been the ones to utilize that more likely. Everybody wants to play Chark on the side of Beef Shakers right now. They're like, I want to play Chark. But it looks like that's not a bad lineup. I don't love the Vi on it, honestly, on the attack. But Anvil did get through, and Anvil is picked up by Chapo. Dada is coming up for both teams. The Dada is coming up from Lossy, and a Mac for Turn. I said he was one I knew has been playing a lot of Mac recently. Level 9 on Mac, can we just say? I said 6 was impressive. He is level 9 on Mac. Almost mastered him within the few days that he's been out. These are interesting lineups. A very standard defensive lineup, I'll say, coming from Wendy's gang. I like it. The Dallas through mid. The double LMG Slaughterhouse that will be red. And then from the attacking side, honestly, it's interesting. I just don't necessarily see the value of the Vi as much. I'm going to be interested to see how Cannibals plays on the Vi on this map, exactly what the game plan is. In terms of using those poisons, maybe they're just going to try and flush out red. Honestly, just throw double poison, throw an incense grenade, and just box them in and play for the kills. That could be the play.
Vi, to me, is a strong answer to the Anvil wall. That in and of itself is
very true.
Compelling argument to me. But I'm really excited for Wendy's gang's composition because I think it'll pose a unique challenge to Beef Shakers that they haven't seen yet. Like, this is just a meaty composition. Like, if Dahlia pairs up with Mac, Dallas can get some armor too. Just like the TTK is going to be slightly longer, and that could be the advantage that Wendy's gang needs.
Grenade coming down early will find good damage.
Dallas with the John McClane skin. I'm on the family. Shoot around the corner. Ooh, light bomb's a thing, and Cannibals tell Turner to have a seat.
Not Joker able to blow himself up as well as Chapo with that nade, but here we see the power of that Fixer as he moves through onto Lossy. Lossy shuts the door and says no, though. That was brilliant. As Wendy's gang, you're kind of slaughtered there.
Yeah. You said, nah, I'm good, man. I don't know
That was a
why
very good
it
It was
it's
the
like
fact
this
that
pivotal gunfight, and then the door just comes down.
I would have loved to see it from last season's perspective because he
be like,
he couldn't see
hello?
the fixer. On his screen, it would have just been smoke and bullets flying through it, and he just shuts the door. I thought it was great. I like the idea. The light bomb actually proved really effective there, but the execution then didn't. They're gonna really suffer into the fixer. Let's be real. Like, smoking down that mid door is really common. Doesn't matter when fixer sees through it. He's just gonna be like lighting you up through that.
Definitely a lot of playmaking potential there, based off of composition.
That's gonna be a good nade.
Oh.
We'll find Kenny there with the instant nade. We do like to see it as they do try and find him, but Hizzy has better shots in the moment.
You and I were talking during the podcast about the fact that that marksman,
Run it again.
And wow,
fixer, by the way.
just pops those goggles, looks through all the smoke that's being thrown, and hits them up with the Deadeye. That Deadeye is obnoxious. And 4 downs on him already.
I know cannibals felt some things catching that grenade.
He definitely did.
That grenade
He's-
rolled right up and it was just like, oh man.
That was bounce nade level of tracking, I'm not gonna lie to you.
It looked heatsy. Jumping in around number 3. Any money issues have to be sorted out by now for Wendy's gang, so this could be the first time we're really seeing them fire on all cylinders. I'm not sure, based off of how the first round went, I don't know if they all had their primary weapons. They have no shoot. Oh!
That was some fantastic shots coming out there. That was some really, really good range shots onto Sensei.
Sensei was like, could you not? There's a roll across, the light bomb comes out.
Find it and
Oh,
defuse it.
they aren't able to finish that pick off though. That's really unfortunate. They really need that shark pick to be like done and dusted with. But again, they can play for retake. They've got the light bomb down. I like that. Will it really be that impactful? We will see as the shield is looking to be moved into position.
Mac looks ready to go, and Dahlia just up top from afar in the grassy knoll. Getting value. Cannibals not only downing Turner, but sets fire to Chopper.
Oh my gosh.
Impact Hizzy, and that's a lot of blue on the left side of the kill feed there, right?
That was a domination. Honestly, the angles that they were holding there, by the way, were super, super impressive because they planned the shield. They planned the bomb, so that wherever the shield went, it had to block off one angle, but they had the other ones covered as well. Like it basically negated the impact of the shield retake because they had every other angle covered. So unless Red team here, unless Wendy's gang play for the kills on some of those angles first, they're not going to be able to get a shield retake here.
Red, looking at the stats between the rounds, I saw a lot of zeros. They have nailed 1 down.
I did not know Wendy's turned into a donut shop. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought
Yeah,
the donuts and breadsticks is what we're seeing here from Wendy's gang. I'm gonna get in trouble later from the boys. Hey, Turner says no though.
Alternate netting value. Who's that? Activates the ability. Steps forward, looking to trade. Turner gets down. Who's that though? All right, we're starting to come alive here.
A little bit more aggression coming out from the teams here. Hizzy on the flank. That's let his team die, but 1v3, honestly, the way he's been playing, he's got the smoke, he's got the goggles. He might be able to find something. The fire lighting him up there, he's got to be careful of that one as well. As let's say he's going to be pinched from as many angles as humanly possible.
What's he going to be able to do? He's going to get cross-flanked, apparently.
Yeah, there's not much you're really going to do there. Deadeye's a good weapon, but I still don't think it competes with that LMG.
All right, I was worried that Wendy's gang was going to turn into a drive-through and it was just going to be a flat 8-0, but they get one on the board. Maybe they're starting to make some adaptations that they need. The grenades are having an impact for sure. Really solid job there from Turner in particular to keep it down on the who's that, even with the ability up. So just solid
he got
trading.
3 downs. 3 downs on that one.
Turner turned up.
Turner. He did. He really did.
The Xena crew might have to go back to the drawing board here. 42 quick to the body. Out. Covers
Nice.
right. Down on the Hizzy. Chapo jumps in through the back.
On your feet, soldier.
A lot lot of trading going on so far. 3v2.
Wow.
Favoring blue steps forward. Dahlia gets in the cover. Lossy out in the distance. John McClane. Boys the grenade.
Enemies planted
Flying
the
the
bomb.
ointment.
Stop them.
Steps forward. Oh, couple of shots.
Friendlies eliminated.
Katana throw.
Wow!
Line.
There
Kenneth
was
was
no
in route.
shot he got outgunned in that moment. It was 1 bullet versus 5, and Cannibals took it. He took that fight on 1 HP and he won it. That was impressive coming out there. And that's kind of the thing with the time to kill at the moment is if you hit your shots and the other person doesn't, you get punished real hard. I'm also interested that Lossy decided to go for the Devotion, for the HRM over the Devotion, which is not traditional, but given the strength of the HRM, honestly, at the moment, I don't blame it.
Yeah, I think if their game plan was to be more scrappy, that could net them more value. The Devotion, I see it more as like, oh, caught someone strafing across. I set them up to be super weak for my teammate. This is more close quarters, at least how they've been playing it. EMP.
EMP is a rust to honestly start these rounds.
Wall is down. Trophies are up.
Nice
Wow.
pick up there from Chapo. Lossy also finds one on the side to get not Joker as Chapo just spraying bullets down range and he finds almost everybody, I think.
Chapo goes down, but the impact is felt pretty much going around for the team. Lossy, though, gets downed. As he said, don't count me out just yet. Ability activated. Still could potentially revive Who's That Too. They are not done. And no one's moving forward. They don't want to deal with that smoke. And Lossy goes ahead and gambles through. Finds a couple of body shots. Okay.
Finds enough body shots to take that round. They're looking a little bit closer now. Looking a little bit closer. 4-2 is the round count in the final round of the half. 4-3, honestly, wouldn't be bad here. This map is traditionally favored for attack. So Wendy's gang, if they take a 4-3, may not be feeling too bad moving into the second half.
It feels like Wendy's gang is just, for the most part, they've just stopped playing defensively. They're like, what if we just go out there and just start fighting? And I think that's exactly what they need to do.
I actually completely agree. I think that's one of the best ways you can play this map is from the defense point, is actually be more aggressive than they expect you to be.
And Beef Shakers know all about being aggressive on defense. They're having a fight taken to them. Izzy spraying a couple of shots here. Vibe Poison comes out, confirms the corner. It's a couple of ticks. Chapo's gonna make a play, catches the roll on the Chapo, down, out. Response jumps over high.
Wow. Oh, the revive actually comes out, and Who's That is the one going down. He will get almost full kill there. Probably a little bit of rolling going to happen as the incense comes down to throw off the other members of the team. 3v2 now. Looking actually pretty good for Wendy's. DFB's coming down.
Bounce back strong. Poison comes down. That's the last one. Vi steps forward. Katana out. Looking dangerous. Lossy on the corner. Sensei takes a peek. Gets popped. Joker taken down. And just one Vi. Katana goes out. Jumps over the wall. Acrobatic.
Done it again.
The movement was clean there. We can't fault the movement. Just unfortunately, he was not able to get the kill from it. He was trying to recreate that 1v1 style that he had on Lossy beforehand. I gotta respect it. The movement was clean.
No, I'm right there with you. He was on the jungle gym hard. He would have juked me.
I would have been lost. I'd be dead. Cannibals would have killed me in that moment.
After what started to look like a very dominant performance here from Beef Shakers, we're now looking at a Wendy's gang who is not only alive and awake, they're only down one round. They managed to turn things around 4-3 going into the half. The offensive play, the added aggression definitely worked out. Now that they're going to be on attack, they're licensed to be even more so. We might have ourselves a series here, Red.
I think this could definitely go a long way here. And we got Kestrel finally coming out from Wendy's. I like that. Lossy on the Kestrel should be able to put some really good damage out as long as he can hit those headshots like I mentioned. Turner turning up. As Mac there said, he's been playing a lot of Mac. He knows this rogue pretty well at this point. But on the defensive side now for Beef Shakers, we've got Anvil, standard. Got Fixer, kind of standard there now it's open. Talon, maybe looking for a double Deadeye action. And a Saint for their revive, which, again, I prefer the Dahlia. I think the range is better, and I think that the linking to Anvil for flash immunity is pretty good too.
Agree.
But I don't know. I mean, it can work, and this is what we're gonna see. We're gonna see some very aggressive, very aggressive pushes onto the onto that snake up there in the middle of B.
I also like to shift away from Dallas. The merits of that rogue in particular never really came to light. Not that the performance itself was bad. It's just like in
Bomb's
terms of
active.
playmaking
Find it and
potential.
defuse it.
He was just kind of there. Bomb does go down. Maybe get the first down. The pistol Chapo could potentially get revived. Light bomb comes out. I don't think it's taking one though.
They're just defusing.
And
There's just
hello?
straight defuse. There is no counterplay to this right now. He is getting that defuse and they're not stopping
We're
him.
beaten.
I mean, that's Anvil. And literally, right there, that's Anvil. Right in that moment. There's nothing else to say. That's Anvil.
He just stepped out and was like, "All right, guys, you all act as a set of jazz hands and
Bomb
just
has been
distract
dropped.
them.
Well,
I'm
and
gonna walk up and put this shield down and run around. It's cool."
that's kind of the benefit of Fixer with the Anvil as well, is that so often smoke grenades are used to just like throw off the attackers, so you can go and get Anvil in place to get the shield down. But you have that combined with the fact that somebody can see through it and shoot you. That's really strong. That's really strong.
Showing its value here so far, going into the second half. 5-3 favor Beef Shakers. Saw a lot of scrapping here over the middle portion of the map before. Might get some more of that here. Who's that in the crew posted up? Joker kind of hanging out in the back. Sure, make sure no one's kind of wild flanking. And Rad, this is the slowest pace we've seen so far out of these teams. I think Beef Shakers is finally starting to respect their opponents. Forcibly so.
Which makes sense. I think that's a good move for them to show that level of respect. They see people that who's that is close. They show off the ult, but the ult will not matter as Lossy beams down who's that. That's the headshot damage I was talking about. The difference of damage you can get is massive. Anvil shield down. If I'm Wendy's right now, I'm saying Anvil shield is down. Get to A as soon as possible.
See if they're gonna get the opportunity to. Joker comes through, gets it down onto Lofty.
Will he go up the zip? Never mind. It will
Run it
be
again.
Joker going down to Sensei there in that moment.
Excellently done here by Wendy's gang. It seemed like Joker was just on an island. Wasn't really in position to help the rest of the team. It looked like they were just committed to shutting down any counter flank, but the actual fight itself, Lossy came through clutch there because the first few shots were slightly to the left, but like you said, man, once those headshots came in, that DPS race caught up pretty sharply.
It was very quickly a good night. Who's that?
Yeah, just nice force play. Use the ability to get them out of cover and take that 1v1 angle. Nicely done.
I like the transition to A side here. I think they definitely could make more plays up. They know that every single time the aggressive B push is coming out from the defenders. So just transitioning to A is not a bad idea as long as you can like get in a position to hold that retake better. I also wouldn't mind seeing a flank from Kestrel here, using a padded step stalker maneuver. But the defenders have moved over. In fact, here you go. You see her. She's moving slow. Now that they've taken so much time, they're in a bit of trouble. Because even if they smoke to get this plant down, you've got a Fixer looking at you. Or maybe Sensei's gonna be looking at Fixer. We'll see.
Time ticking. I think, Red, this is the first time this entire tournament where I felt like the offense is being pressured. Nice trade from both sides. Hizzy gets one, gets down. And the Saint value makes it around with the long range revive. No one able to come up and close that one out.
Bomb has been
See him.
dropped.
Arm, no foul. Steps out.
Again, Lossy versus who's that? Is Lossy able to beam him with the Riptide? And he's surviving long enough. The revive is probably going to be stuck. Down nade. Does hit and does find the kill. Lossy able to get that. Also, just to note, Hizzy is the sniper. Hizzy went with the tier on this one.
Bomb dropped.
Doing too shabby with it. Lossy had enough impact. Blowing up, trying to work things out. Turner finally shuts down that momentum. 2v1, up to the Mac.
Got light bomb. Flashes.
It's around the corner.
He only flashed one though. He wasn't able to flash both.
Enemies planted the bomb.
Couldn't
And
get
it
the
will not
bomb
matter.
down. Or it did get it down, but just too little too late. Ran out of time.
It was It was close. If he had flashed both there, I would have loved to see him like fly at the kills, because that flash is a long time. But he did see from the indicator he only got one, which is unfortunate for him. Unfortunate. That's the kind of situation though.
I'm still back here at Lossy taking out the Talon with, like, there was like 2 firm body shots at 42. I'm like, all right, Lossy's going down here. He was just out in the open. And once those headshots connect, good lord, that gun is a buzzsaw, man.
It drops faster than almost every other gun in the game, so it definitely designed that way to reward those headshots, and Lossy's hitting them where it counts. That's the second time he's had a straight 1v1 disadvantage on the first shot against Who's That, and beamed him for it.
Kimball's doing a little hop skip to see who's coming around. Put some defensive countermeasures down. Slower pace. I'm liking what we're seeing here. Who's gonna get froggy? I do think the onus is gonna be on Wendy's gang. The last time they kind of won the round, but just ran out of time and just forced themselves into a tough spot. I don't think we want to see that happen again. Should get the revive. Lossy down. Who's That says hello. Not losing that one. 54.
54.
Looking like the Who's That show here. That's another one. Hello.
Crushed us. Fight harder next time.
Who's gonna stop this guy?
I'm gonna say that was a fantastic round by Who's That right there. That was actually insane. Being able to, he got 3 people. He got the one when they picked up, able to get Chark as well with the C4, then turning for the hipfire onto the Dahlia. That was actually really, really well played. He won that round for the team right there. I'm not sure like how damn bad they would have been, but like he definitely clutched up where it mattered in that moment.
It wouldn't have been up, that's for sure. I really like what we're seeing out of Beef Shakers. Everyone steps up and makes plays, but every now and again someone shows up and they're just like, all right guys, I got this round for us, don't worry about it.
That is definitely the way that this team works is everyone is great individually, and then they have moments where they crack out. Like the round before, Cannibal's just flanked. He crouch walked into B site behind them all and then killed 2 of them. Like those plays are huge as Hizzy finds Lossy with the double C4. That's painful.
I would take that personally. Like that.
There was
C4 me.
There was tension behind it.
Trying to close things out right here. Jumps over. Turner gets it down. Leaves it in the Max hands.
We're in a 1v1. C4. Turner needs to win this.
Friendly's eliminated.
And he will not.
Gonna hurt our reputation.
That is not Joker winning the final round for the team. I just tried to pull up the scoreboard on my own controller. That's not how this works. That was wow.
That was that was an incredible start to this best of 3.
I agree. I think both teams showed great merits on both sides. I think there was definitely like you saw the way that Wendy's definitely could have won more rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And how you kind of want to see that just continue. But I think this is going to be good. I think for Vetus right now is going to test them really, really well. But that was a great start to the series, as you said.
I think what we saw there, and I like that Beef Shakers was pushed to do this. Good teams can play the game really well a certain type of way, but a great team can play the game really well in multiple ways. And I think what we've seen so far over the course of the tournament is just Beef Shakers puts themselves on the map, they run over and just kind of destroys their opponent, just is super aggressive, top, left, right, bottom, center, and they just kind of run things over. And Wendy's gang is the first team that we've seen so far that really kind of has stood up to that. And so like, no, like we can scrap too. We know how to make plays as well. And they kind of forced that slower, more methodical pace out of Beef Shakers. I think that's the first time we've seen it over the course of the tournament, but they can play really well at that too.
Yeah.
So now Wendy's gang just needs to adapt to even that. And that's when this series is going to get really interesting. I'm really excited to jump in this next round.
I agree. I think one of the big distinctions I saw between those two teams were the Beef Shakers are focusing a lot around this sort of DMR play, whereas you had, especially in the second half of that map, the more assault rifle coming out from the side of Wendy's with the Kestrel with the Riptide, and you had obviously the LMG there from Mac, which did such amazing work. I feel like that might be where they have the advantage of just like, hey, I'm going to trust you'll miss one shot, which is risky. It's a risky trust. If you miss that one shot, I'm going to beam you through. And that's exactly what we saw between the Lossy and Who's That matchup that came through. Unless, of course, Lossy gets double C4'd, in which case he's down tremendous on that one, isn't he? You saw the C4 come over, and you saw him blow up to it, and then you saw the second one, fractions of a second behind it, come in and then finish him. It was like, I would not want to be lost in that moment. I'd be like, okay, well, that's my game over to double C4.
You know, but if I'm Lossy, I'll take that, because what that says to me is that Lossy has commanded so much respect
Sure.
that he forced out that kind of response that they were like, we need to throw the kitchen sink down this hallway because we know Lossy's Riptide is going to be chopping through us otherwise. Moving over the map for round number 2 here, or game number 2, this best of 3, is Favelas. And I think that is the perfect map for what we've seen out of these teams, where things started out super scrappy, and then now there's going to be a lot more strategy that goes into what side is the offensive team looking to really go for? How is the defensive side of things looking to set up? This is going to be our first time seeing it with a tournament of this size, with this much on the line in season 2, where the TTKs are going to be so much shorter. So positions, rotations are going to be so important here. I'm looking forward to it, man.
I'm going to be honest. I want to see an Andal ban. I want them to remove that retake pressure, and I want them to play for scraps. I think that is actually where Wendy's gang may come out on top. That might be it. That might be the way. Remove the anvil. Remove that kind of, okay, well, we could play slow if we wanted to play slow. Just get rid of it and say, you know what? You have to fight us, or we will continue to push you. That being said, I could also very respectably see the fixer ban coming out, because that it is proved frustrating for these teams who have been going up against Beef Shakers to deal with the good fixers. And there's a few of them that are available on the side of Beef Shakers. So fixer ban is never going to go amiss.
Yeah, the fixer pick, especially on Favelas, I feel like it's very easy. You're in the UK. This is easy to be Uncle Sam, to just tax the hell out of anyone just trying to run by. It's like, all right, let's go set up over here. Oh, I just took 42 to the body from this DMR shot from across the planet. Oh, and just that ability to stall the potential play setup of the opponent, just kind of checking anyone that goes around. Like, all right, you're gonna take a body shot. I'm setting things up for my team. I'm not sure I'd want to deal with that personally. But no. I kind of want to see the Anvil ban just for the sake of variety, because like we've seen today, the Anvil pick just shifts the objective of each round so heavily. The play and counterplay around the wall. If you don't try to counterplay the wall, you're probably gonna lose to it. So I just want to see these teams go at it, man. I just want to see the best team win.
I even think we could potentially see a Scorch come out of this one. Scorch has been pretty common on this map, not so much in recent meta because she was kind of not great for a long time, but I could see a reasoning behind picking Scorch for the attack on this map, throwing an incendiary grenade at that corner and mini like we saw so many patches ago, and then just rush through the SLC, which is such a good gun. We haven't seen it pulled out by a Ronin yet, or a Scorch, but the SLC is an incredibly good gun right now. It is, especially you put fire on that as well. You can beam people from like DMR range. Like it's got potential. It's got passion in those shots. So we're probably gonna see. Well, probably, but I hope we see. I hope that's the kind of flex they bring in. Sigrid also very valuable on this map, pushing into mini garage with that shield is really, really good, but they're going to need smokes. The biggest downfall of this map from an attacking point of view is no smokes, which is why I could potentially see a fixer ban coming into, because if you're relying on smokes so much, you're not going to want a goggle popper to look through that. That's his new name, a goggle popper.
I'm going to ask you a very theoretical question here. Based off of the scrappiness in the first half and the strategy of the second half of game number 1, do you think that the Sigrid ban was justified, and do you see a different rogue being banned going into game 2?
So it was actually Wendy's gang that banned Sigrid. I do not think that was the call they needed. I don't think there's much Sigrid threat coming out of Beef Shakers. I may be wrong. I'm kind of hope I am right, proved wrong right here. But I think they could have manipulated the Sigrid a lot better. I think they really could have used it. They want a scrap. They're good in a scrap. So I want to see how they get it done. I want to see how Sigrid could be played in some of these matches at some point. But I do respect she's really, really strong right now. So if they want to ban her, it does make sense.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I feel like, we were talking about in the pregame that's a character that has a really high skill ceiling, but you can come up short if you don't pull things off exactly as you need to. But it seems like one of the players is having some connection issues. But everyone's getting back in. Hopefully we can jump into game number 2, and it sounds like we are starting. I agree with you that the secret threat, especially from a team like Beef Shakers, who have thus far just kind of played, I want to be in your face. Like, I just want to be super aggressive. I don't think you need to see that. And I'm kind of hoping we see the secret ban shift over to Anvil. That point control is so rough with Anvil.
100%. I really want the Anvil ban to come through. That would be the one that would be the most interesting for me, honestly. And he banned it. Perfect. That's an Anvil ban coming in right there. I love it. They can hear me. They're listening. Thank you. I think that's a really, really good one because, again, we change up the dynamic. Now you've got Beef Shakers here being like, okay, what do we run? What is the defensive strategy that we can do here now that we cannot play for retake? Unless, of course, there goes Sigrid, who can kind of just sit and defuse the bomb through the shield if she really wants. If you still want that retake, it just offers a little bit more interest.
Wait, you can defuse by holding the shield?
Yeah, you can revive through the shield, you can plan, you can defuse. There's a lot of good things to that shield. As it looks like Mac is the ban of choice for Beef Shakers. And I do not think that's an awful idea taking that off Turner. He is definitely slaying with it. It does leave Fixer open. But we'll see. The glitch is being hovered, and I want to see it right now. Lock it in, Lossie. Lock it in.
Especially with Trench coming out.
Yep.
I could see that being really strong.
And that honestly might be the reason for it.
I'm like, that seems optimal.
The only other reason you would potentially, the only other pick I'd say is good into the trench here is the Sigrid, because you are immune to that slow from the barbed wire. I mean, you can just push into Mini Garage through all his trip wires, through all his barbed wires without really much fear, and you also can kind of like clear the trip mine that might be there if he puts it on the corner. But of course, Glitch does the exact same thing, right? He can just hacks it instead of having to use the shield for it. So I like it. He also has the flashbang pressure then. And I think there's with the double flash coming out from these guys and no anvil, which makes more sense than the anvil ban, by the way, with the double flash. I like it. Dale for both sides as well, by the way. So all passive orientated links, double util on the side of Beef Shakers, and money in the bags for the side of Wendy's.
Yeah, I like the statement that makes. Round 1, you link up for the extra money. It's like, no, we're about to cash out here. I want to maximize our gains.
Let's lock this down.
Changing hands. This is our first time today seeing Glitch in action here in Season 2.
It is.
Added range on the hack. Forces the de-equip. A couple of shots there. Chapo gets woken up. Uh-oh. So far, Cannibals doesn't look to be under too much pressure. We saw a more methodical pace, Red, going into the second half of game number 1. Looks like that trend's going to continue here. Then the Madman hits Q and runs in.
And wins because of it.
All right, 1-for-1 trade. Dahlia down them. Comes around the corner. Hello? Hizzy set him up with a bomb. And it swung back in the favor of Red
Friendly's eliminated.
Swiftly.
That's gonna hurt the bottom line.
Crazy stuff, man. I thought
that was
in a really good spot.
They executed that push really well. So again, we have to do a spectator bug with the glitch hack here. You saw Capo on the Chark get kind of hacked, but the EMP kind of went off on his screen. That means that the glitch has hacked the enemies on the other team. So if we see an EMP happen on someone spectating, this probably means the glitch has used his hack ability, which is what happened there. Then they pushed off it with a really good push. I thought Chapo's ape onto the trench was really, really nice. They just then couldn't execute from there. The C4 came out, getting a really nice pick onto him, and they suffered. They suffered after the chaos had kind of cleared to keep control of the picks they got.
Very much so. I think his C4 kind of won that round for the team because Chapo was running in. Speaking of running in, eats a boatload of shots, is able to get back into cover. And challenge that, throws one over the wall. Doesn't get it down. Sensei, though, opposite side of the map, taking a knee. Should be able to get revived here. No one's going too far out of position. Slow, steady push towards B. Chapo still has the ability, I believe. Looks like the hack is going out.
Does hit multiple members. Oh no, Cannibals. Cannibals can't see. He's trying to run into safety, but he does not find it as it's 2 picks coming out from the blue team. 3 now as Hizzy is literally on 1 bar of HP, and he is taken out of there. Really good setup. That's exactly what they need to do. You see, the glitch hack comes down. They can't use their abilities. The flashbangs come out left, right, center, and 8-bing just happens. Through mid, through the smoke, through mini garage, through main site door. They're just using everything off that glitch hack to just bully them because there's no util. What are they gonna do? There's no C4 they can use. There's no like Kestrel ult they can use. It's all got to be used beforehand. Otherwise, that glitch hack is just too impactful.
That was textbook tactical breach and clear play from Wendy's gang. Like rounds like that are why I love Row Company, and to have a plan come together and be executed that well, that has to be such a boost in confidence for Wendy's gang.
100%. You can imagine the team comms going like, we're going now, and then everything's executed so well. The smoke at the right time, the hack at the right time, the flashbangs at the right time, and everyone moving together. That's what you need to see. As Chapo happens to go down to the Kestrel and full killed because of it, but will Who's That make it out with the stim? He may just be able to have the speed to get out. Lossy may hunt him down though. Flashbang does hit. But he's got a teammate to back him up. This needs to be careful. He's Hizzy. He knows there's 2 now. Doesn't care, or maybe he should.
He didn't care.
C4 plus bounce nade equals lots of blowing up. I think 2v2 now as chaos is happening, and we're looking.
He's eliminated.
Oh my God!
Hurt the bottom line.
Okay, Turner. Okay. Are we okay here? Are we, you know?
What happened between the halves? He's mad. He's like, you know what? We're winning. We're winning right now. That was so well timed.
Some frustration on the faces
Bomb has been
of
dropped.
Beef Shaker. Like he came around that corner with murderous intent. I am holding down mouse 1 until I see round 1 at the top of my screen.
I mean, this is and he did it, and he absolutely aped it. I mean, this is the sort of excitement that comes from these tournaments. Okay, this is the first season 2 big tournament for $1,000 prize pool of season 2. So there's a lot of hype coming here with these antimatter tournaments, and I can't wait for future ones as well. So guys, if you are in chat right now, make sure you hit the follow button. There'll be more to come on these channels on both Facebook, Twitch, and so many other places. So make sure you hit that follow button and stay tuned for the action.
Catches the grenade on the roll to the side. Cannibals cleans it up. Teamwork coming to things. Kestrel ult just confirming the ability to come over with the revive. Sensei on the ropes. It's back around the corner. Looks to take another peek. Cannibals full health. Hack comes out. Saw magic happen here last time. Flashbang goes out. Heard a confirmed connection. Trying to move forward.
Bomb's active. Find it and defuse it.
They use this one for the plant though, rather than aggressive like kills. They are trading out kills here now though, as it looks like 2 for red team go down and 1 for blue. But that's glitch getting lit up by Who's That. The Kestrel just so strong with the gunplay. When they hit their shots, they really hit them. 2v1 now. Tim comes out. Turner, Kestrel on Kestrel.
Wiped out.
They were cheating. They had help. We wanted to see the Kestrel 1v1.
Look how things are going, man. Wendy's gang are up to the challenge here.
You're
We might have to start thinking about game number 3 unless there's a huge shift. Their comp is working out amazingly well. Rad, this is the first time we're seeing Glitch in this tournament, and I gotta say, Glitch is looking like a very strong rogue in the current meta. Just his ability to get up on that he's getting into the same corner. It's like his team is just hard supporting him to get in that little nook outside the garage, and then all hell breaks loose after the hack, man. It's hard to stop.
I would love to see them stop Glitch getting there. I think they're putting a bit more focus on that now. You see, he got lit up a little bit there. But they can definitely stop him getting to that same spot, because where he's in that spot literally hacks everything. He hacks the entirety of Mini pretty much, gets all those trophies, all those trip mines, all those barbed wires, and they need to stop this. They need to stop that. As Turner is looking for the flank, Palace Step Stalker with the Riptide is going to do a lot for him. I wonder if he'll see Not Joker in the side there, as it looks like Cannibals is playing basketball in Mini Garage.
Yeah, he's over here balling. He needs to look at the top of the screen and start playing some Rope Company.
We're all trying to go for this shot. He's lining up for the headshot. He wants it. It's either going to be a headshot or a kukri being thrown across the map. Flash comes out. This is the time. This is what they're going for. Actually playing still kind of slow though. As
I'm very surprised. Ooh, Chapo gets laser beamed. Sensei down also. Cannibals. Guess he heard. He's like, hey, I can play the game too. Bomb goes down, however. In a 2v4 scenario, this Riptide is gonna have to go into overdrive. Foster gets taken out, and the rest is starting to look more and more like a formality. Turner's an incredible player, but that would be impressive to say the least.
I mean, the little switch to the pistol there from Cannibals to hit that final shot was actually really, really nice and clean. I like that a lot. I thought there was a big miscoordination on that play with them, where you had Chapo didn't quite understand where he'd flash somebody and where they'd run to, and he ran around and actually turned his back to the person that was going to kill him. But they aped that site really hard, the two of them, and got picked when they knew the Glitch was running down the bottom with Turner there already down on A site to plant the bomb. I feel like they went too aggressive, trying to make something happen there. And I get going aggressive to bait them to come up to B so you get the free plant off, but clearly losing two members for that is never really the worthy trade.
I agree, man. Right now we're looking at a hotly contested game number 2 in this best of 3. Chapo leading the charge. Shoots the grenade. The crouch forward, takes a peek over at A. Cannibals been setting up in that spot pretty much every round. Trophies in hand. Able to get a lot of crossfire. Doesn't even need it. Who's that? This is down on a Chapo. Jump through the window. Chapo picked up, downed again. He's going for it. There's the hack. There's no big green light, no advanced follow-up. No one's really trying to collapse when you're down your chalk in particular. The most that's going to be is just trying to slow down the potential advance on you. Like, all right, we'll just hack them, make sure they can't run in on us. But what now? They got 50 seconds.
There's a lot of slow play here. I mean, the rotate is definitely possible, but Lossie goes down with the bomb. It's going to be down to Turner to make a really good flank play here. He's got Palace Step, he's got Stalker, he's gonna run into the other Kestrel and get burned down nice and quickly. It's all down left to Sensei. He will.
That ragdoll.
Ragdoll is one of the best things of this game, and I hope they never change it.
So it seems like we're seeing something of a repeat of what happened over game number 1, where we saw Beef Shakers, try to scrap on even footing with Wendy's gang, and Wendy's gang just kind of had this dynamic playmaking potential to get the upper hand. But once the pace starts to slow down and things become more methodical, it almost seems like Beef Shakers is a stronger team playing more strategically, which is pretty insane to say, seeing how strong they are when they're just super offensive. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think part of that is just due to the fact they're running into 3 DMRs and an AR with 2 subs. So they win 8 pressure. They don't win technically a sniper. Sorry, not 3 DMRs as a sniper on the enemy team. So going slow, going methodical, and playing like that is going to benefit the longer range weapons who can control your crossing. A more aggressive play would be much better here using those subs. So I'm surprised they haven't really kind of matched the same aggression that they were doing earlier. Again, Gate Glitch in his position, but they got to be careful of that. They need somebody watching his mini garage there. There's no excuse for him dying in that situation. They need the res, but Hizzy finds a snipe from nowhere. I don't even know where that hit from. That will be a nice trade actually coming down. All I see in the kill feed is Kestrel ults, killing everything and Riptides. It's literally Kestrel ults and Riptides in the entire kill feed. Right there is it's now 2v2. Glitch Kestrel versus Dahlia Kestrel.
I'm actually impressed that Wendy's gang was able to recover
He's
as
gonna
much
die
as
going
they
for this
did.
bomb. Who's that has a great angle on his planning? Oh no. There he comes in.
Bombs down.
And that'll be the 4 kills coming down for Beast Shakers, who turned what was a 3-1 into a 4-3.
Incredible stuff, man. They are not trying to see game number 3.
They do not want to. They don't want to lose a map this series and or this tournament. And you know, I mean, they're up. I would give defensive side pressure to this map. So I'd definitely give the defense an advantage. So we'll see exactly how they play around that. Looks like they're going for a kind of. There it is. There it is. I knew it was
Okay.
coming out. The Sigrid is locked, and I am so happy about it. It's gonna be a massive counter to that trench. I said you either go for the glitch or you go for the Sigrid. One team went glitch, pulled it off effectively. We'll see if the Sigrid ends up being the same sort of effective thing or whether it's a throw. Other than that, same team comps. Plus buy.
The Kestrel ult is just too juicy a prospect to leave on the ground. That last round in particular turned into a bloodbath thanks to the Kestrel in particular. Another chance to see Sigrid in action here. I think they were selected once and never really came to fruition, the promise of what this character can do. In the hands of what we're looking at here, I think we're going to start to see some of the merits of the rogue for sure.
I definitely think so. I think we saw Crypt. That was a standoff between the Vi and the Sigrid with no one pushing anything or shooting. That was the last time we saw Sigrid.
Use that, rolls across, takes 38 for the trouble. Is he on the chalk? Again, slower pace, more methodical. It's cool to see this in the face of the new meta with shorter TTK. Chaco gets the green light and runs through. Not able to come away with the down. Sigrid, Cannonballs trying to help close that out. Unsuccessfully so. Grenade bounces in. That could be trouble. Turn her down. Hizzy 1-for-1 so far. Uh-oh. Who's that? You can never count out who's that, man. Every now and again, he's just gonna pop off.
I'm trying to bait shots out, trying to find positions there. That's gonna be Sensei taking out Hizzy there. Kind of even up a little bit, but that's still a disadvantage.
I'm surprised there wasn't a hard collapse to try to close out. Like, they're one. They have to be super low. However, you see the bomb go down. 2v3. Starting to feel a bit more doable until Chapo gets down.
Is this a 2v1 from Canny as he tries to shield bash him down, but the punch comes out.
A lot of time was spent closing that kill out. I think that was I don't know if they needed to go for that kill.
I mean that was an interesting one. We definitely saw. What I liked actually was the Vi. I liked that the Vi is such a good counter to the Sigrid. Took like 10 damage off it, which I guess isn't a lot, but like that does force Sigrid away from the plant so easily in that corner, which is what their initial plan was. But still, like they made it work. The Sigrid proved strong. I'm surprised he actually lost the second one, but I don't know how he got punched. I guess he was shooting and he might have like punched over the shield onto his head because you can't punch through the shield anymore. So I think that was a like because he was shooting, because he was moving, kind of hit him on the side sort of thing.
Either way, nothing damage. Who's that steps out? Turner gets a turn to watch the rest of the round as a spectator. Score up, shield up. Poison comes down, forces out the roll. Step forward shock. Ability activated. Looking to tank.
Friendlies eliminated.
Sensei, down.
Wow.
Out.
Wow.
And that is a steam roll.
The cash 1v1s are really important. Like, whichever cash wins that 1v1 is like really, really key to how that's going to go, because that game, the moment Turner died there, all flank pressure was open for who's that, and he capitalized on it clearly. And then you have the Cannibals who went very, very low through Vi Poison, through fire, popped that stim to save his life, and then continued to push aggressively with the help of his teammate to his side. Like, you know that's an aggressive combo. The Chark Sigrid, very, very aggressive, very, very good at just pushing people out by flashing them and just with that immunity from the additional health or the shield. It's really strong.
And he's needing to go back to the drawing board here. 2 rounds left.
Let's lock this
for
down.
Beefcakers to confirm a 2-0 victory. Stay on the corner. Smoke grenade comes out. Through that. Shield. Door up. A couple of shots on Chapo who's retreating. Sensei help recover Chapo's escape. Bomb should be going down here momentarily though. Hizzy's gonna go down and out. Lossy gets back around the corner to keep themselves alive. Ooh, trade?
Good trade in the 2v1 there, but that's 2v2. The Dado res, are they resing? Are they gonna go for this manual res or not? I'll be interested. I'd be surprised if they didn't. And there you go. They do manage to get one. So it is a 3 versus 2 here. Bomb is down, so it is on blue team, but that's an uneven trade going out instantly there. 2v2.
Yeah, the moment Lossy rolled like that, that's. I don't think you can roll around corners like that with shorter TTKs. That's another example of what we just saw.
Wow.
Okay.
And that's gonna be the defuse. That's needed. Then let's at the revive, get a little bit of extra cash flow in there. But that was a little bit sloppy even still. Even though they won the round, I was expecting a little bit more from Wendy's in terms of winning that fight. They had numbers advantage, but they didn't play together until right at the end there. The last like, hey, you bail your life, do some damage, I'll finish it off. That was good, but they definitely can't roll out and take a free pick when you have numbers advantage.
They definitely wanted to play that one a little tighter. I do think that round is the... Anyone watching right now should be like, all right, maybe rolling around a corner is not the play with these shorter TTKs, because by the time... that was twice in a row. By the time the person stood up, they were like already dead. You just can't really...
I think it works if you have a teammate behind you ready to trade you out. Like, you kind of bait out with the roll, maybe be a bit more evasive so you don't insta-die, like walking out. But yeah, if you're just rolling out alone, I wouldn't really be rolling around these corners. Personally.
Wouldn't be me. All right, here we go.
Couldn't be me.
6-4.
Now we're going to see that Sigrid shield plant, I think. Yeah, this ult's going to kill. He's not rolling up, but he actually gets away with that. That's incredible. Stims up to full health. That is got to be annoying if you're Turner. I would have been shooting bullets. The Semtech, Zai no longer has tenacity. That's definitely a suffering one as it is full killed. Now it's down to a 4v3. Not looking too hot for the red team here. Stims do not care about your grenades. I have tenacity. I'm good. The fire, however, hurts. So do the bullets follow.
They might have to show a bit more concern.
Wow.
Now, who's that show yet again? Check him out on the left side of the kill feed.
We've been wiped out. Regroup and try again.
Wow. I will give a massive shout out to Hizzy there on the chart. He beamed one and then almost full beamed another from massive distance. Who's that? Obviously was there to team shot with him, but who's that on 19 downs, 23 elims? He's been part of most of these kills that have gone on this game, and he's definitely stepping up where it counts.
And has the cash to show for it.
Hey, that's cash draw.
Point here.
What started so well in this map for Wendy's gang is proven a bit more tough. I think they really lost the momentum of playing together on their attack, and they really needed those rounds.
I agree. They are going to have to really clutch up here for 4 straight rounds if they want to see game number 3. Else, it's going to be a trip down to the losing side of the bracket. Grenade comes out. Chapo starting to set things up with Vi. Turner not only confirms the kill on Who's That, but gets the down on Joker as well before going down and trading. That has to help them out a lot.
Yep, this is the reviving. That's going to be a 4v2. It would be tragic if they lost this round, but hey, into a Sigrid shot. Possible. I didn't even know that was a gap in the wall. That is insane. It looks like you can. You put a DMR or a sniper through. I mean, sniper wouldn't work, but you put a DMR through that gap, you're looking great. As it is a 2v3 now. Health bar's still high on the side of the red team. Oh, Cannibals with 1 shot left. Does Sim is going to move on for the kill. Does trade it out, but not enough. Numbers disadvantage proved too strong as Turner goes to the DPs.
Even that looked a little touch and go, man.
Bomb's been disarmed. Mission is scoop.
I was starting to get a little worried for Wendy's gang, but that's one. 3 to go.
The cash difference of the highest players of each team is 19,500. That's insane. That's insane. It's a little bit more even as you go down the board, like, you know, but like that top brick with the Kestrels really emphasizes that economy difference.
Do they have anything else left to buy at this point?
I mean, give it another round, probably not.
All right. Same situation. Match point here. Do or die for Wendy's gang. Chopper wave with a strafe across. Tear gas. Just cover that angle for the moment. Kestrel comes out, not able to pick up the down that they had to have been looking for.
This rat coming from China right now. He's gonna get that kill instantly. Did they find it? No, Canny's still alive. Just managed to go down eventually, but it doesn't matter who's down on the left side of the kill feed. Just won the round. That I'm still in disbelief.
That was a rat. Like they let Sigrid in.
Far. That was further than she needed to be for Turner to be able to probably try and finish up that kill. Not gonna lie to you, that it probably could have ended that one a few milliseconds earlier.
I did not. I was like, are they on the same team? Like,
I mean, it was a little bit wonky, but no. So clearly that's exploded very, very quickly. A lot of team fight happened in that last one, but that is going to be Beef Shakers going 2-0 in map count and haven't lost a map yet in the tournament as they move into the finals. Very interesting. Of course, we still have losers bracket to look through, and then yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting.
Impressive stuff all the way around. I think both teams did a really solid job. That was the most tested I think we've seen Beef Shakers over the course of the tournament so far. There were a few moments there, Rad, where I was like, Game 3 is more or less assured. And it just seemed like the plan B didn't really come to fruition. The first half of that game really kind of decided things for me, because it was what, 4-1 at one point?
Yeah, I think it was 3-1. 3-1, and then
it was 3-1, and then it just seemed like the thing that was working for them, getting Glitch into position, getting the hack, and then collapsing afterwards, they either abandoned that strategy or they just felt like it was shut down hard enough that they just stopped going for it. And from there, it just kind of became the Beef Shaker show. And I think if they kept to that strategy for the first half, we could be talking about game number 3 right now.
Yeah, I think they must have come across some sort of like some issue where they weren't able to get the Glitch exactly where they wanted him. But then at that point, you put all your effort at doing it, right? If it's worked so well, you keep Chark there on tree, Rage pushing like he was. You put Glitch in that position right where he was to get the hack off, and you just cover his mini garage. And that's something I noticed the one round I pointed out is he tried to make the cross like he has been doing, and he got beamed. And there's no excuse for that at this point. You need just 2 eyes watching that door, and you at least trade that out if you have to. Honestly, at that point, I would have just linked to the Glitch. He was that vital to you that linking to the Glitch wouldn't have been a bad idea. And also being able to see equipment through walls is never too shabby either. So I would have liked to have seen. They had so much going for them in those first 4 rounds, and then they lost it somewhere. And I would have loved to have seen that just continue.
You know what I'd love to see, Rand? I'd love to see everyone watching now to follow these accounts. The Darkmatter Demolition series. This is our second one, $1,000 tournament here for season 2. These teams are showing up, putting on an amazing show. If you have any interest in competitive Roko and other things, definitely give the channel a follow and jump around for that, because there's more coming in the future for sure. But looking at the bracket. Let me take a look here really quick.
I believe we're gonna have Lager or whatever they're called versus Beef Shakers for the winners bracket final. This will decide who goes into the grand final, and then of course we'll dig down to losers bracket afterwards as well to see who will be in that grand final. But the winners bracket final, best of 3, Beef Shakers, we've seen dominate so well, versus Lager Gaming. We're gonna figure it out eventually. They've had a good performance going through. It seems like Midday is doing a pretty good job at moving through as well. If they're going to be them versus 6, and that will decide who goes into Gorillas in the Mist. So that'll be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting to see.
I'm really glad to see Midday still pushing through. I think if they make an adjustment or two, that they would be fine. Gorillas in the mist. I'm gonna see where.
So they just lost to Lager Gaming, who we're about to go up against. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with Lager. I'm going with Lager. That's what I'm going with. So we'll jump into this match. It should be interesting. It should be interesting. I think I know this team, Lager Gaming. I know them. They are good players. They are playing other tournaments and things. They've been with each other for a very long time as well. That's one thing to notice. They have very good chemistry. And I know that obviously Beef Shakers have good chemistry, but they haven't been together nearly as long as this team. So potentially that and playing through so many seasons may go into Lager's favor here. Moving into this, so kind of interested. Honestly, I think they could pull up a little bit of an upset. I wouldn't say they're a dark horse. I would have said I would have said they would give Beef Shakers a run for their money. But I am still interested in the story of Gorillas in the Mist going down in losers bracket. I'm sad they got doing it down, but I'd like to get one of their games in as well at some point.
We'll see. One of the things that's been really interesting for me over the course of the tournament today is to see what rogues have been selected and haven't been selected. And for me, the most surprising rogue is Chalk. Because looking at the patch notes, I'm like, the shorter TTKs, what like are you gonna see diminished value out of the ability? You know, the be able to overheal yourself. And I think what we're seeing is the ability is effectively giving them season 1 TTK times for them. Whereas they're still able to shred. So it's almost like the value out of that has become more acute because you can still get bursted down pretty quickly. But if you do find the right time, it's going to be more impactful. So it feels more like a higher risk, higher reward scenario. And these players are finding the right time to get those rewards.
I think so too. I think the risk of being beamed as a Shark is very high right now. But if you can get your team to cover you as you do it, you're looking okay. Especially running through Vibe Poison. We saw that a lot last map. They did it really, really well.
Is there a rogue that you were surprised to see as much, or maybe to not see?
I mean, I'm glad we saw Fixer, Sigrid, Glitch. I'm glad we've seen them in little bits. I'm surprised actually we haven't seen more Mac out of Beef Shakers. They are choosing to avoid that rogue. They haven't played it once, I don't think. They played against it a few times, but they are not seeing the value of it as opposed to other things. They are prioritizing Trench really heavily, whereas we haven't seen a lot of teams do that. So interesting. I would like to see some Mac from them. Mac has got one of the strongest guns right now, so I'm surprised they're not using it, taking advantage of that, especially as mechanically good as they are.
Okay. For me, I'm kind of the Sigrid pick. I think it looked its strongest in this last game that we just saw.
Yeah.
There were a few times where I'm like, okay, like that's kind of winning the round. That's having an impact. But it didn't seem to be like super strong to me. What are your thoughts on Sigrid so far? Of what we've seen?
The issue with Sigrid is that you have to make sure you outgun them. So I want to see a little bit more, but we are going to go over to Factory here, which is a good Sigrid map. It's a good counter to Trench on this map. So I hope we get to see some good things coming out of the Sigrid here, potentially if they decide to pick it up. And I would be interested if Beef Shakers would want to pick it up here. But we'll go into ban phase now, see exactly what they're going to ban. Banning the Trench, not an awful option. Honestly, Trench is really obnoxious on this map. This is also one of the more traditional Scorch maps. This was where Scorch kind of made herself shine. So we'll see if they decide to pick it. That is a very, very quick ban of Fixer. Everyone's like, no, get him out. So Fixer ban on the side of Beef Shakers, which is again a little bit surprising because Hizzy has been proven to done really, really well on that rogue. We'll see what Lager decided to ban here as well. Rock Soldier, Drew Whitlock, King Prenade, and Goldie Slays. Banning the Lancer, which I hate as a ban. I'm not gonna lie to you. Lancer is not.
Why don't you tell me how you really feel about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've this is even in ranked I would advise against. Even if you hate Lancer, this is not a Lancer map. Honestly, this is not one of those maps that Lancer particularly shines on. I think. But potentially there is the reasoning behind just really trying to abandon a site and stick on one site and not wanting to deal with the flank pressure. So maybe I get it, but I don't know. I feel like maybe would have been higher priority bans coming out of that one. As we see the Scorch locked in as I wanted. I'm glad it's here. Right. This could be obnoxious. This could be very. If King Prenade has got his. If he goes Arbitrator, I'm gonna. That's a whole. We're going back a few meters with that one. He'd have to be really, really on point with the Arbitrator to make it work now that it's a 90 body shot rather than a full kill. So, but they have full retake pressure. That's the one thing they have is they have A very old traditional comp. Honestly, that is like 3 months ago kind of comp, and I wonder if with the new time to kill, it's gonna make it work.
Yeah, this is our first time we're getting to see Scorch with everyone being able to kill much faster with this current season and this current patch. I was wondering if Scorch would be a bit overshadowed or not as useful. Still viable, but just like a lot more people can shred to the same degree that Scorch used to. So I'm really looking forward to see, because you know her weapons got buffed too, so her TTK is gonna be even shorter now.
I mean, 100%. We'll see exactly how the players they hear all the sounds coming up. You see Cannibals jumping up there, getting some information. Little bunny hops going along. So the internet says that was such a good timing on that. Wow, that incendiary grenade was perfectly timed in that moment, and that is 2 picks for absolute free. There's no way he didn't see it. Maybe they just thought they had the positioning on them to ape them, but that was really well done.
Hey, Red, I wonder if Scorch will get any value this game.
With the 8-3 Southpaw as well, that was the real one.
Yeah, man. All right, rock solid start here for Lager. Teammate has to command a lot of attention on this point. He's looking for the head pop. Joker's not too far off either. Being on attack when you're down 2 people is a little rough in the pistol round, as we're seeing.
Especially when the bomb is on the defender's side. There is full control by the defenders right now.
Anvil still has the wall available also. Pre-made him.
Oh, another person jumping.
There's the flip over the wall. Ambitious.
When will they learn? Jumping over into the Scorch is not what's going to work for them. As another one tries it, I think. He jumps over on 1 shot.
They crushed us.
Guys, okay, we're going to abandon the wall strategy. This is what I need. I need us to abandon the wall strategy into the Scorch. He almost picks up a 4-piece. If he was ready and didn't go for the revive and he just watched it, he gets a 4-piece there. Purely on jumping over the wall.
Well, he was like, they're not insane. They're not going to have all 4 jump over this wall, are you? And lo and behold. Okay.
I think potentially it was a last haymaker play, being like, you know what? They've got the bomb. We're 2 people down, 2v4. Let's do something. Let's try something. And maybe the unexpected will work out for us, but it did not in this case. And we'll see if if they abandon the A strategy and go for B instead. More traditional, but also more annoying to deal with into a Scorch Anvil retake comp. As Scorch has switched up sides, has gone for the SLC. Which I'm glad about, but also kind of that the EMP comes down.
Yeah, the viewer in me wouldn't have minded seeing the shotgun, but as a competitor, I definitely think it's the safer option. Holy gets nuked on the corner. Renate, not able to roll around the corner. Campbell answering back. Didn't like how round number 1 went. Hizzy nuking. Back to the red.
Bombs active.
They're still beef shakers. They still are who we've seen. Play basketball.
We just saw it in the camera. I'm just over the wall. We just saw it in this angle. Oh no! I can't do it. He's got 2 picks. He's got 2 picks here. That's a really nice bounce nade to find that one.
Hey.
He's the toe. Might go for the shots.
And
100% get these 4 kills. Cool.
tagged for trying to make it across.
Not really much you can do. I think playing for money is the safer option. It could actually get cannibals here, or could go for Who's That, who's still playing basketball over on the side. Bounce comes out. He's trying it. Danny!
The enemy's detonated a bomb. Regroup and
Giving
try
away a
again.
lot of free cash there. We'll see if Who's That gives away some as well. Never mind, he's able just to
Oh.
get that kill. Only just though, and with the SLC in hand. Sorry, I'm not gonna lie. The watching him line up the basketball and seeing it jump over the wall on a different shot was kind of broke me a little bit in that one. Yeah, that's a good emote.
He's dropped.
It's a good throw. It's a good throw.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they didn't throw the round with it though, and they were able to still just win. I think that round just came down to some kids getting outgunned. Apart from Drew, who absolutely slayed through 3 of them, the Anvil definitely missed far more shots than he had than he could have in that situation. And then the King Prene there on the score just wasn't aware that Canny had pushed all the way up to his side and shot him in the butt.
Yeah, that was an instance of exactly how fast a team Beef Shaker's gonna be. Goldie got vaporized on that corner.
Absolutely.
And by the time he was even able to say, I'm down, like pre-nade was already in trouble and unable to get that roll around, so things are gonna get tied up.
Enemies have armed the bomb.
You see a
Disarm
slower
it.
pace, however. Cannibals taking a few shots. Soldier off on the distance. Bomb does get planted though.
Now that they haven't traded deaths here, this is where the retake element of their comp comes in really well. You've got Kestrel. Oh, who's that actually trying to do that? They need to stick that revive right now. We can't be having our Dade going down. They do see one of them. No C4 in hand to stop it, but this poison's obnoxious as well as Cannibal finds Rock Soldier. Goldie will split that down into who's that, and the revive will be stuck once more by King Pre-Nade here.
The medic of the round apparently gets the second revive.
Goes to fire.
On the corner, gets one tick, forces Cannibals back.
Trip mine!
Oh,
Sorry, he didn't see it
Run it
though.
again.
The trip mine will get his first pick of the tournament.
That's so messed up, man. All you hear is like,
I mean, I saw the little white lines. I'm like, does he see the little white line? He just threw an EMP there as well. Like, they probably should have cleared it, honestly.
hey man, I was dead. I didn't see that at all.
I actually really respect the double EMP though coming out already from King Pre-Nade on the Scorch. It's definitely the way this strategy works. It's literally, it's the way it always used to go is, you stay alive, you survive, you don't get the bomb plant down, then you EMP, Vi poison, just put the shield down, Scorch goes and sits behind it with a fire immunity so you can't get flushed off, and then you win the round. But they're not really able to execute this. They haven't been able to execute a good retake yet. They haven't been able to get amber in position. They're getting picked a little bit too much. And I think that's shows good adaptation by Beef Shakers to just not allow them to have such pressure on the retake.
I agree. Beef Shaker's just able to take things from 0 to 100. And I haven't really seen the merits of this composition pay off for Lager just yet. Like, Scorch has done all right, but not to an extent where I'm like, okay, that's why you take Scorch. They've just been kind of playing the game. Oh,
This is bad for Pre-Nade right now.
yeah.
Oh, 30 HP. Can he might roll on this? He chooses not to. He has got cover on the side. Hizzy does find 2 though over on the flank, which is great. Who's that? And he does find him. Told you that SLC beams in the right hands, but it does not stop you from getting shot in the back. Not even in this meta.
Just the world came down on him. The rest of the team was already taken out. And that was another instance where it just feels like the Scorch pick. I don't think there's a rogue that really changes what happened in that immediate round. But just in terms of X Factor playmaking, like Scorch has just been a damage dealer so far.
You're with me.
100%. The Scorch has really good kill pressure, but the way that Canada was able to just get up onto the site and then throw that barbed wire right next to her so she can't really maneuver to kill him is really, really good. And like that's the execution. I think there needs to be a little bit more focus either on not allowing Kane to get them to plant the bomb, or play your retake comp and let them have it. Then stop playing up on the box unless you're going to beam him right here. Stop wasting EMPs because I think that would be better right there. I mean, they got it with the trip mine, but with the APS, but right there would be a much better position to waste an EMP to get rid of those barbed wires.
I fully agree. Cannibals on the corner, Pre-Nade. Seen them square up here before. Hizzy gets the down and out on the green Whitlock. Closing barbed wire on the corner. And Pre-Nade's position pretty dicey. Gets down.
Been wiped out. Run it again.
And again, that's another instance where Pre-Nade just kind of sets up on this corner. Everyone knows it. And when Beef Shakers feels like going in, they just throw the barbed wire, throw the poison, and pretty much get a free den.
I mean, I agree. I'm interested in what's happening on the side of like Hizzy here as well, because Hizzy seems to be getting a lot of downs
Been dropped.
on the other two. Like we know what's happening with the Scorch and the Anvil, but what is Hizzy doing exactly? Is he flanking? Like, is this where he's getting these picks from? Is he just beaming them through while this all aggression happens? And that's what I will say about Beef Shakers. They are being aggressive at the exact same time at different points of this map, and that's what you need to do. Otherwise, you're allowing team shots to come through. You're focusing a little bit too much on one area. But that's not what Beef Shakers are doing. They're splitting the attention really well as they move back towards the A site for this push instead.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Hizzy is positioned to kind of be the secondary portion of their board. Maybe that's how it's working out. Oh no! Oh
Wow,
no!
the ultimate. They jumped the wall again, by the way. Did not matter as they do slay out. It's a 2v1 now. Daria not got a link available. Who's that? Could pull this off though. That nade's gonna hurt. Hits a 40, not enough. Rock Soldier. Gotta have his gun out. Now we're in a 1v1. And honestly, Anvil v Kestrel in this 1v1 situation, I'm giving this one to Anvil. To Kestrel. Oh, it's a Daria. Never mind, I like you. Anvil can have this one. Revive stuck on millimeters of health.
Almost baited out the move forward. Who's that? Was able to confirm the kill. 1-on-1 in the corner. No bomb planted. Bomb in sight of Anvil. Goldie has to come up big for the team here.
Big ass
Goes out. There's the roll. And Goldie slays.
Yes, he does indeed. I think if that was a Kestrel instead of Daria, Kestrel wins that.
I agree.
That was
Especially,
that was
their old up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I think honestly, if Rock Soldier had not stimmed or stimmed slightly earlier, and just had his gun up ready, he would have won that fight.
So I'm sure they would have wanted to get that one back. But when
hey,
they
didn't
needed it, Goldie Slays came up. It's their second round on the board. Going into this second half, they would love to be able to get a 4-3 here after how the game's gone so far.
The 4-3 would be really, really respectable here, but you can see that comp isn't what's working for them. If I'm Trinidad, I'm running off this one. You might be able to find not Joker here. But who's that with the eagle eye? They're actually playing really aggressive on this. Okay, they're playing this one super aggro, and they do find a pick because of it. But they get double killed instead. That's the problem. Oh!
Gorge.
I'll trade that one out. It is a 2v2, and we actually see, I think it's Hizzy there on the flank on the Kestrel. If they just play for that one kill in front of them, they might be okay.
This has become very doable.
Hizzy on the flank.
Maybe not, though. Rock Soldier down.
Sword in hand of Drew right here. Might go for a melee kill to even up the tides of this battle. Smoke Grenade comes in. Has 2 APS should he need to use it.
Bomb in hand. Who's that looking to take it over to A?
Oh no.
3 on the corner.
Oh no.
Bop.
Bop indeed.
Was that a headshot? Had to be.
It was not a headshot, but no, it upgraded. He upgraded it to the point
okay.
where it has a little bit more. That was a body shot, but hey, melee weapons. People don't expect them nowadays. That's the first melee weapon kill, apart from the one who's that got on High Castle. I think it's the second melee weapon we've seen actually thrown today.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do it to somebody.
Exact same comp coming out from Beef Shakers on their Switch. So they're running attack and defense with the exact same comp.
Which doesn't surprise me based on what we've seen them see. Yeah,
Secret. We're gonna see it.
Let's go.
I'm looking forward to it.
When you start the day playing Chalk on defense on Windward, you attack and defense are merely concepts for you at that point.
I mean, 100%. They're just playing whatever they feel like rogue comp-wise may make sense for whichever plays. And that's what I like about this is whenever new metas come out, the traditional things aren't necessarily the best things anymore. Even like the only viable things. Like Vi used to be the only rogue you could play on every map. Like you would play at every single map. Now it's not so much the case.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign of how the game is balanced when there's a sense of like, all right, the game should be played like this. But then you can play things to counteract that, and the way it should be played isn't so good that there's no alternative. So I think that's why we're starting to see so much creativity and why the meta will really start to shift around here in the weeks and months ahead.
The only issue I have with the Sigrid pick here is you're running into a Kestrel, and Kestrel don't care about your shield. So in this case, she might. She's having some issues with her plant, I think. I think she was going for plant there or trying to bait out plant. She semtex herself. King Prenade, are we okay? Is everything is the controller broken?
Something's going on here.
Yes, I think there may be a smoke grenade on that point. Okay, and we're good. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Getting the bomb down. Shield wasted. Semtex wasted. But that's going to be cannibals all the way over on the side. Wowza. He full flanked. He is full flanked. He's sitting up in heaven, and he is slaying as he finds 2 picks right there. Now trying to be dealt with, but hey, with only Rock Soldier left alive, 1 versus 3. I don't care how good a tester you are, we're getting 8 right now. Does try to kill, get some money, but is what it is.
It's 1 down.
I'm super glad we have the Secret in this game. I think there's a lot that the Secret can do, whether you go A, whether you go B. The counter ability to the trench is really, really strong. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how it works out.
Yeah, like when Secret first was announced and came out, I was very much looking forward to seeing how the Rogue would show up in competitive and come out super strong. I think as an opportunity for a renaissance here. So the more instances we're seeing, the more chances we can see where they fit into the overall competitive landscape. I think they're going to be in pretty good hands here. We're getting some really quality games so far.
Yeah, and I think Secret's in a really good spot. I love that trip mine location, by the way. You just saw it there at the bottom of Trench's feet on that wall. They jump over the wall, dead. And he's going for another one. He wants to put it back down there. Some of those trip mine locations can be really obnoxious. We're looking 6-2 in the round.
What happened to you?
Got lit up by something. Probably a DMR. Well, most likely in current meta. Probably a DMR. I don't like how passive this team is playing right now. How Lager are playing. Because you have an aggressive comp. You have a Secret. As they do try to aim. Take great shots though from Pre-Nade. You know what? Never mind. You can play that quick acceleration into just like blowing them up is amazing. Let's see another one who's taking that half HP, and he is going to go for the plant right now. This is the shield plant I was talking about. You can do it. He is protected from his front, and he rolls out, gets the bomb down, and they've planted for not just like mid, but like all the way back in mid, so they can fall back to some really good locations. And with that, an amber retake option, they're looking good here. They're looking very, very good here.
Pre-nade and who's that? Both able to hang on with low HP. 3-4 in favor of Lager. There's a chance for him to get a 3rd one on the board. Looks what to do right now. Who's that take? Dare to dream on that defuse. I don't know what they thought was going to happen. But what likely would happen did. He's not joking, getting taken out. Goldie Slay showing up. Pre-nade shifting around the corner. Shield in hand. Gets a couple of shots. Making the rest of this feel like more of a formality.
Wow.
Big shots on the Goldie though. Drool on the flank. Hello.
Cannibals with that HRM might be one of the best HRM users in the game. He absolutely beams with that weapon. I've seen him do it even like back when like HRM wasn't necessarily even meta. He was using that weapon and just slaying through with it as Trench. Like, he's got the shots. He shot an elbow for 3 times 28. That's a lot.
Bomb dropped.
Not too bad. I think that round in particular was probably the strongest we've seen in terms of value for Sigrid. That was just really impactful from the start. Like you said, the beginning of the round started off pretty passively for Lager, but once they moved forward off that Secret shield, oof.
I agree. I think I don't like the passiveness when you have something like a Secret, because you know they're doing a 2-2 split by this point. You know how they're set up. Moving quickly before one jumps the wall to try and stop you is probably going to be in your best interest. So you smoke, you go, you shield. The issue is they don't have a reveal. I would have loved to have seen potentially even a Seeker instead of a Trench maybe here. Or even a Seeker instead of the Kestrel, although I think Kestrel's value is very high. Just to bow out who might be there. Even a Talon could be really good. Get another Deadeye on the board. Oh no, not the trip mine. I need to see more trip mine kills coming out of these people. Rock Soldier does. Oh, is going to find nobody as he is taking down one. Almost takes down who's that though. That was actually really close. The grenade comes in, does not find them first. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Revive coming out though. That was through Secret Shield, or not through, like on top of Secret Shield. That's very, very impressive damage.
Precision on point here. Bounces around a corner, a couple of shots. He's got to cover this angle too. Trench shredded.
Yeah, very bad spot in the back of their spawn. And now getting double value tilled left, right, and center. Pre-nade ticking away, ticking to death.
Friendly's eliminated. That's gonna hurt the bottom line.
Cannibal just ran around that corner with a trip mine in his hand. by the way. He was prepared to rush her and throw a trip mine at her feet. That was his game plan in that moment before she got killed.
Active memes out here. I love to see
Hey, I
it.
mean, look, if you get the kill doing that, go for it.
You've earned it.
You earned it. You just like throw barbed wire at them, make them not be able to move. Basically, just walk up to them, put a trip mine down, and see how it goes.
Got the poison there for the giggles. All right, potential game
Map
point here.
Point. Yes. See how they go in here.
Lager back to the wall. Got to do it 5 times in a row. See how they approach it. Drew moving up, getting a position. As he spots Goldie, gives him a few warning shots before dropping back in position.
This nade could hit.
After a couple trades. No hit on the grenade.
Shields up.
Good. Grenade pushing the team forward. That's going to force out a shift
Enemies
position.
armed
Izzy
bomb.
steps around. Up the ult, I believe. Doesn't get the pickup on the Sigrid. Bomb planted. 10 hits. Back to 100. Shot in the back.
They are both so low. They only see it as a stim just to be able to get out of there, but doesn't actually look like she's used it or she got tagged during it. This is a really, really big piece of aggression coming out from B-Shake there as the nade finds not Joker. That's really, really important.
After being under so much pressure, the first down and a couple after will go the way of the red team. Lager not ready to go out just yet here on game number 1. Bomb is planted.
Gonna hurt our reputation.
Drew gets the bomb, gets the round. All right, 4 more to go. Let's do it.
It's looking really, really good for
Let's close this
the
contract out.
for the red team here. They're executing these a lot better, I would say. I mean, I wonder what would happen if they decide to 3-stack or 4-stack the B site instead of 2-2ing it. I think they'd run into a bit more opposition. It'd be a bit like harder. But as long as Secret is alive and gets that specific plan, it's so hard for them to do anything. That plan is like, it really, really allows them to sit as far back as they want and still be able to watch the bottom.
It's so interesting because it seems like they're starting to really find their footing in this matchup, starting to develop some momentum. It'd be rough to start getting all the steam engines going and then you just lose and you have to kind of ice yourself and go to the next game. So let's see if they're able to establish a blueprint here for the rest of the series. Keep this momentum going. Pre-nade. Stepping around the corner. Drew covering the long angle. Hizzy didn't like their odds there. Starts to back off.
Pre-nade dead on this one.
Oh!
I was about to say, Hizzy's playing far up to stop this specific thing. They know that they're smoking in a way that he can still see. Hizzy does go down. They'll probably stick the revive here. No issue. I know Cannibal's likes to buy that fast res. Although he hasn't this time. Rock Soldier on the flank.
Rock jumps the wall.
Friendlies
Oh,
eliminated.
beamed by not Joker, and that's going to be round and map end in favor of Beef Shakers. They do take that one 8-4. A good performance by Lager, but at the end of the day, not quite enough. Not quite enough. I think the secret pick was good. They had to expect that they couldn't do the same play 3 rounds in a row. I don't think you get that shield plant down quite the same way in that moment. But I like the idea. Maybe they switched it up to A in a little bit and tried something there. It would have been better, but it was a good effort nonetheless. I respect the secret play.
I do too. I think there were a couple of rounds where no other rogue would have been able to do what they were able to pull off with Sigrid. And I think the merit, it wasn't a bad pick by any means. It definitely pulled its weight. But what's really interesting and difficult for me is like, I'm not sure exactly what adjustments Lager needs to make based off of what we've seen. They just kind of got outplayed. I think sometimes they, at least on the defensive side, they committed way too much to what they were doing. It's just like every time Pre-Nade went on that same corner of score, and there was no real deviation there. And I think that was a big part of why they fell behind in the first half. But I guess on the offensive side, we saw them be kind of passive at the beginning of some of the rounds, and maybe they just need to be more decisive about when they pull the trigger on a play. Because it seems like they can make plays, they can go toe to toe with this team. It's just, all right, guys, let's go. Like they need to just be able to lean into when they do try to take action and execute from there. But they just need to play better. Like, there wasn't one glaring thing that was like, okay, adjust that and you're good. So I
I
don't know,
think I think they didn't play to the strengths of their strategy on the defense. I think I don't think that they really pulled off the Anvil retake as well. And it was a little bit disappointing because it's such a traditional comp, and maybe that's just a way of saying, and Beef Shakers are kind of just saying it. Hey, your traditional comp doesn't work in the current meta. Learn and adapt because the Anvil retake with Scorch isn't happening anymore in Factory. You need to find a different way to adjust. So potentially that's part of it. That's definitely why I say they lost the things, and then a little bit too passive sometimes on the attack. But generally, I mean, you gotta give it to Beef Shakers. They adapt. They know they've got the gun skill. I liked what Hizzy did on the Kestrel at the end. I kind of thought about it. I was gonna mention it. Say where they're smoking him off, they're leaving a big gap. Where if he pushed up further instead, he'd actually just be able to shoot them really easily. And that's exactly what he did the next round, and they won the game because of it. Because he just able to get their C grid. So I like that they're able to adapt, see these things, and just move quickly. I know Cannibals is a great IGL in-game leader, giving these calls and making sure they're getting it, even when they are memeing with the trip mines. We did get a trip mine kill though. We got a trip mine kill. I'm very happy about the trip mine kill.
That was definitely a standout moment. One of the things I think is so cool about what we've seen in a tournament so far, Beef Shakers obviously is a really good team, and I think in some instances they have just wholesale been outclassing their opponent. But just the fact that they've won every map, I think, doesn't speak to their ability to adapt. Because there have been a few instances where their opponents got the better of them pretty decisively. And their strategy was shut down. But what they were able to do is on the fly make adjustments to get back to looking dominant. I think someone that's more casually just looking at the game, they're like, oh, Beef Shakers is just kind of steamrolling everybody. But no, it's more they are being challenged. They are being tested, but they just have so much to bring to the table, and they can find success in so many different ways that they can still look dominant even when what they initially were doing gets shut down.
I definitely agree with that. And we've seen it when they went against Wendy's. You know, Wendy's is doing a great job, 3-1 up, and then suddenly something happens there that changes for Beef Shakers, and they're like, okay, you know what? We know what they're doing. This is how we counter it, you know, and then playing those counters, and then it's on the other team to adapt even more, and that isn't always happening. I think like a team is looking at Beef Shakers and be like, this is how we beat them. Then they do it for a couple rounds, and Beef Shakers like, oh, let's do it this way. And then those teams haven't got the time to like actually learn to adapt or aren't adapting quick enough to make it work. So it was close, but the gun skill we can see is getting a lot closer now. We saw it with Lossie being able to outgun these guys. Saw it with Drew in that one, who I want to give a shout out to. Is he did some really good shots there, especially that first round, second round where he killed 3 of them. Definitely had as the second round because the first round was the King Pre-Nade show with the fire. It was definitely there was a lot of good gun skill coming up now. So now it's just about how the teams execute together to make the team shots happen, to make the plays happen, and how they move in. But yeah, map 2 should be coming out somewhat soon. I think it'll be interesting. But we'll see exactly how the bans go. I was still not happy with the Lancer ban. Did not like the Lancer ban. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was not for me the priority. I think honestly banning Kestrel may not have been a bad idea. I know that the Kestrel worked for them really well, but Kestrel worked against them even harder. We know Who's That and Hizzy are both proven to be really dominant on Kestrel.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because I 100% agree with you. I think in an instant where, to me, it felt like Lager's game plan on defense was pretty set. Like we're always posting up in these positions. This is how we're approaching the defensive side of things on this map. To have a character like Kestrel be able to just nuke a corner and confirm a shift in position when you are that rigid, I think that's a detriment. And if you do have a play style that is like, this is what we do on defense, you don't really have to worry about the flanks as much because you're used to playing that way. Like you know how you get flanked if you're going to set up that same way every time. So just move your mouse cursor a bit more, and then you don't have to worry about the Lancer as much. So I don't know.
Exactly.
I think that's a really good point.
I mean, I think the Lancer can definitely work. Not saying on that map, but we saw it work on Hollows when Beef Shakers played it. They ran Lancer shotgun. I have never seen Lancer shotgun played in competitive play until this moment right now.
Pickup?
Honestly, I think if he just adjusted ever so slightly, he could have got a 3-piece there. And it was like, you can tell there's value to a Lancer just on the right map in the right situation, and maybe it's worth a ban. Say you go something like Windward, even something like Vice, which I believe is the next map we're loading into. I have to get a confirmation on that. I believe it's Vice. Yeah, it is definitely cool. So that's a good Lancer map. It's also a great Kestrel map, also a great glitch map. There's basically, if you have padded steps on this map, you're looking pretty good because there's a lot of rotate routes, a lot of good things. Potential snipers coming out of this one. I'm actually going to expect a fixer ban. I'm going to say that now I'm expecting a fixer ban to come through because I don't think either team wants to deal with a fixer on this map where, again, smoke grenades mean a lot, sniping angles mean a lot, dead eyes hurt too much, it seems, and we'll see exactly how they do this.
Yeah, I really like Dallas on this map. Like not only for padded steps, but just the ability to spot out someone's position when there are these deep flanks. I think this is one of, if not his strongest map, and we have seen some Dallas previously, so wouldn't mind that. I don't know. We haven't seen too much sniping. Like even when the fixers come out, the DMR's kind of been the go-to. Yeah, and I think it's really interesting to see stuff like that because the meta feels so undetermined right now. Like,
yes.
There's so much to be figured out and mined and learned, and I think what we're seeing in terms of a theme overall is that the team that is still playing the game like it's season 1, and just the meta is changing and it's evolving. And there's no standardized composition that is ideal.
Yeah,
but it sounds like the teams are taking a quick break, so maybe we should. Right. Yeah, so they're taking a couple minutes to jump in and get ready for game number 2. So let's take a short break. We'll come back. We'll get into Vice. First time we're seeing it tonight. Let's do it. Be right back. Welcome back to Darkmatter, Demolition, Halor and Rathar holding things down. We're jumping into game number 2 between Lager Gaming and Beef Shakers, who have yet to drop a single map.
Prevent the enemy from planting the bomb.
From what I was hearing and talking with you guys, Vice is a very strong map for Lager.
Yeah, I think both teams are gonna have a good time here. They insta-banned Secret. That's really surprising to me.
Wow.
Again, I do not think Beef Shakers are a secret. I mean, I guess Kanye did play him in Favela, so potentially I'm wrong there. And she does have good push potential into it, but again, there's a lot that you can ban on this map. There's the Fixer, as we've just seen banned. There's Trench if you really want to get rid of that pressure. Seeker, which has been locked in by Who's That. I think this is going to be an interesting one. I wonder, I mean, Anvil as well is really common on this map for both attack and defense. Glitch could be an option for either side as well. Lancer by King Grenade is being hovered. Rock Soldier picks up that Seeker. The Anvil, Lancer, and Saint. I actually like this comp a lot. I like this comp.
Grenade playing the throwback rogues. He starts out with Scorch. Shifts over to Lancer. He's like, all right, he's
feeding it. He's feeding it. We see Kanye on the Anvil. We see Hizzy on the Kestrel standard. There's no Kestrel for blue team, which is questionable. I don't think you need a Kestrel, but I think a Kestrel does feel real nice sometimes. I also think the flank pressure between a Lancer and a Kestrel are very similar, honestly. Obviously, Lancer is just slightly better due to the nature of their kit, but I think that it's not bad nonetheless. Like, Kestrel can still do really good things on the flank with that Padded Step Stalker. But we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting to me is the pivot to Seeker for both teams. Do you feel that Seeker is just so vital and important on this map? Like, what do you think caused that?
The reveal is nice. It's very, very nice to have the reveal on either side of the map, actually. So that probably is the biggest reason, the biggest sort of, like, reasoning behind it. But... yeah, I mean...
I'm just surprised that
they haven't run it yet, yeah. They haven't really run Seeker yet, either of them, too much, so I'm surprised. This is a very big bathroom rush. You gotta be careful.
If Lancer, those running shoes aren't gonna
C4
bullets.
I'm surprised we have a Talon on this map. Talon's really good on this map. With DMR meta being so heavy right now, I would have liked to have seen Hizzy or something, or Not Joker on the Talon.
Especially if you want the reveal or, just the reconnaissance capability. Joker on the receiving end of a few pot shots. Goes out.
Oh, Goldie!
Goldie.
Gets the shield down, but is on 1 HP. There's no fire to finish him off. He ran away from that on 1 HP. I would have like given myself a moment to heal up.
The brass that was risky. Guy. Uh-oh. Is he playing bank shot?
They're just aping up to Cafe right now. They are not having any chill. With two members like split off on the side and speakers right there, it is just down to them. The shield comes off, but they're getting aped through. Not Joker will go down to Drew, and Drew will take down another one. He's actually going to come off the bomb here, as he's now in a 2v1. Can Drew find anything? No, he cannot. That was close. That was actually surprisingly close, considering they had a nice little separation there. They're going to revive. Going to go for bomb plant. Bomb defuse. And yeah, wow. That was interesting. I like the double ambush shield here. That's pretty. I like it. Super cover. Just make sure you have like all the cover possible.
Hey man, you gotta be cozy in there. round number 1. That felt real touch and go there for Beef Shakers, but they were able to clutch things out at the end. The executioner on Saint was doing some work. I'm like, okay.
It was a really clean start from Beef Shakers, getting the pick with a grenade and smoking them off so that like 2 people were in there and couldn't do anything because the Lancer was in there as well. And then they aped Cap. I think they could have just continued to ape Cafe. I know that on this map, putting the shield down and then not defusing tends to be a pretty good idea. I know a lot of people struggle by staying on the bomb too long, and I was afraid that's what was about to happen to Canny there, by staying on that bomb. But they did manage to still win the round because I think they seem to be a bit careful not to over pressure that bomb defuse when you have good pick potential coming up.
Very good point. Defensive side here. Grenade, trying to get in a position. Not really trying to flank at all with Lancer, which is interesting to me. That's the second time they've kind of just gone to that little side alley.
Goldie could get beamed here, by the way.
Oh.
You see him right in that corner. He could get absolutely beamed. So good, Rock Soldier. I'm surprised Hizzy hasn't gone for it.
Right? Oh.
This is why right here. He's got to be careful. He's been seen. He's in trouble. He's just going for it. He's trading his life out. He's going for the first. He manages to get it and will die because of it. But honestly, that's a worthy trade. Actually, maybe not. The bomb went down. He had to stop the bomb going down. As Drew finds one with the Mamba able to slap through there. Who's that punched out King Prenade?
Here comes by. Chip damage.
Knocked and ready.
Seeker on the bounce. Leaving just Saint and Seeker. The revive confirming the 3v2. Uh-oh. The shield goes down. And
Now that's some serious cover on the shield.
Yeah.
There's not what's going to happen here. As Rock Soldier tries to run for it and get something done, but it's not going to be enough. Drew falls as well. And that'll be round 2 in favor of Beef Shakers. Seeming like their Anvil retake strategy is superior right now to that of to the Anvil plan of Lava.
I really like the idea of stepping out and trading your life to get the Anvil, but that bomb plant, that was the dagger. It's like, oh, okay. It worked out.
I did like Hizzy's patience there. You have to admire the patience where he's got 2 open kills and he still waits to try and go for that play. Like, if he hadn't been seen by Drew at the very last second there, then that would have been a really, really nice one for him.
Drew stepped around and looked like a NPC in Metal Gear Solid. Like the exclamation point pops over his like,
it's like, you
what are
have
you
been
doing
seen.
there? All right, he's like, what in the world? Long range tall.
Comes in.
Going home. Couple of shots hits, force out the repositioning. Lancer again. Pre-nade. I have.
I
Rock
see 4
Soldier.
coming out there.
Here we go. Finally gets the killing cannibals. Gets found out through the smoke. Goldie picks one up. Drew. Potentially. Plenty of time for the revive. Just make sure no one's getting rushed.
This
Who's that? Oh.
That was a cheeky one. He might go fight Canny now. The smoke comes out to mess with his aim assist maybe, and then he just uses it to get out. 32 HP gets stuck on the wall. Is managing to find his way out as Rock Soldier picks up Hizzy. He's now down to just a survival game for Prenade. He stalls long enough. The bomb goes down, and that is going to be 3v2 now in favor of Lager. As the Amber retake probably far less possible. Honestly, I wouldn't be banking on one person holding off 3 people while the Amber defuses.
Right. Even though Prenade died, I do think that if this round is won, that they pretty much won it just by being enough of a distraction for the remaining members of the team to get the bomb plant and set up in such a commanding fashion. But look at the low health, the rollout. Oh my God! If he somehow got out of that.
That would have been impressive. That would have been very, very impressive. I just thought he was going to get shot through that little gap between the shield and the wall. I'm not going to lie. I thought that would have been nice and cheeky, but we can see people through walls. They can't.
But yeah, Prenade, I do think got them that round. Having the patience to go around on that deep flank, wait for the roll, get the easy down and out, and then just forcing the attention of Anvil to come out there. Even though they almost won that fight outright, just the idea that Anvil had to come that far out to even get the kill allowed that bomb to get planted and for the rest of the team to get set up perfectly.
Yeah, 100%. As soon as they had to let go to play for the Lancer, and another team member died, that was when the downfall happened. They're looking at going to B Street right now. So we're gonna see how this goes. I'm actually surprised there's not a member further up. Like, this is normally where the Seeker would reveal their bow from. So I'm surprised he hasn't gone for it as the smoke grenade comes out. Bows are traded, reveals what happened. He got hit by the bow, that's 50 damage. No, he got hit by the bow.
That's unfortunate.
Enemies planted the bomb.
Direct impact.
Stop them.
That's some real Legolas stuff right there.
Okay, Hawkeye. Lancer up forward, has to watch out for that flank deep on the outside, potentially.
Bomb is down, but it's just a simple case of retake, especially on this site here. Like, this is not the hardest for them as he just goes around, goes C4, trades C4.
Got stuck on the corner there, that was unfortunate.
I think he got the shield down.
Down.
Nice pick from who's that there with a 25 body shot. Melted that weapon is. Canny's not sticking the defuse just yet, but he has got the shield down. Now they're trying to shoot through the bottom. As it is actually going to be Lager just able just to pinch them from all angles and get the kill.
Nice adaptation there. Because, you know, a lot of teams, if they win the round a certain way, it's like, all right, it ain't broke. Why may as well not fix it? But we see a shift in strategy there where we saw Lager kind of go back to the drawing board and approach the map in an entirely different way. I don't think it entirely caught their opponents off guard. Like, the Seeker was definitely there, still watching the outside flank anyway, especially after how much value they got before. But I just like the idea that, you know, they find success in one avenue, and rather than give their team, be it their opponents, an opportunity to hard counter that approach, they just come up with something different.
Yeah, as well. I think the adaptation this team has is pretty good. It's pretty good. We saw it a little bit on the other maps as well. Definitely is helping them win some of these rounds.
Grenade hanging out, seeing when it's their time to shine. Joker is deep, posted up towards the outside. Goes down.
Good beam, finds 19 headshot damage. They need these smoke grenades out. There's a good reveal coming in through there. Just to get a bit of information, they still have the bow available. Would be, honestly, given Hizzy's position, I would want to be bowing out Waters right here and letting them know exactly where Hizzy is ratting, so that the same thing doesn't happen where he kills the anvil for free. Well, air quotes free. Smoke grenades come out. Trophy picks up a really important smoke grenade though. Cannibals is happy about that one because that gives him a clear line of sight onto the shield planter.
Lancer also showed themselves sticking out. They don't have to worry about in the immediate moment for the deep flank from Lancer. Could still happen though.
Oh,
Joker
they
gets it down.
burned.
Holy Slay picks one up too. Going from bad to worse here for Lager. Confirmed to the kill on Anvil. Saint should get the revive. Through the smoke, Seeker has to step back.
I love this from Prene. Don't pick up the bomb. They know if you're there to pick up the bomb.
Friendly's eliminated. That's gonna hurt the bottom line.
He had a stealthy flank there, but that's just completely ruined the moment the bomb indicator goes off the map for that team. If he just had left the bomb, he'd have to grab the bomb and dip or commit to his kills. But picking up the bomb is like a warning. Like, hey, I'm right behind you, by the way. That was unfortunate. Honestly, the big thing that happened there was they beamed through the shield. He put down the shield, they shot the shield and killed him before he could even plant the bomb, and that was really the kicker there. Taking down the anvil that quickly, and this is what I mean. They have an anvil, which means they have anvil shredder rounds, retake, stopping everything. You know, they can absolutely just beam through that.
Sometimes the best counter to Anvil is just straight up Anvil.
Exactly. Shield v shield.
The last round gives the favor with the two deep shakers. Much more methodical pace here.
Oh, good beam on that one. That is good amount of damage. As Aldo can just waste some of these trophies to get the smokes down.
Joker's like, hey, relax.
It's not that important.
I'm trying to live my life.
Now or never.
Again, we're seeing a Lancer.
Oh, then-
hang out in the corner. Shield goes down. Watching a long angle, and yeah, that shield is not going to be long for the world.
How quickly that thing melts.
Lancer on the move, gets the down, starts to go for a jog. Now gets the angle.
Bomb drop.
One up, gets another. Bomb goes down.
Really good outplay
And
potential there,
suddenly-
but 1v2 now. Has a Stim and C4, I believe, is the equipment that she has in her hand right there. See what they decide to do. Throw C4 in.
They crushed us. Run it again.
Did not
Just
matter, they
step
will
back
go
up.
down. And that'll be 4-2, I believe, in the rounds in favor of Beef Shakers. Still looking so dominant. Still looking really, really good. The adaptation to buy shredder rounds and just melt that shield was really good by Cannibals right there. That honestly is basically making their anvil irrelevant. The entire strategy they're going for really does fall off because of that.
Yeah, the shelf life for that shield is like, what, 3 seconds top?
If
Something like
that,
that?
it is certainly less than the bomb takes the plant.
It is not holding up. Something that's kind of surprised me the past couple rounds is Lancer kind of just posts up in that same little alleyway as their teammate.
dropped.
No deep flank. Like, they just step out, try to throw the smoke grenade. And when she shows herself, that just really emboldens Beef Shakers. Like, all right, we don't have to worry about that. All right, we're good. At least for a good 10 seconds. And by the time Lancer does try to make the play, the last couple times, it's felt like it was just too late.
This could be really good or really bad right now as they are getting shot. No, they found him. They found him. Anvil may not have known where she was, but they had teammates on the other side just to make sure, and that would be not Joker getting picked apart, honestly, right there. They're looking to rotate to A, but Canny spots them. He's trying to find one in the cross. Might try and find one now. Sees Drew on the pillar there. See if the team shots can come down to try and find something. Drew does get beamed. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot. Canny's ability to switch to the pistol and just deal even more damage where it counts is very, very impressive.
Almost.
It's actually
got
said
down there.
I don't see from any other player in the road coming competitive scene is the ability to quick switch to pistol and still beam through some damage.
And just be on target.
And just, yeah, just it seems seamless of a transition.
Incredible stuff here.
Enemies
Nice
Goes
pick
down-
through the
goes
smoke there
down
by
the
Drew.
steps, and that's gonna be the last thing they get to do for the rest of the round. Drew closes that out. Mamba sends its regards. Starting to look really good here for Lager Gaming. Busy minding the corners, padded steps. Saint posted up. Could get a couple here.
Oh, this is gonna be huge. Oh, that corner right now is low though,
He's eliminated. That's gonna hurt the
and
bottom
they
line.
will be able to clean that one up just fine. That's 4-3 now going into the half. A nice even half going into this, which is nice to see.
Defense. Stand
But we'll
your
see
ground.
exactly how the defense works out for Lager right now. It looked shaky at the start, but they did adapt. They did bring it back.
Yeah, it's interesting that, after that half, you look at the top of the screen, you see it's 4-3. It felt like Beef Shakers did better than those numbers would suggest. I guess it just speaks to kind of the staying power of Lager Gaming. Again, the Lancer pick didn't seem super hot or effective to me. Who's that's like, oh, well, I want my turn on Lancer. So we're going to go ahead and give that a go. The hover on Talon, I would be very jazzed to see that row get locked in.
I'd be surprised if we didn't. It's a really good pickup on this map. The information you get in bathrooms is huge.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the Lancer had impact, but never at the right time. Like, everyone was dead before the Lancer was able to pull off that double kill or triple kill.
Bomb has been
And then it
dropped.
just didn't matter. And she was left in a clutch situation, which, in this high level of comp, you're not. Just clutching is just not a given, you know?
Hey guys, I won my 1v2. How's it going for you? Oh, you're all dead. Oh. Well.
It's just not it. It's the curse of Lancer. It's just the curse of Lancer. But I like the Talon pick. What we'll likely see is Talon posting up here somewhere and throwing the dart right up against that bathroom wall. There you go, exactly there, and it will reveal everything in bathrooms. So anybody who enters, sits in, or leaves bathrooms will get revealed. So will these people running down B Street, as Cannibals is finding the shots he needs.
Stepping forward, forces a defensive posture from Rock for the moment. Roll comes out. Some solid damage there. Rock picks it up, gets the down, confirmed. 2 down, and now out on the side of Beef Shakers. Goldie Slays wraps around the back. Hizzy was ready for that, though. Solid damage. Rolls forward in the cover. Let's get things back. Nice coverage, though. Look at the team firing and positioning.
Friendly's eliminated.
Okay.
That's
They were
gonna
great
hurt the
team
bottom
shots.
line.
Honestly, Lager put us in some really good team shot effort there. Whether it be Kestrel and Seekers shooting together, whether it be the other two shooting together, they actually did a really good job at burning through people there. Like, those health bars dropped way quicker than they should have, purely because of team shot. That was really good. That was really well executed. They may feel really confident on this defense.
Not only did they look rock solid there, but they also had to have limited. Did we even see any downs on the side of Beef Shakers? I think they're jumping down here with pistols now.
I think so too. I mean, we have a Sahara here. I'm not joking. I know a lot of people may not buy, or they may buy sticky sensor, which means they can still buy afterwards. So that seems like what he's done there.
Yeah.
And even
Bomb's been
that's
dropped.
pre-net. Sorry, that's wrong team. The Sahara, 2 Saharas in the game right now, sitting on that 25 body damage. I'd love to see it.
And he's trying to get some long-range shots with the Executioner. Goldie took a few. Back to the cover safely. Lancer on the move. Who's that?
Oh.
Gets spotted. And downed or on their way around the corner. That could be big. Slows things down quite a bit. Drew hanging on. Should be able to heal back up. Grenade not able to get the job done. Everyone healed back up. Seeker goes out. Spots Rock Soldier.
Bomb dropped.
And the pace slows down.
There was a lot of aggression very, very quickly for what really amounted to nothing. King Prenade's on the flank though, and it seems like Hizzy knows about it.
Hizzy's so patient after spotting an opponent. Not going to be too froggy there. Revive should go through. Kestrel goes out. No one down. No one killed.
No, he's here. Their comp needs to come through that he's flanking there, and Canny gets full killed because of it. That needs to be called. It seems like...
Flank.
Oh, nice one by Hizzy there to get that kill off there. It looks like all the action's happening around bathrooms right here, but we'll see exactly how this works out in the previous race. Nice shots by Drew there. Honestly, that beamed.
Yeah, just based off positioning and angles alone, I did not think Drew would be walking away from that, but able to clutch out those shots when they need to. 4 seconds. And I think the
Not seem like
job's
the bomb
gonna get
down.
done
Bomb's
here.
been disarmed.
Drew should get taken down though. Maybe get another pick here, a bit of money. Goldie! Wow, that range, given that was a AR versus an SMG, that was a close fight.
Impressive stuff here. Anyone counted Lager Gaming out? They might be able to take one off. The Beef Shakers here finally have the lead. I think this is the first time we've seen Beef Shakers fall behind in the round count in the second half.
I mean, yeah, this deep into the match, 100%. They normally maybe go like a little bit more close in the first half, but then they really step up in the second. But it seems like this time they're down.
Yeah.
They have to remember there was a pistol round though, so they were sort of limited by the pistols. We'll see if now they have primary weapons. At least all of them definitely have primary weapons now. They might be feeling a little bit more solid. And it seems like Rock Soldier felt at least a little bit of that damage from those primary weapons.
Annie looks for the yeet.
Does get a smoke grenade down.
Oh!
Beamed there from side.
Target. Who's that? Confirms the kill on Goldie Slays. Hizzy's down. 2v2 for the moment with a possible revive. Joker, though, gets the down on the Rock Soldier, leaving just Talon. Drew's going to have to really show up here.
Most downs in the game right now. Katana at hand. Yeah, he has cheeky one-shot kill pressure he could pull off.
Bomb's active.
Nice safe plan
Find
coming
it
out
and
for the red
defuse
team.
it.
Six Sense comes down as well. Six Sense reveals him right now. He's got a big reveal on his screen. I would be a bit more careful.
He didn't even move. He was just like, all right, well, if I don't move, maybe they won't see me.
Does throw the melee weapon. Cannot shoot through that. It'd be very, very nice if you could. If only he could yoink the bomb and defuse it to himself. If I'm joking, I'm not peeking even for a moment. Oh!
Again.
Shot! Who's that comes behind him and punches him out for the round win? a disrespectful way to tie it up 5-5. Who's that? Silent footsteps and fists of fury.
What kind of jump scare horror movie action scene did we
Bomb
just
dropped.
When it just came out of nowhere from the left side of the screen, just throwing bows. What in the world?
That's the kind of moment I want to hear comms. I want to
Oh,
hear
who's that?
Drew just scream as he starts getting punched out from behind. He's focusing so hard on his melee weapon, didn't know he's about to get meleeed from behind.
Oh, man. Who's that? You know you're wrong for that one. You know you were wrong. Just shoot the guy. Just stick the round. Just take the round. But
Yeah,
that
he's
gets
giving a
their
comp
team
to his
back in,
teammate.
like, tied up at 5.
I think now that we see the primary weapons coming out from Beef Shakers, maybe a slightly different story. Don't know. It's definitely close. It definitely could swing either way right now. I couldn't call this match.
Oh yeah, I mean these are the type of matches I love to see, where it's just the better team in the moment shows up and comes out on top. Very evenly matched. Hizzy confirms Drew, gets them out. Joker though, sound response, 1 for 1, bomb on the ground. Kestrel just confirms the ability to back away. So just go ahead and reload. Do that, take some chip damage. Should be able to get back out in the flank momentarily. Smoke dissipates. Yoink, snatches the bomb,
Nope.
rolls.
Sees one behind them. They are dipping off that one, but it will be Canny be able to take that down with the
Enemies planted the
very,
bomb.
very nice
Stop
25
them.
body shot on that Sahara.
Tank shot, no one there. Bomb is planted. 2v3 scenario. Seeker and Saint having to worry about the silent footsteps of both Kestrel and Lancer potentially. Not to be considered.
Oof! Nice trade there, 50 damage apiece. As both teammates, both people will survive just about. If who's that goes around and punches somebody again, I'm gonna be furious.
It's Wabbit. See him out there hunting.
The Kestrel finds a lot of damage and they're able to clean that one up, taking the round 6-5. Looks like Beef Shakers heard what you're saying. Like, hey, you've never been down in the half. They're like, fine, we won't end down. We'll end up.
Statements are actively being made out here. 2 rounds to go for a potential victory here is had for Beef Shakers. However, Lager Gaming are more than capable. They have really tested this team. You could see the first mat loss right here. They just got to get their momentum going.
And we were talking about during the break, it was actually if this went to map 3, it'd be the first map 3 of the tournament. Every other round appears to have been a 2-0 in map count for everybody. The ones we spectated and the ones that have happened outside of here.
Pretty wild, man. Trying to speed run the bracket. Nice, solid headshot there. Wakes him up coming down the street. He's dead at the fountain. Smoke grenade obfuscates the approach.
Oh, Hizzy wasn't able to move in time for that one. I saw it at his feet. I'm like, Hizzy, please. Hizzy, move. Hizzy, no. They will stick the revive. That poor Lancer body slumped in the corner. As he's just going to go for Drew, but Drew! Oh, cannibals! 45, 45, 45, 45. He's seeing nothing but headshots here. They killed the Saint drone, and now they're looking to accelerate down onto the A site, get the bomb plant, and sit back in that 3v2 situation with numbers advantage. Great shots from Cannibals. I honestly thought he was dead there. Given the cover disadvantage, he hit 3, maybe 4 headshots in a row.
The unflinching precision on this guy. Just taking shots and stays at 1 point anyway. Goldie Slays gets down.
We've been wiped out. Regroup and try again.
They're
Kestrel
getting
find it.
blown up too. And suddenly we're at match point here.
It's the second grenade Hizzy
Enemies
died
are
to in
at
that round.
point.
You're with me.
It's looking
They're having a
pretty
good
close.
time out here.
I mean, definitely. I feel like Beef Shakers have certainly added some memes into their victories. They, whether it be punching someone out, trying to claymore somebody at the last second, whatever it be, they've definitely added some spice to their gameplay, and it's been enjoyable to watch. So 5-7, potential match and winners final point. Honestly, this could be this is 1 round away from deciding the winners final.
how do we see Lager Gaming respond under pressure? They do it 3 times in a row. And it starts off with Freeney getting shot in the back by Hizzy and Canny. Not the start they wanted.
No, they were looking to be really aggressive there and push up, but they got stuck on the sticky sensor and got shot in the back because of it. I'm surprised they allowed themselves to get down by that much. So he's going to die to the side. His left-hand side is completely exposed, and that will be Goldie. Just able to find Hizzy. Just. This M4, really strong point. We didn't talk about Saint, but the M4 is on a really good point. C4 comes out. C4 will not land. But this is Goldie looking a little bit uncertain. Grenade!
I was about to say Saint gets away with their life, so not too bad. Ultimately, they do get down, though. Drew showing up, down on Candy. Ooh, oh, Drew! We find out Drew's trying to be an action hero out here.
He is. 42, 42, 42. Finds the kill. They get the revive, and it's going to be a 3v4. They've got numbers to actually set up going into this, so we'll see. As Rock Soldier tries to run for his life and dies with his life. Drone comes through. Drone will be shot. Never mind. Joker tries to trade it, but the drone does go down. No revive for Rock Soldier. Hope is dwindling for the side of Lager Gaming, who get just destroyed. Immediately destroyed. 8-5. 8-5 is going to be the final map count, and that's going to be the winners bracket final decided in favor of Beef Shakers, who are yet to drop a map this entire series. So they're going to be moving on to the grand finals against whoever comes out the victorious of the loser side of this bracket. So I'm interested to see how this goes. We've seen these teams play before in the losers bracket. Going to see how they match up against each other and see which rematch essentially is going to come from this.
Great job, though. I mean, Lager Gaming, that was the most impressive showing we've seen against Beef Shakers so far. I think victory was very much in hand for them. Just weren't able to close things out in the second half. The Lancer pick definitely showed its merit there in the second half. Also, I was a little iffy on it. I mean, Lancer in competitive, it kind of echoes public play where Lancer either super works out or it super doesn't work out, just for different reasons. And I do think that Lancer showed its merit. I'm glad that it was picked. The Fixer ban, I think that game would have been very different if Fixer was on the board. So I think that was another instance of the value of what we're seeing here in season 2, where those bans, man, they can be so important. We've seen instances where the game is won or lost in draft. Yeah. So every moment, every part of this is very important here.
I agree. I think this was the first best of 3. I felt like draft wasn't so much of an issue for either team. I felt like the draft was pretty solid for both. The only thing I'd probably say is both Lancers mechanically performed well, but the execution with their teammates was completely different. And that turned a lot of the tide of the battle. Who's that? I felt like played around the team a little bit more and was able to execute the Lancer slightly better because of it.
Taking a look at the bracket now to see where things are shaking out on the loser side. So midday, we saw them earlier. They were able to take out Sweats. They then would go down to 6. Gorillas in a Mist goes up against 6 and are able to take them out. So the Gorillas are out.
Yes, poor Gorillas. We will not see any Gorillas gameplay today.
So 6 will be taking on Wendy's game, which I believe is a best of 1.
Yes. This will be a best of 1. The losers final is a best of 3. So that'll be Lager Gaming versus the winner of 6 versus Wendy's. And then that'll be shoot up straight back up into the grand final of this tournament, which will be whoever wins that versus Beef Shakers for potential rematch. The only way it isn't a rematch is if it's a 6 who come out the victorious of this side of the bracket. But yeah, so this game with 6 and Wendy's should be wrapping up fairly soon. 25-minute game for a best of 1 shouldn't be too out of the question. There's a lot on the line, so they may be playing a little bit slower. I want to see how these teams have adapted from what they've learned going against Beef Shakers into playing against each other. So I think that'll be really, really interesting to see just quite exactly how they're making this one work.
I think the big lesson that I'm taking away from the matches we've seen so far today, the meta is not the meta. I think we're seeing the more you deviate from those standard comps that kind of ran the table at the back end of season 1, when you deviate from those and you have a plan and you execute on it, you look incredibly dominant. Like we saw it right out of the gate with the defensive chalk. just being hyper aggressive. We've seen a lot of compositions where you're like, that's a comp you take for defense, and you're on the other side, and the other way around too. So I think there's just a lot to be discovered in terms of what shows up in the meta going forward. But hey, man, overall these have been some pretty incredible matches, I'd say.
I think that's it. I think there's been a lot of really interesting things coming from every match we've seen, whether it be the picks they decide to pick, the plays they decide to make, the way they play with each other, or the way they don't, or just some interesting things that have happened throughout. But yeah, I think there's a lot that we can learn about the meta of Rogue Company in a competitive sense from this. And also, I just kind of want to address, because I know because I've talked about the community has been a bit undecided about the time to kill changes within the game. From a casting point of view and from an audience point of view, I thought the time to kill changes have really added to the excitement. The speed at which some of these guys drop because of the new time to kill changes has been really interesting. It feels like those who hit their shots are rewarded really, really heavily for it. And they're catching people out of position. The thinking that I'm seeing these players make in terms of their positioning and the way they're punished for bad positioning has been really interesting.
For sure. I think overall the skill ceiling is getting higher.
Yes.
Both by the merit of the TTKs being shorter, but also just the fact that bans are a thing. So you have to be a lot more cognizant, not only of what's strong in the meta, what's strong on each map that you're going into, and what is strong in terms of the hands of your opponent. So there are so many, and with there only being one ban, it can get real dicey where you're like, all right, I know, they really like to run this rogue, but this other rogue is really strong on this map. Which one do we want to let through and have to possibly deal with? So just, having that knowledge, I think, is going to be more and more important. But hey, man, this is the second Darkmatter Demolition powered by Facebook Gaming. We had number 1 last month. This is Darkmatter Demolition 2, Electric Boogaloo. And we got another one coming up, man. June 6th, the third Darkmatter Demolition, the Revengeing. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with bad action movie post titles. Darkmatter Demolition 3, The Revengeing, will be Sunday, June 6th. You want to show up for that, another $1,000 prize pool, free to enter for 64 teams. We had some teams try to slide in last minute. They just missed that. They need to jump in early on this one. And I'm really excited for this because more time will have passed season 2. We'll have a better understanding of what's strong in the meta, what's strong in terms of bans, and just the overall feel, because it's kind of a new day here with the season 2 patch changes. So having a bit more time under the belt for our teams here and being able to come back, I think we're going to see a lot in between then and then. So you want to show up, man. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think we'll get a lot of teams in. See some good competition like we've seen today. There's been some really, really interesting matches, some different play styles coming in, the passives versus the aggressives. And again, we're so new into season 2 that it's so hard to really distinguish a meta. The only thing I would have loved to have seen a little bit more coming in today was more Mac. Is the one rogue who is so strong at the moment. Everyone kind of agrees his weapon is a beamer, but we haven't really seen a lot from him. So I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more, especially from Beef Shakers. I really thought they would have adopted the Mac play style, because again, they've got great gunshots on them. They know how to play. They know how to position. They would know when to pre-fire, when to use the nade, when to use the trophy, when to use the light bomb. Yeah, we haven't seen them really use it too much. I wonder if that's a decision because they're not comfortable on it yet. They don't have someone who feels like they want to run it, whether they just don't think it's that good. Like, this is one of the top tier teams. They're choosing to avoid arguably one of the most powerful rogues right now and still slaying because of it. So
it is interesting. I feel like the light bomb plays haven't exactly been there just yet. So maybe it is just we need more time with the rogue overall. But we're going to take a short break before we jump into the next match. Will be loser side. It's going to be Lager Gaming taking on the winner of 6 and Wendy's game. So whenever that finishes, we'll jump in. We're going to take a short break, though. Don't go anywhere. More action ahead.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Welcome back to the Darkmatter Demolition 2 Electric Boogaloo. I've officially titled it that. Thank you very much. That's Rathar, I'm Haloran, and we're about to jump into the losers finals. It's going to be Lager Gaming taking on Wendy's Gang. Now both these teams have been very dynamic, in my opinion, in different ways. Whereas I feel Lager Gaming, has been very strong mechanically and in terms of their strategy. Their draft selections have been very solid. They certainly did not lose in draft. I feel like Wendy's Gang is the more scrappy team and a bit more punchy. Arguably less refined, but I feel like there's potential in that when you just have these scrappy moments where like, let's just play our hearts out and see who comes out on top. I feel like they're very good at doing that.
I completely agree. I think good knowing these two teams, especially, you got Lager Gaming who have been together for so long. They've got the refined strategy. They know the plays. They know the comms. They know how to feed off each other. And then you've got Wendy's Gang who, hyped up on Wendy's, are very good solo character players. They're very, very good mechanically. They will isolate a 1v1. They will win it. They will, I trust they'll win 1v1s. I trust they'll win 1v2s. And they can play off that. But they may lack some of the structure of a team coordination, but then they have, as I said, they have that scrappy nature where they're just going to win these fights if you get into them. So it's kind of a give and take of which one is going to really matter here. And then the winner of this goes against Beef Shakers, and that's going to be very, very interesting. So we're about to jump into the game. First map is Hollows. Pick and ban phase, as usual, should be nice and interesting. We learned Anvil was super important on this map, so we'll see if he gets a targeted ban or at least a targeted pick from either of these teams.
It is my hope that we see Anvil get banned here.
Demolition. Stop the enemy from planting the bomb.
It didn't feel
very strong
with how strong Anvil was. It was just like, well, if he moves in and gets the wall down, kind of GG. Like I really just want to see some different strategies on this map in particular, but it looks like they're potentially taking Fixer off the board.
Yeah, that looks like a Fixer ban coming in straight away there. We'll see who the other ban for this side is. Yeah, and I'm hoping it's the Anvil, honestly. I would recommend that the Anvil is the way to go.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's it gone.
All right. So now we get a game of Row Company and not Anvil Company.
Yeah, literally. But we should get some Mac Company hopefully coming out from Turner. That's all I want to see. He's been playing so much Mac. We see him at that level 9 earlier, and there it is, locked in. I get my Mac gameplay. This is what I want to see. And Lossie's honestly a gunner that we need to be careful of here. I wonder if they're going to opt for the Kestrel. There you go. He does lock that in. Dallas for King Prenade coming in here. So, whew. Drew potentially hovering the secret. Goldie there with the Dade. They need that res. It looks like they both are being locked in. And this is interesting team comps. I like it. Dade for both. Kestrel for both. Then we've got some interesting flex picks coming in here. We'll see which one proves to be the most useful. I like they have a Vi going into a secret, though.
I do too. To be able to counteract the pushing forward the shield, you're gonna have to take that poison damage. That's a hard trade. I feel like this is such a season 2 draft so far from these two compositions. I would say though that the most dangerous thing on the game in this map right now is Lossie's Kestrel, because we saw time and time again, even if they fell behind in the initial trade, they could just find headshots and nuke whoever they ran around a corner into. I am looking to see them have quite the performance.
Lossie is very, very consistent. He is one of those people who is just one of the key fraggers of this team. So, hey, they've got to... He's got to show up and keep that momentum if he wants to beat the coordination that's going to come out from Lager here. And I think this is what we're going to see. As you said, we're going to see Scrappers versus a coordinated team and see who's better. Seeing which playstyle works best in Season 2. And honestly, I'd give it to the Scrappers. But there's going to be Chapo, not able to find the down. Only just to get shot in the back from Prenade. That's that coordination. Sensei will find a grenade there onto Prenade, though. Will the revive stick? We'll see.
Can they get the revive? That is going to have a huge part to play here. The link is on Kestrel. So that was going to get picked up the old-fashioned way. Bomb does get planted. Looks like the revive will go through.
Good ult comes down. Sensei could absolutely sink right here onto Rocksoldier. He's got the angle for him. Maybe able to just off the Turner with the light bomb as he rushes through with the Warrant pistol. 2v2 now, and they're both stuck back here. Revive coming in. Rocksoldier just trying to get in on the revive. Like, help me. Not going to happen. You're on the enemy team, buddy. You're on the enemy team. Yeah.
Right at the end of it, it's going to be 2v3
Oh,
favoring.
huge
Wendy's
fight from
now.
Mossy here.
Oh no!
Doesn't matter, they're aping. They're playing. They're scrappy. They're doing it, and they did it perfectly at the same time. They're Lossy there on the flank, gets revived, jumps across the zip,
The
goes
enemies
for the
have
kill,
disarmed the bomb.
and then we've got those
Mission
two pushing from
failed.
that side. It was the perfect coordination at the exact right time.
Dude, Lossy is a beast. To be able to turn and get those headshots that sharply in the
Bomb's
moment
been
when they
dropped.
needed to, because they kind of had the drop put on them. They were not in the greatest position to try to move forward. Again, it was
You
one of
take
those instances
point.
where they take the initial shots, but when they need to, they turn around and catch up in the damage race and just come out on top. Man, it's impressive.
100%. And just a reminder that this is a top 2 payout tournament, so the winner of this is very, very important to see who's going to get a slap of this, a sneak peek of that prize pool.
You trying to get that Baconator, Wendy's game?
Literally, I see. I'm from the UK. We don't have Wendy's here. I don't even know what Baconator is, but it sounds delicious, and I kind of need it in my life right now.
You come out this way for land. I got you covered.
Okay, thank you. A Baconator. That sounds amazing.
Yep. Chat, you heard it. I already a Baconator. That's a name.
Ooh, picks up the smoke with the trophy system actually there. That's really big. Really, really big. Look at them all just
Too
walking around with their
shabby
padded
here.
steps. See, Drew's already
Drew-
pulled out the shield, so he's actually in a bit of an issue there. He gave it a bounce, but I don't think that's really the best use of the shield. So Secret Shield does replenish, so he could wait out for another shield before he plants. He's got enough time for sure, but it's not like the best situation. In fact, honestly, if the Vi is there and being careful, may not be able to get it done. Grenade being cooked, background hit.
Oh!
Then say he senses where the last member of the team might be.
Say said, see you in the class, Padawan.
Cody says bye. Wowza, that was great. I mean, that was. I don't know what happened to the rest of the team for Wendy's here, but they're dead. It's just Chapper left alive. Honestly,
vanished.
and with no utility, he's not going to be stopping this plan anytime soon. It's a 3v1. That bounce
Enemies
hits.
have armed the bomb.
Oh, that just
Disarm
bounced
it.
over his head. Chapo with the unlikely but hopeful 1v3.
Hopeful. The operative word there.
I have a
if they
lot
get
of
it
faith.
down, they can try to get some money, but winning the round, I'm just gonna be real. That's not really. But if they get it
Been
down,
wiped
oh,
out.
yeah, that's a big hallway to try to cross.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's not the most ideal situation to be trying to move through there.
Tied up,
So-
one apiece.
It seems like whatever happened on the flank there with Lossy, we saw him like last time we saw him, he was flanking over towards B. It did not work out for him very well. The
Yeah,
Secret definitely has
something
pressure.
went real wrong, real fast for them
You
last
take point.
round. Alright.
See that I had it said some stuff. I haven't seen much from the Mac. I want to see how the Mac works now with this conviction. Turner is good in it. You know, he's really mastering this rogue. I feel like when he eventually moves over to the right side of the map, he's gonna come beat.
Renee gets a tap. He's going.
Yeah, EMP's going on. This is potentially just incenses that, and he might get a kill for it. Oh, never mind. That was well played. He waited for the one to go down. Rock Soldier's right under him. He doesn't know. This is going to be a 1v1 for the ages. Oh, lost. Just couldn't make that one, but Turner will pick up Sensei. And they'll be moving into this one with a 3v2, maybe 3v3. 3v3 it is.
Revive goes through. Turner and the
long right
gang running forward. Chapo getting some support. Goldie has no idea what's about to happen in my... Or maybe they do. They got the heck out of
He is
dodge.
running. He is. I've never seen someone run so far as Grenade catches them on catches Sensei slacking there on the side. They've got control of this bomb. There's no way they stick this like this. Goes to the flash, doesn't hit. Gonna be
Wiped out.
Turner.
Again.
Oh, he hits for 75 though on that. But is not able to find the full kill.
The old down and snap. The classic from Dallas. Solid play there. 2 rounds to 1 now, favoring Lager.
I like that we're seeing the HRM coming out from these Dallases. Or Dallai. Dallases, that's right. That's the correct plural there. Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing
Dallai.
The Dallases. The Dallapodes.
Ooh,
I like that we're seeing the HRM over the Devotion. We've seen Devotion being heavy meta for so long, but honestly, like the HRM just beams right now. 28 body damage is really, really insane. So I like what they're able to do here.
Yeah, when I saw the patch notes and I saw that gun was getting
Chapo.
buffed at that, oh,
Beams pre-nade. He pushed up further to where they kept going every round and punished them for it, like immediately.
On the wrong end of that.
Lossy choosing not to flank now in case he meets Rock Soldier running around somewhere.
Jack trying to get in the position. Again, have not yet seen the light bomb play come out just yet, but damage is being done all the same. When you come away with a clean kill and you're on defense and the pace is this slow, you have to feel very confident about your ability to take the round.
Yeah.
Like, they got to come to us sooner or later.
This is a really good position to kill Drew as he goes to bomb plan here. No, they're aping last. Last needs to be careful. Sensei is in big trouble. He finds one. Can he find another? The secret shield proving to be a little bit too strong, but he did beam him down. Now they're aping him. The flank on the side, though, is actually going to be huge here. But it will be Lossy just able to keep his teammates alive. That was a close situation. Super close call. That was, oh.
They could have easily dropped that round to my surprise.
That was very close.
Bomb has been dropped.
I thought that was well in hand. And yet, the clutch plays.
You're
Lager
with me.
Gaming say, hey, we can be scrappy too. Do not count us out. We're not just all about coordination. We play with heart as well. Things are tied up 2-2. I based off of what we've seen so far, Rathar, I do think this is going to be the first game 3 of the tournament.
I could see it. I could see it. 100%. One thing I'm noticing is Mac's base model is a pretty well built guy. He does not look very natural, crouched around walking.
Oh,
That's
he's
how I
yoked.
noticed while watching. Yeah, he, like
Look at
when
G.I. Joe.
when you watch him crouch walk around, he doesn't quite hit the same. But Bouncing's okay. Didn't quite land where he wanted to, and Drew will get out there with a bomb planted. So unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you know what
Great
that's
comes
like
in.
when you're so built, like crouching is a little tough. Like you know that.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Super built.
Face of Loki, body of Thor. That's what we say in this one. Oh, nice little head kick there coming up. I like those cheeky little headshots that come through. Always great as Lossy finds Goldie Slays there. Beams him down. No revive available now to the side of Lager as they are looking to scrap this one out. They're sticking the defuse. He's watching side. Rock Soldier is right there. The bounce blade misses. He does manage to get the kill, but they will wipe it. And they are going to get the bomb defuse.
Another scrappy instance.
Bomb's been
I'm
disarmed.
not gonna lie, I would
Mission
not be
is
going
over.
for the bounce nade kill as opposed to shooting them when they're on the bomb. I'd be prioritizing that one a little bit differently.
Yeah, especially with that many alive on
You
the other
take
side,
point.
you gotta really consider the time it takes to do something like that. Your positioning, yeah, I agree. I'm with you there. Either way, Wendy's gang pulls ahead 3-2 now, favor them. And Dahlia links up with the Mac now, so a little more thickness to the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. This is probably the first time we've seen them link together.
I think it is.
Because before there's been another passive that may have been a little bit more worth it. But we see the same sort of thing. Seeker of the bomb wanting this plant down as they look to be moving towards the B side of the map once again. I do like their strategy. Chapo is pushed up. He needs to be careful though.
Rock Soldier out there hunting. And
Rock Soldier
finds
fighting.
Chapo.
There's a lot of padded step stalker walking around this map right now. Oh, and there's another one as Lossy finds King 3 there on the side. That is their Kestrel traded down as Sensei finds Rock Soldier. They gotta be careful. The stick! Oh, stick! Now that would make me sad. Drew is not gonna get hit by that grenade. They will stick this revive 3v2 after the revives come out. Looking pretty good for Wendy's here. I I want to see this light bomb hit something. I want to see a nice light bomb play come out.
Right? Still has it available.
Planting light bomb in that centerpiece there would be pretty good. Like right where this Dart is sitting, that would be a really good spot. There wouldn't be much. There would be in fact no cover you can do behind to stop it. Oh, Sensei just beaming through the smoke. Didn't even care that he couldn't see. And now they're going to pinch him on the sides. The pre-fire, the full fire, and Turner finding Whitlock.
Regroup.
Nice round win, taking it 4-2.
That's the exact situation you want Mac. You want to have Mac.
Yes.
Where it's like, all right, they're a few shots away. I'm just gonna pre-fire, come around this corner, and it's gonna be a laser beam by the time I find whoever I'm looking for. Solid stuff. 4-2 now. Favor of Wendy's gang starting to show up.
Yeah, we see the difference between the scrappy versus team coordination working a little bit more. They're in the picks. It's literally coming down to the pick potential here of who is able to be in a position to try and isolate a 1v1. And as we see, Lossie is looking for that 1v1 every round.
Lossie just time and time again, man. Like he's turning. It's becoming a verb. It's a Lossie. When you see him just walk away with 4 health, but he gets the down after he took the initial shots, it's just like I haven't seen someone else do it so often in Road Company.
Oh, this grenade's huge. Just managed to miss that. Oh, Sensei's been on point with the grenades. If that one had hit, it would have been hopeful. Rock Soldier watching this thing. I feel like Rock Soldier is playing a reactive Kestrel to Lossie's proactive Kestrel, and there's been a big difference there in my mind.
It really has. I mean, it goes to show you how 2 different playstyles can make the very same rogue feel very different.
Chapo could get an angle there. Chapo could kill Rock Soldier from this position. But it looks like the rest of the team are just trying to dip out with the Viper poison on site. Drew is not going to go sit that plant down as Preenet goes to help Rock Soldier down the back. See exactly how they do it. I like Chapo's positioning here, though.
I do as well.
He could get pinched, but he does have Lossie looking over his mid, which is good. Just that zip he has to be careful of.
Shield should be back up in about 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, about that, 5-10, but they've got to move. 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got to move real quick. And there is the zip I talked about, but it doesn't matter. The fire going in huge. And Lossie coming around the side there, zipping. Everything is happening right now in this moment. The shield is down and trying to be planted. They do get it off, but is it enough as the rest of the team fall down? That will be Wendy's gang proving that Wendy's is the best.
Dude, that round went from 0 to over
Mission failed.
in the blink of an eye. Like, that was... I think that round really speaks to what Season 2 is, like, about now.
Yes.
Positioning and just the time to kill being that much shorter. It's just, ooh, man, you blink, you can miss it.
100%. They really punished that zip play as they needed to. Looking at the lineup, it looks like Lager really looking to lock in this comp with Trench, Dahlia, going back to the Dallas and the Kestrel. So pretty standard, just removing the secret there. And then on the other side, we've got Wendy's going for the Mac again. I like it. I think the Mac did some good things. Didn't see a lot coming out of the ultimate, but the gun is more than enough, and the trophies and grenade will always be helpful. Dahlia coming in, Chuck,
Ooh.
Dallas. Interesting.
Lossie coming off the Kestrel.
That's surprising to me.
Yeah, like him and the Riptide is a match made in heaven, man. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised to see that. I'm sure he's gonna be able to do work no matter what rogue or weapon he picks or has. But I didn't see a reason to take him off of Kestrel, that's for sure.
I think the value of the reveal as they push down to this B side, just to see if anybody's on that power position, that little head glitch on the right, would be pretty good. Then they can use Chuck to 8 for it. I see it's a lot like a Dallas plus a 8 character. It's like Dallas Lancer, Dallas Chuck, Dallas Sigrid, to get the snap and just play for that snap kill instantly. So I kind of understand the point of it, but again, that Kestrel was doing him good.
So you see Chuck like a hunting dog in this instance, where
literally
calls him out and then Chuck runs.
That is exactly what it is, isn't it? You'll see the snap coming now, probably, and they're aping him. That's exactly what they're going for. They're not using the Chuck, but they do find Drew up there on that power position, just like I said. That's what they were going for. 2 behind. He needs to be really careful. He's overhealed. He's been fired off. He just needs to try and live here. Team's getting him out.
That incendiary came in at the right time, had to force him back. Chapo does get down. Rock Soldier pretty low themselves. Turner on the ropes. Looks like they'll be okay for the moment, or will they? Rock Soldier sends their regards. Chapo barrel rolling around the corner to get a revive.
Gotcha. Hey, gotta respect it. Whatever you gotta do for the hustle.
Uh-oh. 8 HP.
Dallas. Never mind, Trench. Let's back him up. 2v2. These guys are pinched and in trouble. It's gonna be down to Sensei to win the 1v2. With maybe 10 seconds on the clock. Oh! Headshots and body shots is the name of that game. And this is unfortunate. Oh!
Wait, what? Did they
Okay.
did they somehow break the bug?
Mission failed.
No, I don't think.
They've
I think.
disarmed
I don't think it was a
the
bug. I think that the trophy system was providing like a.
Oh, it
I-
was like blocking. It was like
Yeah, essentially. I was afraid we were getting a bomb glitch done there, and then that would have been a sad one. But they did manage to honestly react really quickly. That was a really
Bomb's been
smart
dropped.
thought to try and get that done.
Yo, I would have been heated if I like win that round and then I don't see the trophy in time.
I mean, yeah. I've had it before, and this actually might be good information for the audience. I had bomb glitch, couldn't defuse this season with the patch. Revived a teammate, and they could do it. So there's definitely you can definitely start to like try and work things around, whether it be destroying something that's nearby or like that, or try and get someone else to try and defuse it. Like there's a few different counter options, but I'm glad that we didn't have to come to that here in this moment. Although it added for a nice little bit of suspense.
5-3 advantage. Wendy's gang.
Eyes up.
Snap comes out. Who do we spot? Like it's gonna be.
They're not aping for this one. They didn't have the smoke out in time, and they now smoke it off. And will they play for Drew this time? Never mind. The smoke was just missing. Lossy
Enemies planted the bomb.
should have been in trouble. there's the hunting dog. He's moving through. He's running through, and he finds it. Chapo there, let loose, and he goes for it.
Dude, that was the perfect angle to see Chapo just barreling down center, going for it,
You
man.
just see him bang on his chest, and he's just having none of it.
It's like, get him, boy. Just ran down.
Chapo there, but oh, Lossy.
Give him a snap.
Oh, rolling over for the revive. Rockstar trying to get involved. Grenade.
Eliminated. That's
I
That'd be
would have
sensei.
loved to hear Lager Gaming's comms name. I'm like he's getting revived like right now. Like we.
Yeah, it's like, guys, he's right here. Like, I'm body blocking him. I'm body blocking him.
You take point.
Lossy,
All
just
right,
a
man.
demon on whatever gun he's put on, whether it be Kestrel, whether it be Dallas or the HRM, he's just beaming through it.
bomb has been dropped.
I'm not surprised to see Lossy. I'm telling you, he is the most come from behind player, like in terms of the damage rates that I've seen in his game for sure. Like just to be able to just turn and burn someone. He has to be liking this current patch. Like the time to kill is really working out for him.
Well, you think it, and a lot of people say it'd be harder to turn and burn people, but clearly, like,
Right?
if you get the turn, the burn is quick enough that it don't matter. You just gotta be quick enough on the turn. This could be a nice 1v1 here. Oh, Sensei!
Drew got lit up standing
He
out
got
there.
destroyed. Team 3 finds Chapper there once again. We've seen that a few times happen on these rounds, but it is going to be the grenade to find Turner in the end. The ult to finish. That was rude.
That's personal right there.
Hey, but Sensei and Lossy on the side. Pick up a 2-for-2 trade.
Chapo
That's enough
survived.
3v2.
He survived even in spite of that ult.
That's a painful one, as it's now just left to Drew sitting on power position. How did this turn around so badly for them? As Sensei wants his revenge on those headshots from before. Drew
Run it
runs,
again.
and Sensei. Oh, geez, it's Chapper that finds him on that one.
They
How did
committed
that turn
so
around?
much. I don't know, man. They threw
point for
everything
the
they
enemies.
had at getting Chapo, and to not see
You're
him
with
on
me.
the kill feed after that Kestrel ult, my
does
heart
that-
goes.
To see him back up, self-revived was a moment.
Like I heard the Kestrel, I'm like, oh, he's dead, and then a second later he's like, "Ugh," and
Well,
it's
of course.
like,
He
okay.
can roll from it, can't he? He can just roll the way out of it. It's no,
You think he juked it?
I think so. I think no other rogue can maneuver that well on the ground. He had to like roll back, roll away from it, or something. Like he just pops the self res, and there's nothing they can do about it. Like
I love it. He juked it. He was just like, I'm right.
he's got it. He's got the phase. 7-3 is the round count going into potentially the match point of this of this map. They are just racing through mid right now. And that's a huge shot coming in from Drew. They challenge the Dade 1v1 again, and this time Drew comes out on top.
Sensei gets a lesson this time.
Enemies planted the bomb.
4v3
Stop them.
favoring the defensive side of the bomb. Bomb does get planted. Game point here for Wendy's.
With the bomb down in his position, I actually still give advantage to red team here. Oh, Lossie's actually sitting in mid. Maybe he should go back and help the team, but they are going to move through. It's going to be Chapper playing up in this position. Is going to find one. Life drain and overhill is now keeping him alive ever just so. Never mind, God, he will be able to find that kill.
Seemed like he got indecisive there. At the end of it, does get taken down. Lossie, though, finds Drew Turner.
Oh
And
my
that's
God.
a lot of red on the left side of the kill feed. What in the world?
Wow. They just beamed through at the end. They just shot them in the back. That was impressive.
I would need to watch the replay of that like 3 times to adequately understand. Like, they were all fine. They were arguably in an advantageous position, and then everyone just died at once. Like
I don't know quite what happened. Like, Chapo was playing up, and he was the only other member like alive. It was the 2 sitting back, and then Chapo up alive, and he was playing up. He got beamed, and he get overhealed, and then everybody else kind of ran towards him to like help thirst him. But you know what it was? It was the PTSD from the Castro ult that never finished him. They were afraid he was getting back up, so they all just rushed him and didn't even think about the 2 weapons they have for 25 and 28 in their back, and that lit them up in the end because Lossie got 2, Turner got 1, and it was a painful one. It was a painful one indeed. But that's a good map 1. It was an interesting map 1. We definitely saw the difference between team coordination, team shotting, and then just solo frag potential. Whilst also having good team elements. I think that's sort of the big thing that's going to make a difference here with Wendy's gang is if they can bring their solo orientated just kill pressure as a 4-stack, and they seem to be doing it 100%.
It worked out for them. Again, I'm so glad to have seen the Anvil ban for that map. I think things would have I don't know if the result would have been different, but the feel and the vibe would have been very different if Anvil was in play for either side. And interesting is a really good word to describe what we saw, because the beginning, it was neck and neck. It was back and forth. It's like, we take a round, we lose a round, we take a round. And then out of nowhere, Wendy's gang was just like, okay, we are just going to turn up here. And I think a lot of it, Lossie, again, like I've been hammering the point every time. He just somehow is like, oh, I took 20 damage initially in this trade. I'll still win. Like, he just somehow pulls it off. And when you have that kind of playmaking potential and the ability to collapse, like we saw, especially in the second half, it was Wendy's gang was just like, all right, all in. We would just see the entire blue side just go away in the blink of an eye. And it's like, that's that scrappy, leave it all on the field play style that has gotten Wendy's gang this far.
I think that's definitely a really valid point of they maybe suffer in the early rounds, but when you get to like round 3, round 4, that's when they're turning up. That's when they're really feeding it. When they've got some upgrades, they may have tenacity, they may have whatever perks they need to survive some of the initial pressure a little bit more, or maybe they just have extra util. Or they've even just like figured out what the enemies are doing. Like, I feel like they're really good at reading a situation. We saw them adapt pretty well against Beef Shakers, and so I think they're doing well here to adapt to whatever opponent they're coming up against. And Wendy's gang did a really good job there. They did. You just can tell they slayed when they decided we're not letting you plant the bomb. We're gonna kill you. They won, and so I'd like to see them do it again on this next map. I think it's gonna be really interesting. Yeah, interesting is my word today. Interesting is a great way to describe the first ever comp tournament for Season 2 of Rogue Company of nothing set in stone, everything could work, everyone's really trying things out, and it's a really, really interesting.
It's the Wild West, man. It's the Wild West. Now, one thing that I'm really liking about what we're about to see, the next map, in my opinion, is probably the best map for a team like Lager Game. We're going to be going to Windward. When you consider what we've seen so far from Wendy's gang, they're the scrappy team, tons of playmaking potential. They like to fight. They like to get in, get dirty. Chapo, a beast. Lossie, a beast. Windward is more of a mid to long range map with a lot of longer corridors. And I think the emphasis on positioning and rotation is there a lot more than something like Hollows. And when you are an arguably more coordinated team, when you do have experience playing together and you know how your team responds to stuff really well, I do think that this is a map that would favor Lager Gaming. So again, I do think we'll see a game number 3 here, but it's probably going to be really close.
Well, see, this is a little ace up the sleeves, I think, that the Wendy's gang may have from knowing these players, and it's that on a longer range map, Turner's a really good sniper, like
Really?
a top tier sniper.
Okay.
I know he's gravitated towards Mac. I just don't see Mac being as viable on this map. Maybe on defense, just maybe not, but on the attack, it may not hit as well. So I would kind of like to see if he'd bring out the Phantom. Just a little bit, and see how this works. I think this could definitely be the map to do it on Wynwood. I think it's an interesting map, a long map, and yeah, I think if he's going to do it at any point, it's going to be now in this map, especially now that they're map up. You can risk that a little bit being a map up.
Yeah, and speaking of the concept of a sniper, do you think we'll see a Fixer banned again?
On a map like Wynwood, likely. We saw it very first match, very first round that we spectated, which obviously ended slightly strangely. But we did see the fix come out from Who's That, I believe, played it, or Hizzy played it. I think it was one of the two. And they dominated on it. They were using the Deadeye, beaming through. Will we see the tier? Potentially, again, it's a sniper map if they decide to run it, but I would put my bets on a Fixer ban coming out from one of these teams.
I would too, and the more we're talking about Windward and thinking, like, I'm remembering the very beginning of the tournament where I was like, all right, Windward, mid to long range, much more strategic minded. And what did we see? We saw Chalk on defense, just activating the ability and going full ham and just kind of disrupting everything the offensive side of the game tried to do. And when you look at a team, you know, like Wendy's gang that is more scrappy, more offensive oriented, and they also have a really solid Chalk player, I don't know, man.
It could work. It could work.
There's gonna be another crazy progression of events where defense is looking more offensive than the other team.
It definitely could. I don't know if they'll do the same Chalk strategy on the defense as we saw from Beef Shakers. I think that was a wild card. I don't know. I've never seen that played, but so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's kind of meta, but we should be jumping into this game right now with Wynwood. Very excited to see how this one plays out.
You know, you do make a good point. There's a little bit of a difference between round 2 and just finals in terms of the
yes.
in competition. So maybe the Chalk worked because they could get away with it, but yeah, Lager game isn't really a team to get like memed on.
No, I think they would disrespect a meme, or they would definitely punish a meme squad. The bans are gonna be important. Check out the first ban. What are they gonna do? I would anticipate a Fixer, potentially the Anvil. As I was just about to say, yeah, there it is. Anvil ban comes in.
I get it, man. After what we've seen today, still
Anvil retake is just really strong. We'll see what they decide to pick up. Would it be the Fixer? Would it be something different? Maybe a Sigrid? Sigrid would be pretty strong. Maybe, honestly, maybe it's even the Kestrel. You know, but it's not. It's the Fixer. Fixer is smart. Banned. This is attack. They're on attack. I saw the Chalk too. I got a little bit excited. Turner, do the Phantom. I believe in you, Turner. Bring me the Phantom. No, Turner. Ooh. I mean, the Kestrel makes a lot of sense as well. He hovered it though. He knows I want it.
Now, see, what's interesting is Dallas locks in Lossy when they could have just as easily taken Kestrel themselves, and then
he locks in the Kestrel. I wanted the Phantom. I wanted a lot. Because if you have Dallas, the Palace Step Stalker snap blank pressure can come from Dallas. I'm just trying to justify it at this point.
No, I'm with you.
But the Seeker comes out from Lager. A full tap body tap is going to be big.
Of a curveball. Like, yeah, you want the position, you want the reveal and stuff. Secret's good. Just kind of surprised to see it.
I think he's more beneficial on this map. There's a lot of smoke play that comes on, and seeing through that smoke is pretty valuable. But also just like, the longer angles lead to some really good bow angles that I'm interested to see as well.
All right. Yeah, But a pretty spicy game number 1 here, potentially the last game of the tournament for Lager Gaming. They're able to turn things around and force out the very first game 3 of the entire tournament.
Here's one of these boat locations right now as we see Rock Soldier holding up and firing through, revealing 3 members.
Back on the way in, and oh no, Drew finds out what the revolver feels like. Chapo activates the ability and it gives him enough time to get up the steps and survive. 35 health remaining. Roll around the corner, Goldie managing to stay on their feet, but for how long? The roll up.
Not very long at all. That was some serious aggression coming out from Wendy's right there. They moved straight through mid as Preenet is taken down there from Market as well. I feel like they just don't have a set like positional strategy here. Rock Soldier ratting down below there, just doesn't manage to survive. That felt like some zombie apocalypse stuff right there. I'm like, I need to stop, I need to hide, and there's going to be a 1v1. Chapo v Rock Soldier. That Spitfire spits hard, and it will take him down. And he's dancing on the fountain.
Chapo's out here feeling it right now. 2 down.
He's got it.
Got an assist. 12 grand. Knows what to do with it. Okay.
Yeah, that was some serious aggression. Like, the aggression to go from Market through to A, and it was all about getting that pick off on Drew. If they didn't get that pick off on Drew, you can sit on trash cans. They're not making that same play. The fact they got that pick was really, really important.
Awesome to see a team feeling confident enough in themselves to be like, all right, this is our win condition. We're going to go for this play. If this specific aspect doesn't work, we're probably boned. But
yeah,
we're able to bet on ourselves, and we feel we're going to be able to pull it off. And then to actually execute that, always cool to see.
Trench sitting here. Hasn't used any of his utility, which actually surprises me. Not even a trophy, because you can pick those back up. They got on site real quick. Kestrel comes down, does not manage to find any member of Wendy's gang. And they are making sure to watch their flank. We saw it when we watched the first map. Watching your flank on this is important. You don't want to get people running at you from behind. They do find Preenade. Is trusting his team to trade him out there, and they will find more of the revive lights to be stuck in just a moment.
Still almost
Sensei, the bullets. They actually abandon. No, there you go. They're going back for loss. Okay.
Loss is like, hello?
He's like, he went down way earlier in that fight. It should not be picked up right now. Oh, wow, Chapo beaming Goldie through that. That was insane. It's going to be Turner picking up Drew there on the side, but I am in awe of what I just witnessed there.
That gun has no mid-range capability. Chapo steps around the corner and says it does some work up close too. 2 rounds now in favor of a Wendy's gang that is. They are looking primed.
They are fighting. They are like really fighting this one out, and you can tell it's working for them. They are like being super aggressive, and honestly, I don't see what Lager's gonna do here. How do you stop this Dallas beaming you from range? This Chark apparently beaming you from range as well. Like, he's got an SMG. This isn't how this is meant to work. Like, they are being. They are putting the pressure on no matter what, and it seems like Lager is suffering. They're split across the map. It's a big map. They have to split up. I would like to see a trophy or something down here.
I feel like the Kestrel needs to be on point as well as the team firing to support it. There really isn't too much up close viability there. Once Chapo gets in someone's face, that's bad.
Ooh, that nade was huge. 5 HP is enough for Chapo.
5 in a dream. Downed and killed.
You wanted the smoke or not?
Enemies planted the bomb.
Smoke goes out as well. Bomb on the ground.
Wow.
Lossy just doing Lossy things.
You can't lose that 1v1. You can't lose this one either! Lossy finding another one! Is he gonna find another? He's literally right next to him. He sees him. If his health comes back, he wins this right now.
Wiped out. Run it again.
Lossy. That was just insane. Absolutely insane. He had no business winning at least 2 of those 1v1s, and the fact that the Trench didn't push him on 1 HP really sealed the deal for that 3-piece right there.
I think he didn't push him because it's like, that's Lossy right there. He's comfortable being behind and help. I'm calling this guy Winnie from now on. the heck? Why would he name himself Lost like that?
Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm not even comment on it. Winnie. you said it, and I went to like the cartoon, like Winnie the Pooh, like Piglet and stuff. I'm like, what is this reference? Like,
no, man. Yeah. Well, I hope this branding out. He's good to go.
Bomb drop.
3 rounds straight here for Wendy's gang.
Start referring to him as Winnie now.
Got him.
They've done a better setup here with the 2-2 split. Winnie here with the bomb. See if he goes to plant. I love how they're ignoring the bomb plant to just push for kills. Like, I really like this. Like, you could plant the bomb there and play safe, but they know they're gonna outgun them. They know they're scrappier, and they're just literally charging them down. Chapo and Winnie there able to find another kill. Sensei finds another, and this is just domination all around on the map. That is gonna be Sensei.
Right, they look
I'm out
like
of
a roving pack of marauders just banging pots and pans, running through the streets of Windward. No regard for the objective at all. They're just
You're with me.
You're on the opposite side of the team. You're going back to spawn. It's deathmatch.
I'm getting words that it's Losi. Not Lossy, Losi.
Oh, it's still winning.
I like Winnie.
Thank you for the correction. I didn't know. Low C. All right. Still winning. There's certainly no loss about what he's pulling off here.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. Makes a lot more sense. It's like, low. Oh. Like that.
Like, no, they're low.
Yeah. Tyler's also put in a really good effort on this Kestrel as well. I know I wanted to see him on Phantom, but he clearly shows that he's fine on any rogue we decide to put him on. This bounce nade is not going to hit. They're ignoring the bomb pattern. They don't care. They just want the kills.
Disarm it.
They did get it down this time, though.
Cooked pre-nade. Get it? Hee hee.
Boo. Semtex coming over. Semtex went behind. I love how quickly he just apes for it. He just runs forward, doesn't care about it, but he has actually not got the shots on that one to match it. This is the first time I've seen him actually get just like pure outgunned.
Yeah.
Turner needs to move back towards that bomb quickly. He's got his ult though. He's got ult and a stim. I actually think he clutches this one up.
Turner show ult comes out.
Does hit one though. Get a cross down. Gotta be careful here. Needs to get his kill right now. Finds Drew.
Okay.
He's gonna stop the bomb planet. He's good. He wins this.
I don't
And he
think
gets
there's
the
enough
kill as
time
well.
regardless.
That was the first time I've seen this team on Wendy's get actually outgunned, like in a straight gunfight, and it didn't even matter because Turner was able to clutch with the 1v2. That Kestra ult that hit him mid-air, by the way, like he actually like went in the direct of the ult. That was clutch right there.
Yeah, the moment that ult hit him, like he's got a solid shot here. If he gets the down, he more or less has the round just because that bomb is out in the open.
Although 5 rounds in at that point and no tenacity on the side of Dahlia is saddening. Tenacity is in a really good spot right now, and moving into Kestrel, grenades from Sensei, and even, which we know he's been hitting, and even the Semtex, I'd be wanting tenacity right now.
I agree.
Bombs down.
I agree. I haven't really seen Trench have too much of an impact. I don't think I've seen a single barbed wire grenade.
And as I say it, that bounce nade hits Drew on the thing. He doesn't have tenacity. He would have survived right there if he had tenacity, and his teammate dies for it.
Oh! Trying to get down, but their legacy lives on. Syntex comes out, and we're just running in.
It's a pure scrap fight. They want it. They're taking it, and they're winning it. Sensei's trying to find another. And they win it. Literally 1 HP, though.
Wendy's gang, they are aggressive. And
They are looking to take this one out in style.
I don't think we've seen a team yet that's just willing to lay it all on the line. And we will see you in the schoolyard at 3 o'clock. See you there. Looking to go up potentially 7-0.
And they're looking to make this an 8-0, honestly. I was kind of hoping they would. I was kind of hoping they would go up and then turn and be like, okay, we win this game. I'm gonna go Phantom. But he's not even gonna get a chance to snipe at this rate. If they go 7-0 here, he's only getting a pistol round on the other half. Chapo in trouble, pops the ult, but he's getting 8 by 2. We're seeing some counter aggression coming in now from Lager here. They are really moving towards it.
And they needed it. They're in a prime position to get their first round. 2v4 now. It's just a shame that it's going to be going into a pistol round after the side switch. But every round is going to absolutely count here. In a great spot. Turner, however, though, can never count that guy out. Has his ult available, so magic can happen.
If each of these guys can just 1v2, and we've seen them do it, then they win this round right here. Good shot on the 6th sense. Good patch out there.
If I'm Lager Gaming, like, it's the buddy system for sure.
Well, I wouldn't do it into a Kestrel. We just saw 3 of them stacking next to each other. One Kestrel and they will die.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's such a weird spot to be in, because like, you still have to get 1v2, simply a troll, the Kestrel goes out, it's 1 hit, keeps themselves alive.
24 seconds. It's not looking too good for Wendy's game right here. Exposed to his side, needs to be careful. He's going for bomb. Could he rotate out on this? No, he does get beamed out on the side. Sensei does trade him out though. Trades another. Sensei.
Sensei. Trying to make it work.
Gotta make it work right now. Gets revealed in a bit of a bad spot. 5 seconds on the clock. Gets get beamed. No clean sweep.
It would have been a lot for them to be able to take that.
I mean, he would have to legally change his name to Sensei after that one.
But okay, so no shutout. Going into the second half, 6-1. 2 rounds for Wendy's gang to be able to make their way back into grand finals. Make their way into grand finals.
It's looking good. We'll see what they said to pick up. Is that... Who is that? Is that Turner? There's Turner on the Mac. No Phantom. I'm upset. But I'll take the Mac. I'll take Mac gameplay. I'll do it. I'll accept it. Got Lucy there on the trench. Dardia for Sensei, who's been pretty consistent with this entire time. And then Chapo opting for the Dallas this time. He's like, well, I saw what Lucy did. I want more. I want to do that. That's me.
Ronin feels like a surprise. I don't know, like Ronin's really good, especially after the current patch, but in terms of like, all right, you get this out of this rogue selection in this situation where you need to win 7 rounds before your opponent wins 2. I'm not seeing what Ronin brings to the table outside of just being a character.
Yeah, that's kind of Ronin's role. She's like, she's got the smoke, she's got the grenade. She's just kind of like fits in, but she doesn't have any like specific playmaking options about her. Right. She's just like good. If that makes sense. She's just like, okay, yeah, Ronin, she's there. Are they gonna zip? There's no way they zip this.
Okay.
Oh, if he was Kestrel in this moment, that is a completely different story. Lightbomb needs to go down right now. He's safe from Lightbomb. If he defaults it out, he flashed one. Almost beamed it. If he had got both of them there, he's got Chapo on his side to watch him out. Gotta be careful of getting beamed from any angle here, but they do manage to get bombed down. And they're aping the other 2. Good bounce lane. Huge bounce lane. Chapo, 1 tap.
They are. Sensei able to get the down rolls around the corner to safety. Oh, in the hands of Ronin.
It's gonna be a 1v1. He's actually gonna be able to get this. He could get this. Maybe not. He's got an execution in hand. Gotta be careful. He missed it with the armor. The armor almost kept him alive. Oh, he tried. Okay, that was okay. Tanner. Okay,
this is tank those shots.
He almost could have. If he hadn't picked up an executioner, he tanks them. If he had Spitfire there, there's no way he stops him. I have noticed something about Sensei, and he runs out of bullets more than any player I've ever seen. He would have won that fight there potentially if he didn't have 1 bullet in the chamber. Like literally, that was it. Like if this man needs to reload slightly more.
You hate to see it.
He's this is so many times. I've called it out so many times. He's like, and Sensei has no ammo. Which I mean, fair. He's beaming people. 6-2-2.
He's out of bullets because they're leaving the chamber. He's trying.
Okay, looks like an A push here for Lager.
Watch your step.
Standard knife placement.
The Christmas elf outfit.
Enemies have armed the bomb.
Good
Disarm
grenade
it.
spot. Will maybe? No, won't find Lasser. Okay, now so we're playing retake in here for the for Wendy's gang. Oh, good nade! That's how you throw a grenade. Drone will come out, shoot the drone. Second nade comes out from Sensei onto Goldie. This man is just the same with the nades. Same with the nades, same with the Avatar. No wonder he's enjoying having Dade back in meta. This will be a nice little defuse. 4-0 sweeping that one. Nice little flawless round coming out for them as they take 7-2 in round count. Potentially the last round of this map and the loser bracket final.
Let's close this contract.
I know Drew took a jump scare off that because he was
I
close to
did.
it.
Dropped.
Right. He was entrenched just in that corner, keeping an eye on everything, and out of nowhere that grenade just appeared. I didn't even see where it came from. Like, he was just dead.
Which do you think scared him more, that grenade or getting punched out by Who's That on Lancer on Vice? Which one was more terrifying, do you think?
I'm sad that both of those things happened to him. I'm sad that that's a question because he was on the receiving end of both of those things.
It was unfortunate to be him in these moments.
I'd say the grenade was a bit more abrupt, but
It
just were a
was.
bit more disrespectful.
Smoker comes out, Lusty is on site right there. Does find some damage on his head, though half cover is not good enough. And as he tries to run away, Goldie will find him down. Oh, the trip mine almost finds King Pre-Nade there, but the nade from Lass will find one and a full kill. 3v2 now, it was looking so good. The knife, this is just Explosive City.
He's got the down on one and a kill on the other, and it is turning into a shooting gallery here over the goal at the end of it. Only Dallas remaining on the defensive side. Shock gets the revive. Ronin back in the saddle. Drew potentially has time to heal up. Chapo's gonna have to put in some work right now.
He's gonna have to do a low C right here. He's on Dallas, he can do it.
They crushed us.
And the sword will come through from Drew. That was close though. That was close. He almost beamed that Shark.
If one of those shots was a headshot, Shark is
Last
down.
round. End strong.
Yeah, and they can just play for the Ronin, who's got a melee weapon. Actually missing that melee weapon, they lose. Look at the down consistency amongst Wendy's here. 11, 10, 10, 9. And even the eliminations being so close as well. That just shows you how they're aping this together. They're taking some Gorillas in the Mist vibes here and aping.
Yeah, this is the team that is just playing off of raw courage. They believe in themselves. They just want to get in and scrap. If I'm Beef Shakers and I'm in grand finals and I'm looking at this game, because I am looking at this game, I'm like, all right, they want to fight. They want to get in and scrap. So we need to make sure we're ready for that.
I got you.
If that's what happens.
Wow, 2 huge downs coming out there.
Rock
So they're
Soldier
traded
down
pretty
in the
well.
bubble. This is turning into a bloodbath, man.
We're back down to a 1v1. Who's gonna stick revives? Looks like it's gonna be Turner trying to stick one hit onto Dade. If Dade gets up, or maybe could have revived that trench there. Does get beamed down the side though. It's gonna be Turner with the nade. Turner misses. This is the light bomb. This is the light bomb play. This is the light bomb play. I believe in it. Gonna go for the revive. I like this. Does flash. Nobody a bit too impatient with that, and he's.
No.
There's gonna be some suffering. Free fire it, and he doesn't find anyone. If he was a little bit more patient on that, I honestly think that could have been the 1v2 clutch, especially with the passive giving his armor back on a down, like basically like a mini life drain. That could have been a play and a half.
Hold on here. Hold on. You go into the half, it's 6-2. Starts to feel like a formality. And what are we seeing right now? We are seeing a Lager Gaming coming to life. They see what's on the line.
They're scrapping a bit more. They're happy to get into these scrap fights, especially with their more global revive. They're looking pretty good with it.
Ronin pick certainly pulling its weight. Shock keeping them alive in some of these instances. Just taking a tripwire to the face, walking around the corner.
That's all you need. Okay, here's him. He's running back. Does have the nades. He's gonna get out of here right now, but the time skill almost takes him out. Never mind. Sensei with a double nade, and the trophy cleans it up. This is just gonna be a bloodbath. They are walking around pre-firing, and it is gonna be another 1v1 situation as King Prenade is gonna flash and try and find his way up there. Does hit the flash. Are they blind? No, Sensei comes out, finds one. It's a straight 1v1 right now. And it will be Dusty! Doesn't find it. Oh, I had hope. I had hope.
Look, you earned that one, man. You earned that.
He did. He did. He earned that dance.
I will say though, that Ronin dagger hit that wall, and I'm like, if he shoots that, that's 2 downs easy.
I think he was sucked by a trophy.
Is that what happened?
I heard the trophy sound hit something.
It did get trophy because I was like, oh,
that would have been a big one. I mean, it would have been bigger if it was a direct impact. That would have been a show for the moments. 7-5. This ended up closer than I thought it was going to be. I'm not going to lie to you.
This is not impossible at all. And what's crazy is it's not like Lager Gaming has just showed up and they're just outclassing and hard outperforming it. It's come down to 1v1. Like they have been getting by very thin margins, but they're showing that they have clutch capability themselves. And they may be making some people believers here. 3 in a row is not outside the realm of possibility here.
Oh, that nade. Sensei, he must have hit at least 10 nade kills this time. Trying to find one with dash shots. He managed to get up, but they've got a pick down and a full kill onto King Prenade. They're playing it a little bit safer now, a little bit more reserved, getting these picks where they matter. That bomb is in an awful location for them. Will he die getting it? Goldie managed to survive. Are they even taking damage?
This is not great right now for Lager Gaming. They're down shot. They already had to use their revive once. There's the roll. Low C.
Low C goes down.
Low C is down.
Charlie Rest comes out there.
Charlie picks him back up. Some long range poking. Turners. Hanging on. Shotgun gets down on Drew. Foxhole trying. Put a lag there.
A little bit of lag there, but it doesn't matter. That will be the round 1 for Wendy's gang. Whew. Wendy's gang take it. They take it.
They started to get some momentum there. I was like, are we about to see what some might consider to be the impossible?
I mean, maybe. They definitely stepped up. They definitely noticed towards the end of the first half what was going on, exactly what kind of game Wendy's gang were trying to play, and they took that momentum into the other rounds as well, which I liked. I liked their effort. I thought it was solid. They put on a good performance. They showed they can frag. If they had noticed it 2-3 rounds earlier in the first half, could have been a win. Could have been a win for them, but unfortunately they didn't. And it was close though. It was close. They put in a really good performance.
Now I could be wrong here, but it feels to me like they went into the first half with the strategy of this is a very scrappy team. We're not going to give them the opportunity. We're going to go for mid to long range. We'll be able to chunk them down. So by the time they get in close, maybe they're already too weak and they can't even really play that game. And that never happened. No. One way or the other, Wendy's gang was able to get in and have those scrappy close quarters fights and really win out. And then in the second half, they're like, okay, guys, they're going to be able to scrap. We got to be able to respond to this. So let's take a comp that more emphasizes that. Let's pick up the Ronin. Let's not try to go for these DMR plays so much. Let's just scrap with them. And it becomes a lot more evenly matched then. And I think if that was the strategy from the very beginning to just, this is a scrappy team, let's scrap with them, we could be talking about game number 3. But just that willingness to try to go for more of a long range, mid range approach, that kind of cost them the entire game.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think that makes sense on the Ronin pick right there of this is why they picked Ronin. They want a more scrappy playstyle. I know Drew is pretty comfortable on that Ronin, so they want that more aggressive playstyle. So it isn't going to have to play off a DMR. It isn't going to have to play off these single tap fires. Has a bit of spray potential, a bit of clutch up potential. I'm surprised I didn't see a Kestrel, though. Kestrel wasn't banned. We didn't see a Kestrel come at those guys. And if you're going for scraps, you want Kestrel. So, but yeah, no, I wonder what Beef Shakers are looking at that and thinking, okay, we beat these guys once. They gave us a little bit of a run on some rounds. Now we've seen what they really want to play like. How are we going to adapt to that? Because I think Beef Shakers have a very reserved comp in their trench, sit back, hold positions, but they're very clean with it. They know the angles, they're holding them, they're on each other's backs, and they make sure they team shot. So I wonder whether that same level of aggression is just going to get steamrolled by a better brick wall of defense that we
Right.
couldn't see Lager put up there.
It's interesting to see what like passive psychological benefits in a play style like what Wendy's gang has can afford you, because it's like, yeah, we're this scrappy team, we want to play super scrappy, and you look at Beef Shakers and they are a more methodical, you know, strategic style team, although they can be aggressive themselves. I'm not trying to say that at all, but it's like you go into this grand finals, you're Beef Shakers, and it's like we just saw a team try to avoid that scrappy play style and they got folded for it. So do we just let them play the game that they want to play and try to match them? Or do we also try to shut it down by playing more defensively and more at a distance, and maybe we get folded ourselves? Like, you see what I mean? Like, it's a weird paradox where it's like you either avoid it and you risk losing out through it anyway, or you just lean into it and just have a barroom brawl of a grand finals.
And I think game one map one, sorry, will determine a lot of it, because they'll decide very quickly what the kind of pacing is going to be set and how they can deal with it. Can they deal with the aggression by being defensive, or do they have to match aggression with aggression? And that is important to say, though, this is a bracket reset tournament, which means those coming from losers brackets, so Wendy's gang, will have to win 2 best of 3s if they want a shot. So if Beef Shakers win the best of 3, that's it, done, tournament over, they are the victors. If Wendy's gang win the best of 3, then we do a full reset and we do one more best of 3 to determine the full winner, just to make sure everything is fair across the wins and losses of these maps. So it's going to be interesting.
Now, blame Dragonite ahead of time for this.
Oh no.
But he said it's going to be the fresh, never frozen beef of the Wendy's gang taking on the Beef Shakers
I just can't.
here in grand finals. It hurt me to say.
I hope it hurt you to say it. I don't even get it. Is that like a slogan for Wendy's or something?
It's a Wendy's thing out here.
It's a Wendy's thing. I'm lost. I'm sitting here. I'm like, I'm loving it. That's all I got for you. I got McDonald's.
Beef Shakers are like, I'm loving it too. I'm not trying to go Wendy's.
Oh dear.
Now, what's really cool is going into grand finals, the rotation is this: Skyfell, Canals, High Castle. We haven't seen Skyfell at all. It was the first map of round 1. We jumped into the stream at round 2.
Yeah.
And it showed up as game 3 of round 4, which never materialized because there was no game 3.
There has been no game 3 of anything. There's not been a game 3. Game 3 maps are feeling real damn bad. We'll see if we get one now. We'll see if game 3 happens in any of this. Skyfall I'm very excited for, though. I think Skyfall is a good map. And very, very interesting. But yeah, no, it's I'm using my word interesting again. But speaking of interesting, something I actually do want to say is something I've always loved about LAN events, which obviously we don't have here. This is the thing, is when teams come in their jerseys, in their team jerseys, and that leads me on to a great thing, which I want to thank our sponsor SwordDog for helping to support this tournament here. They're a power company for organizations looking at the lower end to sort of get into having jerseys, having some apparel for these team organizations, and they've helped support Antimatter a lot and helped with this Darkmatter tournament. So we're super grateful to them for their support. And as I said, I always love the team uniform. I think it's great when you come in with your logo representing the team name on the back or your name on the back. It's a good look. It's a good look, and SwordDog are doing a great job of providing that for these organizations as well. So big appreciation to them.
Even beyond that, it's like you look at the handles for Beef Shakers. They're all streamers. So you think of like an esports organization picking up a team. They stream consistently. Why not have the jersey and have that continued branding and stuff like that? So if you are a burgeoning or growing esports organization, check out SwordDog. They'll take care of you. They understand what it is to start out in esports, and they care. Like they're people. So definitely check them out. And it sounds like we're jumping into grand finals now. It's going to be on Skyfell. We're in the lobby. What's interesting is, we've been talking about the idea of Wendy's gang, super scrappy team, super get in your face. We have not yet seen Skyfell yet today. And I feel like when you are this team that kind of wants to play up close, Skyfell can cater to that.
Yes.
But the rotations are going to be so important because that is a no man's land coming across the
Yes.
middle. So
Yes.
I'm curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, no, mid is gonna suck, but if they get onto sites, scrappiness is gonna entail as we go up into Skyfell for the first map of this grand finals. I'm super excited, Hal. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have put on incredible performances so far. Obviously, Beef Shakers, they have not yet dropped a map this entire tournament. Although I would put something of an afterthought because they've been tested. It's not like they're just getting flat 8-0s and just kind of walking through people on their way to grand finals. They are being challenged, and Wendy's Gang was one of those teams that actually challenged. The Fixer ban comes in, no Fixer.
That was the quickest fixer ban I've ever seen. I'll see what Beef Shakers choose to ban here. Will it be the Mac to get rid of Turner's pressure with it? Because they don't want to play it themselves, so they're not too down bad if they decide to ban it, you know? I'd be interested.
do.
Or will they give sound like a Lancer, maybe? Honestly, Lancer's good in this map, and if there's someone who can play Lancer, it's not bad. But who's that may want to? That's the variation there. Even Sigrid going across that zip line on B site could be pretty obnoxious. So we'll see exactly what they do. Or even I wouldn't be down. I wouldn't be bad if they decide to target ban Lossie's Kestrel.
Yeah.
Any
I
of those
wouldn't be
work?
surprised.
Did they not ban? No, they did. They banned Dallas. They banned Dallas last moment.
Now, one thing I really love about what we're seeing in the ban phase is that you can see where team stuff. The Fixer ban came out immediately, and then when it comes from a team that does play super scrappy up close on Skyfell, you're saying we don't feel like getting sniped coming across the middle, and we want to be able to use smoke grenades to get in close when we want to. So now I feel like
Mirror
that sends a
matchup.
message. Oh, what?
Full
Let's
mirror
go.
matchup. Come on,
Let's
lock
go.
him in. Lock him in. This is. Hey, you want to fight? We want to fight. Let's pick the same roads
I
and go
love
at it.
this.
This
Dude.
is brilliant. This is gonna really test who are the better fighters and mechanical positioners to make this one work. This is gonna be very interesting.
This is exactly what Beef Shakers is saying. You guys are a scrappy team. We are not trying to avoid that at all. We're going to run the same as you and show you why we're still winner side. That is amazing, man. Such
Hey,
a
Chuck
bold
on
statement
defense.
you made.
Chuck on defense. I'm telling you, it's the new way. I predict
It's worked out.
I predict this round finishes before we go under a minute. This round ends in 52 seconds. That's my prediction.
See, both teams look like they're going to the same side. If they both go to the same side, absolutely.
I really thought we were going to hit both of them.
Ooh.
Wow, big damage came up from the start. Oh, Losie's actually going to be a flanker going on to the other side of the map. Taking some
Woken
good
up, but
aggro
not
control.
Take him down. Sensei keeping an eye. Spots one. I don't know if they revealed themselves. Either way, his leg. A little too quiet out here. I'm gonna go ahead and back up.
This actually is a lot more quiet than I thought it'd be. This is going to be a very quick 10 seconds if I'm right.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
And they for the server. My prediction was wrong. Unfortunately, we have not even seen a bullet really fired apart from the first initial trade since the start. But that's surprising because they had good control. Look at them
I would
creeps.
also note that Dahlia in round one has opted to link with Chalk, so I think they were anticipating a
100%.
hard YOLO.
100%. I think that was definitely the intention there as they are working their way onto the B side of the map. This is the scrap coming out. Cannibals finds one, but it's Turner getting the trade off there. Gotta be quick.
Oh,
Dahlia ready might prove really important here.
trades all the way around, leaving just Chalk 1v3 scenario right now. Can they do it? Dahlia does get revived. Low health. Dahlia down again. Comes around in the corner. Joker closes out Chapo. Round one.
The scrappiness is there. I mean,
Yeah,
the
man.
fight itself was very fast-paced. It just happened a minute later than I thought it would.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see more out of competitive Road Company
You take point.
across season 2, where it feels tense. Because you do not want to get caught out of position at all. With these shorter TTKs, you are going to get nuked. You are going to get team fired. It's going to be rough. But when the fire actually, when the fights actually start up, they're going to be over very fast.
100%. I think that with this time's kill change, the level of aggression that good players gonna want to like put on each other is really important. As we see Sensei getting some good picks off there, at least some good shots. Downstage is gonna miss.
Bomb has been dropped.
Kenny does find Losi there.
Oh!
That's a
Is that a
beast.
sniper rifle or?
That's an SMG. That's just not okay.
Dude, that was a railgun across the world.
Watching Hizzy's movement for the last like minute has been incredible. The way he rolls in and out of cover like and dodges all the utility and bullets apparently is insane. Apart from those ones. Those ones are gonna find him with another sniper rifle D4EC.
On your feet and back in the fight.
Dahlia getting a revive. Annie getting downed after downing Chop or Turner. Joker, a lot of even trades.
Friendly's
Again, leaves
eliminated.
just
That's gonna
Chop.
hurt the bottom line.
And again.
It's super. This is what we're seeing. We're seeing people left in 1v1s, 1v2s, 2v2s. It's like the trades are coming down all the time. These aren't clean rounds. These are scrappy rounds, like we keep saying. And they're really bringing the aggression to each other. But right now, it seems like Beef Shakers are the ones coming out on top with that aggression.
How many revives have there been? Because it seems like there are no lack of downs. Yeah, okay, 3-1. That kind of makes sense because you'll see all these trades on the kill feed, but then afterwards you look up and it's like, wait, they still have 3 people alive? Like,
Yeah,
what the heck? I think linking Dahlia to Chalk has been really important.
Yeah, I think that's been a really big benefit for Beef Shakers here, honestly, because Chalk is the one you want to be really aggressive. So getting him up when he goes down is great.
Yeah. See, flanking around, trying to get in a position. Chapo hasn't yet been able to have that huge play go their way just yet. Lucy hasn't really popped
Bomb
off
has been
yet
dropped.
either. Goes down.
Canny with-
They hit the deck. Canny closes it out.
I just want to see a round where it's all 1v1s against your respective opponent. So that was the Dahlia 1v1. Oh, Lucy! Almost turns and burns him there, but the stim will come out and there will be the ultimate trading out kills.
The Losi effect. Even down health after the stim, still gets the down, eats the ult afterwards though. Did not think they're gonna get a revive here. Oh, Joker! Hello!
Wow. Go for another one. He almost got it as well. Semtex will not hit. Downstain might though. Downstain's gonna hit. Bye-bye.
Friendly's eliminated. Regroup.
Where's your basketball emote?
That
You're here hitting 3-pointers. Dude, he just rainbow arced that one from half court.
He really did.
Tina just like
not doing it.
fade
He
away
needs it.
jump shot, swish. Okay.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
I know I would have been pulling that one off. Fair enough. 3 rounds.
3-0.
Great. Over to Beef Shakers, and it's not been because their opponents are being outclassed. These are very.
Oh my
That was
gosh.
a lot of grenades coming in. What the heck?
All the utility coming out in a matter of milliseconds there. So they're now looking for a super aggressive play. Chapo finding the grenade trading out, but the kill feed is going wild right now as it is left to only the Seeker on blue team to fight off 1v4. I don't know what happened, but it is not looking too good for Losi.
I just feel like that was an instance where Wendy's gang got over eager. Chapo got the down on, I forget who it was, but they got one of the downs, and you can tell they just wanted to jump over the wall and get the kill really quick and didn't bother to look to the left at all. So the Kestrel on the side of Beef Shakers, Hizzy just stepped out and was like, all right, well, free flank for me.
I just want to point something out right now. They have, can we have a look at the scoreboard real quick? They have 6, 7, 8, 9 downs and a single elimination. 1 elimination, that is it. Everything else has been revived. That is
Dahlia
insane.
has 5 revives.
That is insane.
Oh, flashbang.
This is the scrappiness we wanted. This is just full hate. We're coming at you. Grenades are flying, smokes are flying, and it is not looking good for either team, but particularly Wendy's gang are suffering the most. Two trade right now. Actually, Beef Shakers are on the back foot.
That's gonna hurt the bottom line.
Look at the kill feed. What in the world? Dude, how do you call this? It's like they spawn, they run at each other. It looks like a medieval fight in an open field.
Bomb's been dropped.
It is
Like from
literally a
Arthurian
joust.
times.
You
They're
take
jousting.
point.
I mean, are you a Game of Thrones fan? You seen the show?
Sorry.
It's alright. There's an initial season. There's a joust fight. The big mountain guy, tougher guy, just skewers lances this guy straight through the neck with the lance. And that is what this fight feels like. It's not like that they're going back and forth across the field. It is like we are all running forward and we are fighting it out. And so far it is looking rough as another trade comes down on each side. Losi actually finding 2 already. Looking pretty good.
Factor. Makes itself apparent. Shot Crystal goes back
He's
up.
stuck. He's stuck. He's dead.
Oh. Chapo
3v2 now.
Sets him up the bomb. There's the roll away. Can he get back around the corner? He does after taking one more shot.
Enemies
Sounds like he's
planted
getting
the bomb.
chased down though.
He really is though. Can he? No, he cannot.
Friendly's eliminated.
Oh.
That's gonna
I
hurt
see
the
what you did
bottom
there.
line.
Yeah, he still did that. That was good.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. And okay.
Wow, we got
After
a game.
Yo, Red, look at the eliminations now.
I know, they were like, what did I say about our eliminations? One?
They went
No.
from considering that they only had 1, and now it's turned into something of a bloodbath for sure.
Yeah, 16. 16 that is. 16. That's 1 to 16 is a lot in 2 rounds. 13. Listen, alright? Listen. I used to be a math teacher. I used to be a math teacher, not anymore. Alright, give me okay.
Campus got us good.
It's fine.
Holding down the production.
This is the real role of production is math. Oh, but his
low
goes down
key.
real quick there.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Shot from the outside.
They are
section,
so
looks
aggressive.
like
There
Joker.
There's not even like a stop pressing W key button on their things. It is they've stuck like W down with like blue tack or something.
Dude, Turner got Michael Bay'd hard. Like we just switched over to see them eat like 2 explosions simultaneously. Unlucky. 2v3 right now, favoring the defensive side of the board.
Yeah,
Who's
back
that
up
in the
here a
crew
little bit.
moving up? Lucy, you're about to find out where they are.
Oh, they found out where you are too, though, buddy, and that is going to be a trade coming down. It's just left the Chapo. Trying to pull something off the chalk it, and he does find one.
You got some money. He got a consolation.
He made a. I mean, it's the last round, so it's not going to count for much, but it was a respectful
Bombs
effort at least.
defused. Fight harder next time.
Yeah, it's not how that works, but good effort.
Gonna be 5-2.
Oh.
We're defending. Lock
Oh
it down.
dear. I'm loving this. I'm loving this one. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is everything we talked about and more with them just going at each other.
Yeah, man. I think it's because both of these teams are really good. Neither one is shying away from either one. And again, I also think the changes of C2 really facilitate this kind of all or nothing, hyper aggressive, but also very tense and methodical gameplay. I'm really liking this patch, man.
So we see
You got your Mac, you
Beef
got your
Shakers
Mac.
going for the exact same thing, and we changed it up a little bit on the side of Wendy's. They're going for, hey, you know what? We don't like the Chark and we don't really like the Seeker, so we're gonna go for the Anvil and the Mac and just LMG you down. Like we're having issues with ammo, and so we're just gonna not run out of anytime soon.
Now, you know, in terms of pride and ego, I do think that it's something of a feather in the cap for Beef Shakers to be like, but we ran the same comps, and in that game of chicken, you guys flinched.
Yeah, true.
we
Very true.
stayed the same. You went for a beefier, tankier composition. So what are you trying to say?
Arrow comes through, does reveal at least 2. They're looking for a strong defense there. No, never mind. This is just full everything, guns blazing. They haven't stopped. They have not stopped.
What are you doing? On your feet.
Oh my
10 seconds
gosh!
of
The
fight.
punch out at the end, Sensei!
Been dropped.
And they
Give 'em
finish it
the
off with a kill
hand.
through mid.
Fight harder next time.
Wowza. So remember when I said round 1 would end in like a couple seconds? That was, I meant this pistol round. Sorry, I was a little bit delayed in my thought.
I knew that. I knew that.
Yeah. I just,
And everyone watching knew.
You
this.
take
You guys all
point.
knew, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you know, obviously. It's...
Right. Man. If you wanted fireworks here for grand finals, if Darkmatter, Demolition 2 Electric Boogaloo is this crazy, I can't wait to see Revengeing.
I mean,
June 6th.
electric is the perfect description of exactly how this has gone. And we're about to see again, I bet, actually. They're going through mid this time, so it's a little bit less scrappy to start off here, as Canny is punching the water.
All right, a little game of chicken the other way now, where
It's going to be a bit of chicken for Chapo here, as he's in a 1v4. He's about to get aped a little bit hard if we go off the previous aggression. They don't know he's there. If he gets a pick here, they saw his toe. I saw his toe. They saw his toe. Never mind. They didn't talk it though. They got the Dahlia res on it, so he should be fine.
and I think that link has been such an integral part of Beef Shaker's success. Since
100%. 4 taps to the body. It's something else. That's a kill. It's not Joker.
Rollout not going to be too heavily punched here. Mac and Anvil both moving up. Big boy guns deal big boy damage. Light bomb goes out.
Good deterrent. Good deterrent. We like it.
Wall goes down too.
Kill down already. Pop the ult! I didn't pop the ult!
Oh, no. That's down on the Chapo. Cannibals is turning into an outright bloodbath here. Just Chocolate Manning steps around the corner, gets some shots, and oh no.
That was close. That was really close.
That could have been disastrous. In an instance like this, whenever you have those numbers advantages, you have to close out.
You're
It's a
with
team like
me.
Beef Shakers, but even so, man, that was almost a 1v2.
That was very, very close. I actually think 3 times kill change, he may have won that. Those MG just hit so hard. Like 25 body damage on every shot that Turner hit there. Yeah, that hurts.
Dude, yeah, 20. Like, ooh.
Like if it was like 19, you know, he's maybe got an extra shot in there to pull something off. But yeah, 25 would be a bit mental. Good picks there from Lass. Gets some good shots on board as they're looking for another A push. Will they fight it?
Capo out on the flank too.
This is where you need your team to be calling 4-4-4. Well, comes out. They are going to find some kills here.
Oh,
Beef Shaker's looking really good.
I wasn't expecting to see someone step around that corner and another call.
With the ult, he can still put... This is a...
Hey.
I would have preferred the
Friendly's
shot
eliminated.
rather than the
That's gonna hurt
anything
the
else,
bottom
but
line.
hey. That's going to be Beef Shakers taking another round. 6-4 now in favor of Beef Shakers.
Almost a tying around here.
I mean,
Wendy
map 1 of this grand finals is proving to be exciting to say the least.
Dude, man, this is everything I wanted to see out of the grand finals. I can't imagine not being hyped for this. Like, this is crazy.
This is absolutely insane. Just like, and there are a lot of people complaining that Noontime's kill encourages camping and third-person peeking so that you get the easy kills on people. Yeah, no. That we are being proved at the highest level of competitive play. They have no intention of sitting there and camping. They are full sending absolutely everything as they now move out into mid. They hear the stim, and Chapo just going behind them right now. If he had a step Stalkers walks this, he may be in a great spot to find the pick. Boy, he picked himself though. Wow. That is finished. It's 1-for-1 trade right now as the Bombers plan down on the A side of the map. Canny does go down. Sensei, I have not heard someone stop shooting in the last like 10 seconds, I swear. They are full sending this as it's a 1v3 now, bouncing and ult available. Almost available, this could be huge. Oh, finds one. They don't push into it anymore. This is a 1v2 situation. Is it going to stick the revive? Bait the revive? Win the game?
Oh my god! Oh my god! No way!
Hizzy gets only just killed by Turner. If he had an extra bullet in that mag, he is donezo.
That
6-5. Wow.
That was incredibly winnable. That was
My hands are
Joe-
literally on my face in disbelief right now.
Hizzy, like, I'm speechless because we saw them collapse in. There were what, 3 of them? Alt comes out. Loki takes the tumble, gets killed. I'm like, all right, 2v1. They should be able to close this up. You see the grenade on the corner. Everything is looking great for Wendy's gang, and they just decided to roll through the smoke. When I saw them roll, I'm like, okay, you guys are doing that against the wrong road right now.
Deleted that first person who came through there. Absolutely deleted him.
Oh man. Oh, nice bank shot there. I know the adrenaline is pumping right now for Hizzy.
Something for me. Within seconds of this round, we've had 3 downs.
Let's get down on who's that. Pick themselves back up. Lucy turns around, gets shish kebab by Canny High. Bomb on the back, lay bomb down. Not gonna have too much of a part to play. A lot of red on the left side of the kill feed. Even just a dollar in.
That Dahlia is Sensei though, but not gonna matter here.
And what has been a game of twists and turns.
Enemies are on match
We are
point.
looking at game point here, 7-5, favoring the winner's side, Beef Shake.
You take point.
This is just one of the most intense games I've come across in Rogue Company competitive history. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is just a bloodbath. Ever since round 3, I would say, they decided that they're not holding back at all, and it's been a bloodbath.
I really hope the developers of this game get a chance to check out these grand finals, because the direction they're taking this game is working. Like, this is action-packed, this is tense, very high skill level. Like, this is what I want to see out of Rogue Company, for sure.
This is definitely has some interesting elements to it.
Light bomb on the ground. Canny stepping forward. Don't find anyone yet. Losi.
Oh, Lucy.
Might be climbing through the window at the wrong moment. Hello.
Planted the bomb.
Hizzy blown away. Confirmed by Chapo. Teamwork. Dreamwork moves up. Canny gets blown up as well. 2 people down now.
That grenade was hit. Wow.
And it's just Joker.
Joker, he's feeling real down bad right now.
Bombs that is on.
Can't find him.
Mission is fooball.
Ambitious.
Honestly, watching Chapo play that makes me understand why he's a Chark player. The way he like stimmed, like as if he was like Chark himself, like as Kestrel, he stimmed. I was like, he's just going for it. He's like, he's to play someone like Chark or Kestrel or even Sigrid with the stims and the extra health with regen ability is a whole different ball game of Rogue Company. To like have to process, okay, I can heal. Like, as you're in the middle of a gunfight and stuff, it's like, I can heal. Watching players do that and pull it off at this high level is insane.
It's in their DNA, man. W keys only.
Keys only.
We're
Oh,
going
dear.
hard in the paint.
We're going for a full B rush right now.
Essential last round, 2 in a row necessary for Wendy's gang to be able to take the W here. Joker out. Need that second round. Gets the shot on the Sensei.
Oh, he's one tap.
down. Losi, the playmaker, eliminated. And a huge grenade from Turner. Hello? Getting a couple. Joker responds back. Fully eliminating Chapo. Steps off the balcony there. Turner doing it for real.
1v2. He's got bomb, he's got U2, he's got a melee weapon, but does he have the clutch ability? Doesn't have the bomb. Santos goes down. There's a million trophies in this one area.
Right?
I don't know whose are whose. I assume this is all theirs, to be honest.
Oh no!
Regroup and try.
Don't
And
do
that
that.
is gonna be it. 8-6, map 1, done and dusted. That is gonna go in favor of Beef Shakers. Already got the winner's bracket side advantage going into this, and now they've got a map advantage in this best of 3. They're looking good. They're 1 map away from winning this tournament.
8-6, man. It is so impressive and amazing to me to be here at grand finals. And normally, like, like you said during the game, this is a third-person shooter. You can look around corners.
Yeah.
You would think that there'd be more methodical pacing, that they'd be like, all right, I'm gonna look around a corner for free, and when I see someone, I'm like, these teams at grand finals are treating it like it's death match. Like they are just going at it, man.
It feels like there's 10 seconds left on the clock at the start of every round, is what it feels like, and they are just like, and go. It's like it's like the bull races. They see red and they go, and you know, it erupted into a beautiful mess of grenades, lethals, flashbangs, and bullets. But it was very entertaining to watch, very very hard to track, but very interesting to watch. And there were some big moments, big plays, almost some fantastic clutch potentials, especially Hizzy's one. The one bullet, he adopted the sensei technique of not having enough ammo, and one bullet was all that he needed to win that. But yeah, we're looking to load to map 2, and I believe the map you said that would be was Canals. So
yeah.
Looking forward to it. Canals we haven't seen yet in the series either, has only just come back into competitive rotation. It was removed for a while due to some bugs they were trying to fix out, and now it's back. It's looking good. It's feeling good to play, and it's one of the most strategic and rotation outplay potential maps. It's actually honestly one of the maps I've enjoyed most. Probably is my favorite comp map to watch. So if this is potentially last game, I hope it comes out with a banger. But remember, there's still a perfectly good way for Wendy's to win this back. They have to win these 2 maps and then 2 more in the next best of 3. But it's okay. They've got this. For Beef Shakers, though, 1 map.
I feel like we've been so fortunate, Red, to get the precise, perfect map at almost every point of this tournament. We have just seen a bloodbath melee on Skyfell, where both of these teams are not shying away from aggressive, in-your-face play at all. And to contrast that, we're going into Canals, which, in my opinion, is in the running for like the most strategic map, where a commitment on the attacking side to one potential bomb site is just that. It's a commitment. Like, you can't really just go for one or the other. So in terms of rotation and strategy, I feel like this stands to be the slowest pace possible out of 2 teams who have been doing nothing but putting their pedal to the floor. So I can't wait to see this.
I'm very interested to see how it goes. I wonder if they're going to go for a flanking type of style, or whether they are just going to decide we're running at this as we are looking to load up in to the map. Canals is I've really missed seeing this map in competitive rotation. I'm very very excited. But I wonder what the bans are going to be. The bans are interesting. I don't see a Fixer ban coming out. I don't think he's not bad at this map. He's just not like super high priority for a map like this. I'm expecting Anvil ban. I'm expecting.
Now, as someone that's just casually spectating, I don't know if this is the most tactical thing to do, but I think it'd be incredibly funny and interesting if Chalk was banned here.
You know what? That would definitely force something different. Chalk is actually really good in this map.
Teams do really well with Chalk, obviously, but it's just like, I don't know. It's such a weird X factor that I could see an argument for someone. If one team didn't do well with Chalk, then I'd be like, the other team might want to just ban that rogue outright. But it's just funny to see this character be so prominent over the course of this tournament.
And it's because of the aggression that we're talking about. They just want to run at each other, and they're doing it. And we do see the Fixer ban coming out. He said maybe not the most high priority, but I do know that the Hizzy is insane on it. Who's that is definitely got a shot on his Fixer as well. So I don't blame them kind of target picking that in this situation. We'll see what the last ban is. You know what I want to see? No ban. They just don't even ban anything. They do go for Dallas ban.
Dallas.
Actually, I like that a lot on this map. Dallas is really, really good on this map. And as I said, it's probably some sort of target ban towards Losi. Do it, Losi. Do it. I'm willing it into existence.
Production and spectators says that's a target ban. I wouldn't be surprised. But it doesn't. Are we gonna get glitched?
Yes, he locked it.
Let's go.
He locked it.
Go.
He's like, you ban my Dallas? Fine, I'll find a different way to flank you. Padded steps, little hack device out, and the actual like util element of it as well, being able to get a hack on lots of these people is going to be really important. As we have, that's why there's the Anvil. Anvil, that's a really hard counter. Losi's done a great job countering that Talon and that Anvil. Because he can see that dart.
Because like we're not seeing a different rogue selection order, right? Because the glitch was locked in before Anvil. It's not like they're seeing something different.
No. They are. It's just
So
they
I
do it at
think
the exact same time.
Okay, so I just think it's a bold choice. To, you see glitch get locked in, and you're on the other side. And you're like, I'm still taking it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, they don't see the fix, so should be all
okay,
good.
okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, that would be very
Right,
very
I'm like,
risky
oh.
there.
What in the world? But here we
I do
go.
look forward to the day draft phase comes into Rogue Company though, so it's like one person picks, then the other team picks two, then like that. That'll be a very exciting day when that comes to Rogue Company.
I thought about that same prospect as well, and I kind of lumped it in with band phases, where I was like, I don't know if that really fits for Rogue. But after seeing how much of an impact the band phase is having right now, I love the idea of having a draft. I think it adds so much strategy, and like we were talking about in the pre-show, you cannot be a one trick when there are bands.
It's the psychology behind it. That's what I love. He's just walking out with his little tablet. It's great. Flashbang's huge though. Flashbang will hit him. Will he go play for the kill? Who's that? Is the leave? Oh my gosh, he's just got stuck in that position he did not want to be in. And there's like a few moving to cut they're looking for. A little bit more. Shoots him through the little grate there.
Right?
Let's suss out where not Joker is, but there's another one to shoot him down as well. Yeah, they're looking to move real quick now. The almost huge though. They find two! They find Chapel and Losi.
Fire the ult right as the glitch hack was coming through. That is amazing.
That is the timing we need.
Regroup.
Oh no.
I think that was a reaction, because like you can hear the glitch hack coming in, and I just feel they were like, all right, well I'm about to get hacked anyway. I might as well let this go and back up. And they got max value out of it.
I would prefer to see them glitch hack then 8. Kind of like they did on Favelas, rather than 8 in the middle of a glitch hack when that ability usage is still viable.
I think their decision to go in like they did is both an example of how this team just kind of plays in a more scrappy, arguably unpolished manner, and it could also be the first instance where we're seeing like actual nerves coming out of Wendy's gang, to where it's like in a more composed setting. You're absolutely right. Like you want to see the hack come out first and then collapse in off of it, rather than just kind of run in as it's happening, because that decision is what allowed them to get eaten alive by that Kestrel ult.
Oh, tries to tag him out. Surprised we went for the LMPX here over the Deadeye, not gonna lie, but Chapo is being picked up by Hizzy real quick there, and they are looking like they're suffering. They can't lose this map. They need this map.
Do or die right now here for Wendy's gang. Glitch and the crew has to be up to the task for the first half at least. And oh no, Joker comes around, finds Sensei. That comes out. What kind of value is there to be had off of this just yet? Hizzy comes around the corner, is Turner. Positive trade favoring them.
Been wiped out. Run it again.
It's not looking too good. Not looking too hot off the rip. For Wendy's gang. Sitting with only a down.
I think that round we saw the merit and value out of going with the SMG for Talon, because you still afford yourself the benefits of Talon by having the dart, seeing the positioning and stuff. But there are a lot of really tight corners in this map, and especially against a team, that wants to play up close. I would feel somewhat under-equipped to have the Deadeye going around one of these corners.
Yeah, especially the angle that he is holding as well, and you've got a Dali there to sort of pick up that DMR sort of length pressure. So I agree. I think the NMPX is pretty viable here.
Where are you?
It's just not the best SMG right now. He's thrown it up in the sky. They are looking to move towards the A side of this map. By now, they've got the call. Canny's going to be sitting here. He's going to hear them in a moment. He's going to give the call, and he's going to probably fly off and let go for a moment.
Glitch out here with the metal detector, walking around. I'm like, oh, see some people. Lossy getting in a position. Looks like Canny and the crew are giving the position and setting it up as a trap. It's like, all right, I saw them coming around there, and they're going to be setting up. Let's get ready.
The interesting thing is that because he sees him on the radar, he knows he's there. the moment he pushed down the trophy, oh, that was huge.
Oh.
That was a really, really big C4 coming down. And now the double flank coming out for the padded steps walkers is actually going to find the other two members of the team, and it's going to be Glitch left alone. Hack in hand, LMPX does find one, but the shot from Canny will take him down. Interesting.
Brad,
That was really, really well played.
in all the road company I've seen, both in stream, playing myself, and in competitive, I have never seen dual padded steps. That is whiny.
It was rude.
If anything, it was like, okay, yep, who cares about your flank? We got you.
They were just there. Like, they just came around the corner, walking around casually.
They basically were linked arms with their guns held up. It was the road company equivalent of when you're at dinner with someone and then you link arms to take a drink. That's what it is. But they just did it with pure lead down range and deleted two members of Wendy's gang.
They just frolicked on through. And with these shorter TTKs, I think that in and of itself could become meta. Just two people walking around silently, team firing together, and just nuke.
Looks like they're doing a bait and switch here, trying to get Glitch to come clear A side. Oh, nice job by not joking to the full kill on Sensei. Beefshaker's looking really strong on this map. They do get the bomb down. So they have played for this sort of method. Now they're going to fly back, try and run back and stay alive as they do it. That's a really, really good dodge. I hope Kappa doesn't suffer, or Turner, sorry, for the same mistake. They do manage to get out.
Couple of shots there from town, but with the SMG and that I didn't exactly quite have the sting I'm sure that they were looking for. Losi getting out the old rangefinder again. Bomb is planted.
He needs to have it for the ambush shield. The ambush shield's gonna come down and try and retake this, and they've got AP. Oh, that Vibe Poison's still available though. That's gonna be painful. Honestly, I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they just did it to glue the Vibe Poison. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. The glitch hack will come down. He's actually baying it out, which is huge. He's lost a lot of his health though.
Really, what cost? Jumping over. Time is
Not looking good for them.
going to be.
Nice. Well played. Well played by Wendy's gang there.
At this point, there isn't really much to worry about in terms of like giving money away. Like, all right, let's go out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they played that perfectly. They used the glitch to sort of flank, scout out A, make sure that it was available and safe to plant. And then obviously when the shield came down, they had Vibe Poison on it already, the fire on it, and they just hacked the shield away and started beaming through.
Could that be the blueprint to continued success here in the first half? They finally got one on the board. This scrappy, rambunctious, in-your-face team being met with the challenge of finding themselves on a very strategic-based map against a team that can play very strategically. They're going to have to adapt on the fly and show different strengths. Chapo crouching forward. Who's that might be wishing he had the dead eye for that moment.
Hey, they probably would have been through. Hazy finds two though. And he's gonna be not joking about the third. Looks like Canny's dealing with the glitch over there. This is gonna be a dead low C in 3, 2, 1. There
Run
he's
it
gone.
again.
The ragdoll! His face is like slammed in against the side of the crane. His laser. Oh no.
We all know your favorite part of the game. That's the mechanic in the game. Right there.
That was tough. That was tough. 4 rounds to 1 in favor of top-seeded Beef Shakers.
They're looking real good. Looking real good. If they win this map, guys, tournament's over. They win. They do it. They take it home.
Where are you?
That moving up. That dart in that location, he's been going for it every round. I don't think it's been destroyed, and I'm sure it's covering a lot of options.
Yeah.
You're free to cover A and B. Once you see someone rotating through mid, you're gonna be able to spot that out. So
It's high enough that Glitch probably won't look up to see it, but Hizzy is just absolutely beaming every time this tournament. I don't think he's not got a pick one, as he finds one there. He does get picked himself with the revive lights come out, and that is going to be Turner beaming one down in return. Who's that? Finds Chapo. It's 2v2 right now. 2v1 as Sensei finds Cannon. And it's going to be
Run it again.
so close to clutching that one up, but it will eventually be turned to win that 1v1. And wow, that was literally like minuscules of health as we take it 4-2. 4-3 would be really, really good here for Wendy's.
Now, this match so far has been looking very dominant for Beef Shakers. However, if you look at the top of the screen, it is 2-4. And if you're Wendy's gang and you somehow come away with this round, you have to feel great about going into the second half only being down 1 round with how strong they've been running into opposition. Because at the beginning, this felt like it was going to be an 8-0 shutout, and they have just clawed their way back into this game. This could be the most important round of this game.
It's definitely going to be important for morale.
Play.
Oh no,
Spotted in the back. And was able to turn their camera just in time to see Hizzy roll back to safety. Oh no.
It's not the way that the Wendy's gang needs
Who's
to
done
start.
it finding these flanks?
Oh no. Oh, doesn't hit enough for enough. Gonna be a full kill there for who's that though? Does see him. Loses the angle. There's no shot. He goes to this play. Who's that? Just goes to the play. Sees he's got the hag ability out. Knows he's not ready to shoot. And it is now a 1v3. Never mind. It is 0v. Just yeah.
And just
5-2.
as that spark of life
We're on the
and
defense
hope
now.
started to really take shape and flourish, you see Beef Shakers come along with a bucket of ice water. And they're just like, nah, man.
They were not feeling it. We'll see how they decide to switch up. Got the Trench, got the Vi, Daria and Mac locked in for this team. Chark, Sigrid, seeking for the reveal, and a Daria just in case. That is aggression built. This is almost exactly what we saw them run on that Favelas attack where they had. They are looking like they want to fight here. They only need 3 rounds. They have 3 rounds, and who's that? Shooting the hoops. See if he can shoot the shots as well, and maybe clean this well.
Been hitting them all day.
You take point.
It's true.
Got 3 more chances to do that. It is a long road ahead right now for Wendy's gang if they want to see the first game 3 of the entire tournament. 5-2. Now on the defensive side of things, they've afforded themselves a lot of options to help themselves out. Trophies,
There's a
barbed
lot of barbed
wire.
wire. There's a lot of barbed wire in one spot. Normally, like trying to like split it up, but he's saying, nope, you're not coming through here. I want to see the Sigurd play as they try and push through here.
They're getting in position.
Grenade.
Doc is out front. Grenade hits. Secret steps out, only lands 1 shot. Lucy there to help Sensei. Poison down, locking off 1 avenue of approach.
Here we go.
Still actually a shield and 8. Oh, this is going to be real bad. This Sigurd's in a great position right now. She rolls out right here. This is real bad.
Friendly's eliminated.
Wow.
Regroup.
That was literally perfect timing, perfect execution by Beef Shakers right there. Like Losi had just moved away. Daria was isolated. They push her off. He rolls into Snowflake. Is able to find that kill really nicely from the team shots from his team. And then they're just so pinched. That was very well executed.
That was a really solid Sigrid play in an instance where they weren't even as accurate. They weren't as accurate as they could have been. Like
No.
It could have been even more effective in terms of positioning it and being able to get damage out. Just textbook Sigrid play, man. I'm impressed. Yeah, Chalk out front, took the grenade, traded positions, allowed Sigrid to step forward and cover, allow him to heal back up. Once everyone was in position, his shield comes out. That's cool, man. Good stuff.
Because that will reveal some members. Nice shots there from Not Joker, just beam through Chavo.
Yeah, a couple of binks.
It was a defensive ultimate place, I believe, by Turner there, just to be like, yo, we're kind of afraid. But Sensei finally finds this grenade, and this is what you talk about. Chan Canny's just like moving forward. He's like, I will protect my teammate with all I got, and he does manage to find a pick because of it. Turns around, and you were talking about his accuracy. He heard you. He is saying, hey, I'm accurate enough as is, and he's gonna go for Losi. Losi does beam him down. It's gonna be down to Chuck to try and find something. Can he find it in time? He's going to ring around the rosies. He's going to win it. Losi goes down. 1v2. I honestly think Hizzy could have this. A good flashbang here. He wins it. Flashbang does get eaten by the trophy. They're going for a revive.
Ooh.
And it's never the end of Hizzy.
Clean headshots. Revive comes in. 1v3.
Pushing separately though. That Hizzy gets a free pick there. Finds another one. This is a big Turner needs to push right now. No, my
Online.
It looked like he was trying to get around the other
It
corner.
really did. Oh my gosh.
They ankle bit him.
That was
Clamp down on the
rude.
ankles.
I mean,
Y'all were wrong for that.
That was rude. That was so rude. If he got away, I think he won it as well. Because Mac only had the warrant at the time. He didn't have his conviction.
If he got around the corner and was allowed to reset, he was taking that 1v3. I was confident in that. I body blocked him, boys. I body blocked him.
You know the combos. He's body blocked. He's body blocked. Push, push, push. 6-3 is the round count right now.
Bomb
Do what
dropped.
you gotta do.
Bomb dropped. Shields up.
Canny popping an early shield, just watching off his angle there. But Chapo's like right. Oh no, he's actually on the other side of the wall. And they are moving for an A play. Smoke comes out. Early bomb plan. Oh no, poison's right there. They're not be able to get this one for free.
Moving up. Hasn't really made a big play in a little bit. It could be their time. Hizzy closes out Chapo. Finds out that there's a trophy hanging out over there. Tries to throw something over the wall. Use that. Pistols out.
Enemies planted the bomb. Stop them.
Bomb is able to go down.
They're really split across the map right here, but it's working out for them. He's got a shield back up and he's going to play for Turner right now. I want to go see him shield bash him down, honestly. Here he comes. Bash him down, bash him down. Canny. I needed some commitment on the shield bash for that one. It's going to be Hizzy finding pick there in the trade. The revive will come down for him nice and clean. 1v2 right now. 1v1. This is the 1v1 redemption Hizzy needed.
Around the corner, headshot.
Wow. Wow. That time to kill is quick on that D40C in a 1v1.
Match point for the
And
enemies.
we are looking at match point of Darkmatter Demolition number 2.
You're with me.
This is grand finals. This is potentially the last round of the tournament right here.
Do or die time here from Wendy's gang.
Bomb
They're
dropped.
going to have to come up big 5 rounds straight. How do they want to play this? On the defensive end, Chalk linking up with Dahlia. Added revive capability. Crouching forward. Who wants to stick their neck out? This might be the most methodically paced round of the entire series between these two.
I mean, 100%. This is going to be a slow burner. They know everything's on the line right here. I mean, beef shakes have a little bit more lenience, but still, they may just want to. You know, when the enemy team isn't peeking, you don't want to be going and do something risky.
One grenade out for Dahlia. Did link up with
Canny has the
Trench.
bomb on the other side of the map. No one's there. He obviously isn't like glitched, so he can't like see what's around. But this is gonna be an A plant. He's gonna move for it in a moment, I think. He's going for it now. Shields up.
Sees
They
the
don't know.
American Gladiator.
Stop
And
them.
they all rotate out. This is gonna be moments. Oh, the trip mine hits him for 60. He does stim up. And if you saw the thing, 60 damage came out onto Canny. Poison does come in. He's gonna have to roll out into safety. They could come to. He sticks him. He got the stick there. That was absolutely insane. And that is Losi going down now. That's 2 people down on the round that matters most.
Canny coming up big for the team when they need him to close things out. Just 2 rogues remaining now on the side of Wendy's gang. They are going to have to dig deep. Dahlia, Mac, are they up to attack? First up, 1v1 scenario. Turner closes out Hizzy. Joker gets punched out. Nice bomb. This could be the play.
Oh.
Forward.
Is it? They have to take it. They have to take it right now. Something's on the bomb.
Nope. Bomb.
And that's it. That's it. Done and dusted.
And after it all, we are going to see Beef Shakers be our winners here of Darkmatter Demolition number 2. Incredible stuff all the way around. Wendy's gang put up quite the performance, battled through losers, made it here to grand finals. Scrappy performance all the way around. Really took the fight to their opponents, but at the end of it, Red, we're going to see Beef Shakers hold out, and we have no game 3s this entire tournament, man.
No, it was absolutely incredible. I loved how we saw different iterations of people figuring out the meta as we move through this tournament of, hey, we're gonna be really aggressive, then we're gonna be really reserved, and then we're gonna be super aggressive at this last final. It was absolutely insane to watch this. I'm so excited to see how season 2 develops in the future.
Darkmatter 2 Electric Boogaloo in the history books. If you enjoyed this, you want to see these teams come back, because Darkmatter Demolition number 3, the $1,000 prize pool again on the line. Top 2 payout is what we had this time, so they're coming away with considerable chunks of change. Sunday, June 6th, we're going to see a more refined meta as teams figure out more of what's strong and what plays to their strengths here in season number 2. 64 teams. If you want to get involved, you can sign up for free to take your run at some of these teams and this $1,000 prize pool, man. The future of competitive Rogue Company after what we've seen today looks bright.
I said I'm super excited for it. I think it's going to do amazing things. As people figure out this meta more and more and more, it's just going to get better and better. We're going to learn like when the right time to be aggressive is, when we're going to sit back, and what rogue's going to be the best at enabling this. People will figure out Max Light Bomb, and it'll be used in ways that we never even thought of or can think of at this point. So I'm so excited to see where the future of Rogue Company goes. It's going to be, as I've said on the first entire tournament, interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Again, congratulations to Beef Shakers. They are your champions here for Darkmatter Demolition number 2. A huge thank you to Sword Dog, Gamers Heaven, and Facebook Gaming for powering the tournament. Can't wait to see you guys again here on June 6th. Definitely want to get involved. If you're not signing up to play yourself, come on out, check it out. But for now, I've been Halorn Radthar, the Mad Lad, the hardest working man in the Rogue Company. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Can't wait to see you at the next one. Until then, take it easy.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I want